Chapter 1 Divorce. Jiang Xiaoxian, you know Changfeng is back. Let's end our marriage here. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. This will be good for both you and me. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at his beautiful wife in front of him with anticipation on her face and smiled helplessly. It seems that my whole year of hard work has not yielded any reward. Just because her white moonlight is back, it's time to give way. Okay, I promise. He nodded silently. Since she didn't love him, he should let go cleanly. Just as Zhang Wan said, this would be good for everyone. When Zhang Wan got the affirmative answer from Jiang Xiaoxian, she felt pain instead of joy. Why is this happening? Shouldn't I be happy that he agreed? However, that brief feeling did not affect her. She then felt relieved and began to look forward to the future. Jiang Xiaoxian, thank you for your care and tolerance for me over the past year, but I really don't like you. Our union was originally a transaction, don't blame me. How could that be? Call me tomorrow at noon. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled and made a phone call gesture. Jiang Xiaoxian, there is 1 million in this card as compensation for delaying you for the past year. Thank you. He took the card and put it in his pocket. Jiang Xiaoxian was not being pretentious. Although he was not short of money, if he did not accept it, it would make her think too much. Even though they were about to become strangers, Jiang Xiaoxian still considered Zhang Wan in his heart, because they were still husband and wife. In fact, taking the money can make you leave more easily and won't make the other party feel like they owe you anything. 1 year ago. Brat, you are not suitable to stay in Maritime Silk Road anymore. I will give you a task when we return to Daxia. You can go back after completing it well. A firm and deep voice came into Jiang Xiaoxian's ears. What mission? Jiang Xiaoxian frowned. Why did they ask him to go back for no reason? Let's go to Jiangzhou. It just so happens that a distant relative of one of my subordinates has a daughter who is in need of a man. You can go and fill the gap. What kind of mission is this? Can I not go? Jiang Xiaoxian looked reluctant. No, unless you never want to go back. The voice on the other end was firm and unquestionable. Jiang Xiaoxian had no choice but to agree. But ever since Dai Lin's death, he didn't want to fall in love again. Even if he was asked to rekindle the passion was no longer there in his heart. This is your mission. Heisi needs you. I believe that when you come back, you will go further. Yes, I understand. Jiang Xiaoxian held the special phone and saluted with a standard military salute towards the open space in front of him. A cafe in Jiangzhou. Are you Jiang Xiaoxian? Yes. Jiang Xiaoxian responded with a smile and a nod. A small table and 2 cups of strong coffee. Sitting on one side was Jiang Xiaoxian, and sitting on the other side was his blind date Zhang Wan. Jiang Xiaoxian really didn't expect that the woman he went on a blind date with would be so beautiful. He thought she was an unwanted old maid. She is about 1.7 meters tall, thin where she should be thin, curvy where she should be curvy, and curvy where she should be curvy. The frown on his beautiful face indicated that the other party was not interested in him. Is the old man's information accurate? Doesn't he say that the woman will marry him no matter who he is? Now it seems that the other party is extremely reluctant. Jiang Xiaoxian was dressed casually. He wasn't very handsome, but he was definitely not ugly, and he had that kind of strong masculine beauty. He is 1.88 meters tall and has a well-proportioned figure. Judging from his appearance, he is a good match for Zhang Wan. In terms of real family background and strength, the gap between the daughter of a local company and him, a potential dragon, is huge. Who would have thought that he was less than 30 years old, but he was the escort of the entire Daxia Maritime Silk Road, and countless dignitaries from several continents regarded him as a guest of honor. He is the Desert Camel royal family, who claims to be the richest family in the world. They always ask him for help when they have something to do, simply because the great Xia behind him is too powerful. Then let me explain the situation clearly first. Zhang Wan looked at the other party and spoke after a slight hesitation. In her eyes, Jiang Xiaoxian was quite pleasing to the eye, but since she already had someone she loved, it was impossible for her to fall in love with another man. You say, I can marry you, but you have to know that I was forced to do this. After marriage, we will live our own lives. As long as you can help deal with my family, it will be fine. I will give you 1 million and we will end this marriage in 1 year. During this period, you'd better not do anything that crosses the line, otherwise I will make sure you don't see the sun the next day. Zhang Wan's voice was cold as ice. It was a naked threat. Relying on her family's billions of assets, Zhang Wan also firmly believed that she had the ability to do it. But in her eyes, Zhang Xiaoxian in front of her was just an ordinary man, because everything he wore looked like it cost less than 2,000 yuan. Okay, I agree. Zhang Xiaoxian didn't think too much about it. This was a task given to him by his leader. As long as he completed it, he could return to where he belonged. He kept his word. During their one-year marriage, he obeyed Zhang Wanyan's advice and took care of everything from food, clothing, housing and transportation to daily life. I thought that the other party would be able to feel my sincerity, but unfortunately, when the one-year deadline was up, I got the news that the other party was eager for a divorce. When this nominal wife asked for a divorce, Zhang Xiaoxian was stunned at first. Because they sat together and had a warm dinner yesterday. It was the most sumptuous meal that Zhang Xiaoxian had prepared with all his heart, just because yesterday was their wedding anniversary. This is also the reason why Zhang Wan was willing to stay and have dinner with him. Unfortunately, this meal also turned into a farewell dinner for the two of them. Holding the bank card, Zhang Xiaoxian returned to the small room where he had been sleeping and began to pack his things. Since the deadline has come and no result was obtained, it's time for me to leave. Go back to the place where you are more needed. Without him this year, many things on the Maritime Silk Road progressed slowly. This time he planned to go back and definitely open up several important ports in the desert. Even if it means using force. He took out his own phone and dialed the number he hadn't called in a long time. Old man, the time is up, please return to the team. How did you complete the mission, kid? It's been a year, and Zhang Wan still wants to divorce me. So that means you have failed? Listen carefully to me. You are not allowed to return to the team if you fail to complete the mission. But the other person has a white moonlight in his heart. I don't stand a chance at all. Then can't you change your target? The old man actually gave a workaround. Is this okay? Zhang Xiaoxian was stunned for a moment, then he thought, it seems like he can't go back now. I never said that you must choose a woman who doesn't love you to fight to the death. Men should learn to be flexible. Remember to return to the team after completing the mission, otherwise stay in Daxia for me. Yes, Chief. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiaoxian was speechless. Why did the old man insist that he find a woman before allowing him to return to the team? Isn't this making things difficult for him? However, as he had always trusted the old man, he did not refute. Since the mission failed, he would change the target. In his heart, he only hoped to return to the team as soon as possible. The sea and the desert are his world. But back to the present, divorce is inevitable, so I should pack up my things and move out tomorrow after getting the marriage certificate. There was a bang in the door outside, and it seemed that Zhang Wan had left. It no longer matters to Zhang Xiaoxian whether she goes to work or to look for her lover, her beloved Bai Yue Guang, who has just returned to China. Looking at the empty house, Zhang Xiaoxian had nothing to do. This year he had already become a competent house husband. In order to impress Zhang Wan, he also learned a lot of skills, especially in household care and cooking, and he reached professional level. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoxian habitually typed a few words into Zhang Wan's chat box on a certain message. Are you coming back for dinner today? I made your favorite sweet and sour pork and sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Zhang Wan likes sweet and sour food, especially the two dishes made by Zhang Xiaoxian. Time flies. I look at my phone and it's almost time for Zhang Wan to get off work. Looking at the letter again, it still stops at the paragraph I wrote, and it seems like it has fallen on deaf ears and there has been no response at all. After a while, the sky was already dark and it started to drizzle outside. Zhang Xiaoxian took out his phone again and typed in the chat box, "It's raining, honey, do you have an umbrella? Or I can send it to you." Perhaps it was a habit, he had said these words countless times over the past year, but each time he received no response from the other party. But this time it seemed to be an accident. No need, Zhang Xiaoxian, don't cook for me anymore, and don't take care of me like this anymore, okay? We will have no relationship tomorrow. I want to go home for dinner tonight. Take care of yourself in the future. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at noon. Chapter 2. The White Moonlight has changed. Even if they are getting divorced tomorrow, Zhang Xiaoxian will still stand his last shift. After the divorce, the name Zhang Wan will forever be a thing of the past in his heart. In an upscale coffee shop. Wanner, I came back this time not only because I missed you, but also because I am optimistic about the development of our country. I brought funds with me this time, and I will definitely be able to make great achievements in Daxia. The person who spoke was about the same age as Zhang Wan, handsome and outstanding in appearance, with a hint of arrogance. Changfeng, will you leave again when you come back this time? Looking at her ex-boyfriend who had not been seen for 2 whole years and had no news at all, he was also the man who almost became her husband. When they met again, Zhang Wanqin had thousands of words to say and questions to ask. She didn't want to talk about career at this time, she just wanted to know where he had been in the past 2 years and what he had done. Why did he just leave the engagement party without saying goodbye to her? Not only did she get hurt, but the Zhang family also lost face and her father became seriously ill. Finally, Zhang Wan went to his house and found out that Han Changfeng had gone abroad. Han Changfeng picked up the coffee and took a sip, then looked at Zhang Wan with a bitter look on his face. I'm sorry, Wanner, I left without saying goodbye. I really had my own reasons. You know my family is not well off. After graduating from college, I found a job that sounded good, but I didn't see any hope. Your parents looked down on me, and by chance I got the opportunity to study abroad. I thought I would be worthy of you when I came back. I had no choice because I left in such a hurry. I'm sorry, Wanner. I was really wrong that time. Han Changfeng stared at Zhang Wan, wanting to see her reaction, while shaking the cup of coffee in his hand. Zhang Wan said nothing and turned her head away. Han Changfeng continued, after arriving abroad, I was about to call you, only to find that my phone had been stolen at some point. Sigh. I've been gone for 2 years. I know that leaving without saying goodbye at the engagement party hurt you a lot, so I want to come back and make amends now. Can you give me another chance, Wanner? Han Changfeng's expression looked sincere and earnest, but his explanation sounded a bit harsh to Zhang Wan. For the sake of his own future, he actually chose to abandon the relationship that had lasted for so long between them. Even if it's for the future, why can't you tell her in advance? Even if you just call her or send her a message after you go abroad, that would be fine. As for the fact that the mobile phone is lost, does that mean there will be no mobile phone available later? These words all sounded like excuses, even though Zhang Wan was hopelessly in love with him. But now Zhang Wan meets the man she has loved for 5 years again. She feels surprise and disgust, but more importantly, she gets the answer she has wanted for the past 2 years. Changfeng, why are you so cruel that you don't even leave me any news? Zhang Wan's eyes began to turn red as she spoke. The grievance that had been suppressed in her heart for too long burst out at this moment. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I promise you that I will never leave you again. Han Changfeng grabbed Zhang Wan's soft and boneless little hand, with tenderness in his eyes. He didn't want to explain, and actually he couldn't explain it. Zhang Wan did not reject the hand he extended to her, but the knot in her heart was not untied. Changfeng, do you know that I got married during the 2 years you were away? Zhang Wan looked at the other party's reaction. Han Changfeng's face instantly darkened. This information was like a bomb exploding in his heart. He subconsciously let go of Zhang Wan's hand, and the tenderness on his face became stiff and gradually disappeared. Well, congratulations. He slowly stood up with the help of the table, speaking haltingly. What are you going to do? Seeing Han Changfeng get up to leave, Zhang Wan felt like something hit her heart. You're already married, why should I bother you again? Han Changfeng retreated to advance, wanting to know his position in this woman's heart. He had known for a long time that Zhang Wan was married. Although he has not contacted Zhang Wan in the past 2 years, he has always kept in touch with his best buddy. The reason he came back this time was because Han Changfeng had lost all the money he earned abroad and wanted to cheat some benefits from Zhang Wan. But when I knew you were back, I had already asked him for a divorce, and he agreed. Zhang Wan did not hide anything from this man. Maybe in front of Han Changfeng, she will always be that silly love-brained girl. The two started dating in their sophomore year, but their 5-year relationship ended in failure 2 years ago when Han Changfeng left without saying goodbye just when they were about to get married. Really? Han Changfeng did not feel very happy. It was as if his good cabbage had been kicked away by someone else and now he had to pick it up again and hold it in his hand. That feeling was definitely not good. Zhang Wan also felt the change in Han Changfeng, as if the youthful sweetness they had when they were together before was gone. This white moonlight has changed. From his expression, it can be seen that after learning the news of his marriage, disappointment rose from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Wan is no longer the little girl who just graduated from school and knew nothing. The Zhang group is worth billions, and she is the only daughter in the family. She will be in charge of the entire group in the future. In the past few years since graduation, she has met all kinds of men in society, including subordinates she admires and family members who covet her. But she was already married, which was another reason why she was willing to marry Jiang Shaoxian, and it provided her with a good shield. In the end, Zhang Wan could only nod with some disappointment. She didn't explain that she was still a virgin. It was as if saying it was begging the other person to accept her again. She's not that mean yet. Changfeng, can you come for a walk with me? Okay, I'll go pay the bill now. In April in Jiangzhou, the weather is still a bit cold sometimes. Zhang Wan forgot to put on any clothes when she went out, and she would rub her arms with both hands from time to time, but the man next to her seemed indifferent. He kept his hands in his pockets and talked about his future and long-term plans. I remember that when Jiang Shaoxian was around, he took off his coat and put it on her without her saying anything. Zhang Wan was a little doubtful at this time, wondering whether this man who once was her white moonlight still had her in his heart. Suddenly I thought of Jiang Shaoxian and felt powerless. Even though Han Changfeng was not as attentive and considerate as him, she believed that the person she loved in her heart was the man in front of her. It was late at night. Zhang Wan lowered her head and thought a lot. Along the way, she had forgotten how she and Han Changfeng got along in the past. Changfeng, I'm a little sleepy. Let's go back. Okay, I'll take you there. Han Changfeng took out a car key from his pocket, which seemed to be a Mercedes-Benz car. This small action seems to be showing off something. No need, I drove here myself. It was already late at night when I got home. I looked up at my villa and the lights were still on. You should go back. After all, my husband is in there. It's not appropriate to bring you in. Zhang Wan has a limit in her mind, which is that she will not go too far when she gets married. She can love someone else instead of her husband, but she must never bring other men home. That would be a humiliation to Jiang Shaoxian. Han Changfeng was a little angry, but he didn't dare to anger Zhang Wan, so he could only nod and drove away from Ija Garden. Zhang Wan opened the door and saw Jiang Shaoxian sitting on the sofa looking at her. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Zhang Wan looked at the time and it was already 12 o'clock. Usually he would have fallen asleep by this time. I'm waiting for you. I don't know if you've eaten outside. I made a lot of your favorite dishes today. If you're hungry, I'll heat them up for you. Jiang Shaoxian smiled and prepared to get up. It was just a simple sentence, something she heard every day. But I'm getting a divorce tomorrow, and I didn't expect Jiang Shaoxian to be so considerate. Thank you, I've eaten. His tone was very calm. Jiang Shaoxian didn't care. This was the tone Zhang Wan used when she usually spoke to him, and there was no change on his face. Zhang Wan quickly hid in her bedroom and closed the door. Tears began to well up in the corners of my eyes. Jiang Shaoxian, can you please stop being like this? I will feel very uncomfortable if you do this. While she was lost in thought, she heard the sound of dishes colliding downstairs. Jiang Shaoxian was packing up the delicious food that was specially made for her. She quietly opened the door and looked carefully at the man who had lived with her for a year. If you look at Jiang Shaoxian for a long time, you will find that he is quite handsome. However, Zhang Wan felt that he was a person who knew everything and knew nothing at the same time. He is definitely a good hand at home, but why can a man only do these? She hopes that her man is someone who can stand on his own feet and help her solve her problems. From this point of view, Jiang Shaoxian is really not qualified. Chapter 3. Zhang Wan is reluctant to let him leave. Thinking of this, Zhang Wan quietly walked back to the room. Jiang Shaoxian is definitely not the man she wants. He was like a servant, this was how she explained herself. In her eyes, Jiang Shaoxian is just a man who does nothing but washing clothes and cooking. Thinking about it this way, that little bit of emotion becomes insignificant. Jiang Shaoxian didn't care at all about what the woman upstairs said about him. Even when she was standing there looking at him just now, Jiang Shaoxian had already noticed it, but he didn't look up. Early the next morning, Jiang Shaoxian packed up his things. Some clothes, some change, and a new cell phone, these were all the things he had in Zhang's house in the past year. My previous cell phone was placed on the bed in my room, and the only numbers saved in it were those of the people I had met in the past year. There are Zhang Wan's parents and some relatives, and of course some of her friends. These numbers are only related to him for this year. After the divorce procedures are completed, he will choose to forget everything here and find his next target to complete his mission. This year has been really tiring for Jiang Shaoxian, not physically but mentally. The old man didn't ask him to go back, and Hai Si's things seemed to be beyond his expectations. Fortunately, we have Luo Wanqiang in charge and Daxia's support. Even without him, the route can still proceed steadily step by step. Back to reality, it was still early and Jiang Shaoxian was making the last breakfast for Zhang Wan. It's still familiar stuff, simple and nutritious, special meat porridge, and small fried buns with various flavors. He went upstairs to the second floor and gently knocked on Zhang Wan's room. "Honey, time for breakfast." There was no response, the people inside should still be sleeping. Jiang Shaoxian changed his clothes and walked out of the villa. Before leaving, he had already placed his suitcase inside the gate. After completing the formalities, he would leave directly with the luggage. Little tiger. "Brother Long, are you really Brother Long?" The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously excited. Brother Long, I miss you so much. It's been a year. Without you, we've almost gone crazy." Xiaohu knew that Jiang Shaoxian had been transferred back to China by his superiors. When he left, he made a big promise to everyone. "In 1 year, wait and see how I will make a comeback." Now the 1-year deadline has expired. It seems that Brother Long is coming back. "Brother Long, where are you now? I'll pick you up." "I can't go back for now. I can't go back until I complete the task given to me by the leader." "What's going on up there? Are they targeting you?" "We haven't done anything out of the ordinary. Don't think about these things. I'll give you a task now." "Brother Long, you say?" Xiaovu's tone became obviously excited when he heard that there was a mission. "I'm going to the Jiangzhou Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce a woman. Please help me get through the process. Remember, my name is Jiang Shaoxian now, not Jiang Long." "Brother Long, this is a small matter. By the way, Brother Long, you are in Jiangzhou now, and are you married?" As soon as Xiaohu finished asking, he heard a busy tone. "This boss is still like this. It's okay if you don't ask," but he even hung up the phone. "We haven't seen each other for a year." Jiang Shaoxian was walking along the creek outside Ijia Garden. "If you're going to break up, do it thoroughly. The divorce cooling off period is just a formality to him." He didn't need to add uncertainty to himself for the next month. Today, he had to break up completely. He wandered around outside for a long time. Jiangzhou is considered a new first-tier metropolis in Daxia. After living here for a year, he has almost traveled all over this unique yet charming city. At 10:30 in the morning, Jiang Shaoxian strolled back to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhang Wan eating the breakfast he had made himself. "Where have you been?" Zhang Wan looked up and asked when she saw Jiang Shaoxian coming back. "Going out for a stroll can help to relax." Zhang Wan thought that the divorce was a big blow to Jiang Shaoxian, which was why this happened. "Oh. How do you make these buns? I can't find the same taste anywhere else." Zhang Wan changed the subject. "I made it with my own hands." "Oh. But I remember you didn't know how to cook when you first came here?" Zhang Wan suddenly remembered that when they first got married, he would spend a long time tinkering in the kitchen every time he cooked. Although she and Jiang Shaoxian deliberately kept their distance at that time, they would often encounter some things and keep them in mind. At that time, Jiang Shaoxian's cooking was really not delicious, but Zhang Wan gradually discovered that Jiang Shaoxian's cooking skills were getting better and better, so good that they were even better than those of the chefs outside. Zhang Wan gradually turned these changes of his into habits. She didn't ask much. Anyway, there was very little communication between the two of them, and most of the time it was Jiang Shaoxian who took the initiative to talk to her. She would only join in the conversation when she was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't know anything at that time, but now that we're married and I have to take care of your daily life, I have to study hard." "Well, thank you, Shaoxian. You will definitely find a girl who loves you very much in the future." After saying this, Zhang Wan felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know why she felt this way. Maybe it was because the man in front of her was about to leave her life. Jiang Shaoxian nodded, smiled slightly and did not answer. Zhang Wan looked at him carefully. This was the first time she looked into Jiang Shaoxian's eyes at such a close distance. "I have to say, after looking at him for a long time, I find that Jiang Shaoxian is much more attractive than Han Changfeng." "Perhaps." Jiang Shaoxian shrugged and didn't want to continue this topic. After watching the other person finish eating, he stood up, cleared the dishes and walked towards the kitchen. "After everything was done, I took off my apron and threw it directly into the trash can." "Wife." Jiang Shaoxian has been calling each other like this since they got married. Even though Zhang Wan didn't like it at first, she ordered him not to call her that. But Jiang Shaoxian acted as if he didn't hear her and said that he only yelled like that at home and never yelled when he went out. Gradually, Zhang Wan could no longer resist him and got used to it. Just call me that, it's just a name anyway. Well, what's wrong? Zhang Wan naturally looked up at him when she heard that. Should we go and do the formalities? Zhang Wankai remembered that she had indeed said yesterday that she wanted to divorce him today. But suddenly it's approaching, and I feel really reluctant to leave. But if I don't get divorced, I can't be with the person I truly love. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Wan could only nod slightly. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go change my clothes. Watching the other person go upstairs, Jiang Shaoxian put the card Zhang Wan gave him yesterday, along with the key to the villa, and various things he usually used, in the bedroom where he lived. He walked out of the villa again and stood at the door, holding a suitcase in his hand, waiting for Zhang Wan. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhang Wan drove and the two of them didn't say a word. The procedures were also handled very smoothly. Jiang Shaoxian, don't you think there's something wrong with this procedure? Zhang Wan was a little surprised when she looked at the divorce certificate in her hand. In her mind, there seemed to be a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce. But this divorce certificate seemed to come too easily. Jiang Shaoxian didn't say anything. He frowned and looked at Zhang Wan. The admiration in his previous expression turned into as if he was looking at a stranger. The calmness made Zhang Wan feel uncomfortable. We're already divorced, Miss Zhang, let's live our own lives from now on. After saying that, he picked up the small suitcase, hailed a taxi, and left. Zhang Wan was left alone, staring at the stranger in a daze. He? Really gone? Miss Zhang? Is the man who always calls his wife really gone? Zhang Wan felt a little flustered and tears flowed unconsciously from the corners of her eyes. In her opinion, even if they divorced, Jiang Shaoxian would be reluctant to leave. Even though he was holding the suitcase just now, in Zhang Wan's eyes it seemed like he was doing it on purpose to get her to stay. Yesterday's big meal and this morning's breakfast made Zhang Wan feel as if this man still couldn't bear to part with her. In fact, Zhang Wan was the same. She had long been accustomed to Jiang Shaoxian's meticulous care around her. Is he really leaving now? The sour feeling in my heart surged. Jiang Shaoxian, where can you go? I froze the 1 million yuan I gave you. Now that you have no money, you have to come back and cook and do laundry for me. Zhang Wan pouted and muttered to herself as she looked in the direction the taxi left. But she never imagined that Jiang Shaoxian didn't take the card at all. Chapter 4 Zhang Wan feels desolate. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Shaoxian instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Arrived at the hotel he had booked on his phone last night. The room I booked yesterday is number 888. Take out your ID and hand it to the lady at the front desk. Sir, this is your room card. If you need anything, please pick up the bedside phone and call me. The young lady raised her eyebrows at Jiang Shaoxian. She had an average look. Although she was not a great beauty, she had a unique charm when you looked at her closely. Okay, thank you. Jiang Shaoxian replied politely. Jiang Shaoxian came to the room and put his things away, then took a comfortable hot bath. On the other side, Zhang Wan returned home and felt a little sad when she saw the villa which was suddenly empty. He picked up his phone and looked for Jiang Shaoxian's phone number. She didn't save any notes, but the other party would call her often and she vaguely remembered the number. I clicked on the familiar yet unfamiliar number, and it rang several times. Why don't you answer my call? Is it true that after divorce, we can't even have a chance to be friends? Zhang Wan pouted and looked a little angry. Just as she hung up the phone, another number called. I saw the note was Changfeng. Changfeng, is there something wrong? At this moment, she was not as happy as she had imagined. Wanner, I heard that the most popular movie right now, Fireball, is really good. How about we go watch it together tonight? Zhang Wan was not in the mood to watch a movie at the moment, but it was difficult to refuse. After hesitating for a while, she finally agreed. Jiang Shaoxian left. Wasn't it just to make room for Changfeng? Maybe it's time for Changfeng to fill this gap, Zhang Wan comforted herself. After taking a shower, Jiang Shaoxian changed into decent clothes and sat on the sofa thinking about his next plan. The old man didn't let him go back and insisted on completing the task of getting married and having children. He was a little confused at first, but over the past year, he finally understood the old man's intention. Being too emotional when doing things will be counterproductive, but as we move forward step by step, after working on the Maritime Silk Road for 10 years, our path has indeed become narrower and narrower recently. This feeling was quite different from the way he did things when he was with Dai Lin. He wanted to change, but he lacked some kind of motivation. Sometimes he just wanted to escape. Perhaps it was because of his condition that the old man gave him a task that seemed to have nothing to do with work. Alas, the leader has good intentions. Over the past year, Jiang Shaoxian has been trying hard to make Zhang Wan fall in love with him. He doesn't mind that they get married first and then fall in love. As long as she can live a peaceful life with him, he will give her everything. Besides, if the Zhang family can really rely on Jiang Shaoxian, their future prosperity will be just around the corner. The Zhang family now only owns their own group in Jiangzhou, a city full of hidden talents. Among the merchants in Jiangzhou, the Zhang family can make it into the top 10, but there is still a big gap between them and the top few, and this is still in Jiangzhou. Not to mention the bigwigs in the entire daxia or even the world. In fact, fate is like this. What is not yours will never be yours. Seeing that it's still early, the fastest way to find a marriage partner is naturally to go on a blind date. He remembered that not far from Ijia Garden there was a matchmaking company that specialized in providing blind dates for young men and women. Jiang Shaoxian thought, why not give it a try? I did it right away. After dressing up, I looked in the mirror and found myself looking pretty handsome. Although he is no longer the kind of handsomeness that people consider today, Jiang Shaoxian is still quite satisfied with him. Your name is Jiang Shaoxian? 28 years old? In the matchmaking agency, the woman sitting opposite Jiang Shaoxian was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was looking at him carefully. Right. Do you have a house, a car, and savings? No. Jiang Shaoxian also didn't like the other party, and he didn't like women who asked these questions right away. Even if life is about the daily necessities of life, but she asks about this before she is familiar with the person, it shows that this woman has a questionable emotional intelligence. Then why are you still dating? Even if she's not bad looking, don't waste everyone's time. After saying this, the woman picked up her counterfeit L brand bag and left angrily. What a waste of time. He didn't forget to add another stab before leaving. Jiang Shaoxian let out a long sigh and continued looking for his next target. 4 or 5 people came up one after another, no matter what kind of people they were, and asked, do you have a house, a car, and savings? Jiang Shaoxian naturally still said those 2 words, no. It is conceivable that the women who come for blind dates are not looking for handsome guys, but for someone with a relatively wealthy family who can give them a good life after marrying him. Here, appearance can only be a woman's specialty, while men can only be measured by money. From afternoon to dusk, there was one every 10 minutes or so, dozens of women, tall and short, fat and thin, but without exception they all asked the same questions. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer men and women in the blind date venues. Forget it, let us go back. He probably won't get the result he wants here. Although he was doing it to complete the task, Jiang Shaoxian didn't want to compromise. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Shaoxian inadvertently saw a long-haired woman in the corner. I just took a closer look and thought, could such a beautiful woman also be here for a blind date? The woman had an amazing appearance and at first glance she didn't look like a single person. Beauty, can we chat? Jiang Shaoxian bravely sat opposite the girl. The woman nodded slightly with a blank expression. Are you here for a blind date too? What, doesn't it look like it? The woman glanced at Jiang Shaoxian who was sitting down with an expressionless face. She has a fair complexion and bright eyes. She is really beautiful, but she is like a piece of ice. Sorry, it seems I sat in the wrong seat. Jiang Shaoxian himself felt that it was unnecessary. So many people didn't dare to come forward, why should he join in the fun? He stood up and was about to leave. Wait. The woman suddenly spoke, but her expression was still cold. Is there anything wrong? Jiang Shaoxian looked back. Since you're here for a blind date, why don't you go through the motions? Don't you think it's rude to just leave after less than a minute? Jiang Shaoxian smiled helplessly, but since the woman had spoken, he could only sit down again. I have no house, no car, no savings, and no job. Jiang Shaoxian first explained his conditions and saw the woman's reaction. If she simply ignored him, it would save trouble. I have cars, houses, and savings. If you don't have a job, I can give them to you. Actually, I came here for a blind date just to find a man to take care of my family. What do you mean? Jiang Shaoxian felt that the other party was just like Zhang Wan, looking for a contract partner as a shield. I just need a nominal husband. I can give you what you want and I get what I want. Then how do you know what I want? Jiang Shaoxian grinned. It seemed that this woman thought too highly of herself. But upon closer inspection, all the clothes the woman was wearing were custom made. She must be the daughter of a truly wealthy family, or a woman kept by some big shot, and now she needs a tool to cover for them. Jiang Shaoxian didn't care about these things and just sat down to join in the fun. Su Wei frowned and snorted in her heart. You have no money, I can give it to you. I want a nominal husband to help me deal with some things. Jiang Shaoxian grinned. I understand, but you guessed wrong. What I want is not money, but a woman who can really live with me. Haha, do you think you have that ability? The woman snorted coldly, and the expression on her face became even colder. Jiang Shaoxian didn't want to explain and stood up to leave. 1 million a year. Just after walking a short distance, Su Wei opened her mouth to make an offer. Jiang Shaoxian didn't stop at all. It seemed like he had just experienced the 1 million this year. 3 million. Su Wei raised the price again. She had been here all day and had seen too many men, but the man in front of her was the only one who looked at her without greed. You'd better ask someone else for help on this matter. I don't feel comfortable spending too much money. After Jiang Shaoxian left, Su Wei looked around and saw that there were only a few couples still chatting enthusiastically, so she gave up on today's blind date. Chapter 5, The Stalking Woman. Jiang Shaoxian walked out of the matchmaking agency and walked all the way to the hotel. I hadn't walked far when I heard a car honking behind me. He turned around and found that the person in the car was the cold and beautiful girl he had just met on a blind date. The other person was driving a red Ferrari sports car. Why won't this woman give up? Jiang Shaoxian looked back and then looked away, muttering softly. I thought to myself that I must not repeat the same mistakes as before. Mr. Jiang, get in the car. Let's talk. Just now, through chatting at the matchmaking agency, the other party has already learned Jiang Shaoxian's name. The woman rolled down the car window and took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of big watery eyes. She is tall and has a stunning appearance. Except for her cold face, everything else is goddess level. Her figure and appearance are even better than Zhang Wan's. Su Wei was helpless in pursuing him. She had already gone through several matchmaking agencies but had not found a satisfactory candidate. The man in front of her, both in appearance and the way he looked at her, met her psychological expectations. Jiang Shaoxian stopped. There was nothing much to talk about. Zhang Wan was a stunning beauty, but he had wasted a year of his time with her. He would never do it again, even if you beat him to death. Many royal princesses from foreign countries were eager to marry him, but Jiang Shaoxian refused. He was dismissive of those who had money, status, and world-class looks. In fact, the key issue is that Jiang Shaoxian doesn't like foreign women and feels uneasy when he holds them in his arms while sleeping at night. I don't think that's necessary. As he spoke, Jiang Shaoxian waved to the woman, turned a corner and walked into an alley that cars could not enter, and then disappeared. Pretending to be so noble. Su Wei glanced at him but didn't give up. She parked the car and followed him in. Directly opposite the exit of the alley is a large shopping mall. Jiang Shaoxian stood at the intersection, and behind her came the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Look back. Is this woman sick? I've already told her it's inappropriate, but she still keeps pestering me. Well, then let's see if she can accept the conditions I offer. If you can try it. If that doesn't work, you can also ask the other party to give up, since you still have a mission to accomplish. Why don't you leave? The woman came up to Jiang Shaoxian arrogantly and asked. I'm just curious, why did you insist on choosing me as this shield? Is it because I have a good temperament, or do I look like I was born to do this job? He had indeed just done this once before. There are some things I can't help. Among all the men I've met in the past few days, you're the first one who looks at me without any flirtation. Nice to meet you again, Su Wei, 26 years old. Su Wei finally smiled slightly, but it was a professional smile. Jiang Shaoxian looked at the other person's outstretched hand and put his hand directly into his trouser pocket. Go ahead and talk. I'm listening. But I'm going to warn you in advance. You won't accept my conditions. Seeing that the other party did not shake hands with her, Su Wei suppressed her unhappiness. He slowly put his hand down, an embarrassed look on his face. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time that Su Wei was rejected by a man like this. He is still a man whose entire body is worth less than 2,000 yuan. However, she firmly believed that as long as she showed the other party what money power was, the matter could be solved in minutes. There's a cafe across the mall, why don't we go in and sit down and chat? That's fine. Zhang Xiaoxian nodded in agreement. If you are invited by a beautiful woman, you would be a fool not to go. Zhang Xiaoxian naturally agreed. What would you like to drink? As soon as she sat down, Su Wei looked through the coffee varieties in the manual. Casual. Zhang Xiaoxian doesn't like drinking coffee very much, maybe because he doesn't have time or because of his taste, he prefers drinking tea. But his word whatever made Su Wei feel that this man might not even be able to pronounce the name of coffee, and he said whatever to avoid embarrassment. But for her, men like Xiao Bai are the easiest to control, and she is more convinced that her choice is correct. 2 cups of Blue Mountain without sugar, please. After the waiter nodded and left, Zhang Xiaoxian looked at Su Wei. What I just said is actually very clear. You can't possibly agree to my conditions. Why are you still wasting your time? That's not necessarily true. No matter what business it is, how do you know if it can be successful if you don't talk about it? Su Wei raised her eyebrows lightly with a charming look on her face. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoxian felt that the woman in front of him was the type with natural charm. But then again, the other party is a businessman after all, and being able to do this may be a result of acquired experience. And from her mouth, I knew that she was determined to take me down. But Zhang Xiaoxian sneered in his heart, let us see how you respond later, I'm not short of money. 2 years, 5 million a year, how about that? If you're worried, I can transfer the money to you now. Su Wei did not beat around the bush, and the conditions she put forward were definitely not something an ordinary man could refuse. This is also her confidence. Besides, she is not afraid of what the man wants to do to her after marriage. She has learned women's fighting skills and is confident that she can deal with an ordinary man. When the time comes, I'll hire 2 nannies over. Don't you believe he dares to do anything? The conditions have been put forward, and Su Wei is waiting for the surprised expression on the other party's face. Unfortunately, she didn't see anything, which really surprised her. 10 million in 2 years, you can find any man with this kind of talent, but it's a pity that you found me, it seems wrong. Aren't you short of money? Su Wei frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaoxian didn't answer. He looked at the coffee brought by the waiter, took it with both hands, nodded and said thank you. Thank you for the coffee, Ms. Su. But I still say that I can marry you, but I have only one condition. Say, as long as it's not too much. Maybe it's a bit too much for you, but it's a practical necessity for me. Go ahead. You can get married, but you have to be a real couple. That's the only condition. Zhang Xiaoxian took a symbolic sip of coffee. He didn't even have to think about how the other person would answer. But one thing is that no woman would agree to spend her life with a man she picked up from the street, let alone this rich and beautiful woman in front of her. Snort. As expected. Zhang Xiaoxian heard the sneer in the other party's nose and started to stand up. He didn't want to waste too much time on useless people. Just as he was about to get up, a man and a woman walked into the cafe. He knew the woman, she was Zhang Wan's best friend, Yang Xiaofeng. The other party took a quick glance and saw Zhang Xiaoxian, who had just stood up. Ishwan, go to your seat and wait for me. I met someone I know. Well, okay. The man responded very gentlemanly. Zhang Xiaoxian, you are here too? Yang Xiaofeng walked closer, looked at Zhang Xiaoxian, and then fixed her gaze on Su Wei. Boss Su? Who are you? Su Wei didn't know Yang Xiaofeng. Maybe she had met her at the dinner party. But she might be an unimportant person to her, so she subconsciously filtered her out. I am the daughter of Yang Zhang of Zhengyang Group. My name is Yang Xiaofeng. I didn't expect to see you here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yang Xiaofeng stretched out her hand and waited for the other party's response. Su Wei smiled but didn't extend her hand. Oh, it's Miss Yang, what's up? Su Wei didn't know that this woman knew Zhang Xiaoxian, and she thought she came here deliberately to get close to him. To Su Wei, Zhengyang Group was just a small company and the two companies did not have any cooperative relationship, so it was normal that they were not familiar with each other. Yang Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly. She didn't expect that Su Wei was really the famous cult president of Jiangzhou as rumored. Zhang Xiaoxian, do you know Mr. Su? She didn't answer the other party's question directly, but she was able to say Zhang Xiaoxian's name, which means that she didn't come here to get close to you, Su Wei, but to say hello to Zhang Xiaoxian. This makes Su Wei feel like she is being too sentimental. Well, we just met, what's up? He couldn't say he was familiar with Zhang Wan's best friend, nor did they have much interaction with her. After all, he had no status in Zhang Wan's heart, let alone being her best friend. Jiang Shaoxian, this is not right. Wan'er works so hard in the company, and you come out to drink coffee with another woman. If Wan'er finds out, just wait and see how she'll deal with you. This seems to have nothing to do with you. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. After saying this, Yang Xiaofang glared at the two of them and left angrily. Let's go to another place. She came up to her male companion and pulled him to leave. What's wrong, Xiaofang? Who are those two people? A scumbag and a mistress. Oh. The two walked out of the mall, and Yang Xiaofang took out her cell phone and called Zhang Wan. Wan'er. What's wrong, Xiaofang? I met your gigolo husband Jiang Shaoxian at Huatian department store. Guess what he was doing? He was drinking coffee with Su Wei from the Su group. Where is he? When Zhang Wan learned that it was Jiang Shaoxian, she immediately became excited. In Huatian department store. Chapter 6 Jiang Shaoxian is not what you see. Wan'er, where are you going? Han Changfeng, who was queuing up to buy popcorn at the cinema, shouted at Zhang Wan, who was about to leave after answering a phone call. Changfeng, let's watch it another day. I have something urgent to do at the company. Zhang Wan did not tell the truth to the other party. This was the first time she lied to Han Changfeng for another man. She didn't know why, she just felt that Jiang Shaoxian was more important to her now. Maybe it was because she felt uncomfortable with the silence when she returned home at noon. When she thought back to the past, when she went home, Jiang Shaoxian would always ask her what she wanted to eat, and he would specially prepare fruits, homemade drinks, and desserts. But today, the two are really divorced, and that feeling may never come back, and a sense of loss arises from the heart. Especially the word Miss Zhang, which broke her defense. Zhang Wan herself didn't know how she felt about Jiang Shaoxian. All I know is that over the past year, that home has been very warm and just what she had imagined it to be. But when she had all that, she didn't know how to cherish it. Until Han Changfeng came back, she wanted to make that warmth richer again and give an explanation to her former white moonlight. But that previous feeling suddenly changed with the departure of Jiang Shaoxian. When she heard Yang Xiaofang say that she met Jiang Shaoxian and Su Wei drinking coffee together in the mall, she felt very confused. That's why he lied to Han Changfeng. She couldn't wait to meet Jiang Shaoxian and ask him why he was with another woman right after his divorce. She was jealous for no reason, jealous of a man she felt didn't love her. Maybe it's selfish, maybe in her opinion, since she is so outstanding, she should have two men at the same time. One gives her enough love, and the other gives her a warm home. Unfortunately, all this is just an illusion. After leaving the cinema, I drove towards the shopping mall that my best friend mentioned. In the mall, Jiang Shaoxian was about to leave, but Su Wei's words made him sit back down. How do we know if we can really live together if we don't try? Su Wei used her ultimate move, she was really going all out. For more than 20 years, her family was too strict and her marriage partner had already been arranged. But unfortunately, there was no way she would be interested in Lu Bing, who was such a playboy. Even if his Lu family is superior to the Su family, so what? His lifelong happiness must not be ruined by a second-generation rich man. It was also because of this arranged marriage that Su Wei ran from the imperial capital to Jiangzhou, taking over the current company and starting her own career. Over the past 2 years, although she had avoided being forced to marry several times, she knew that she could not avoid it this time. This made him so anxious that he had to find a shield to discuss Lu Bing and make him give up. Maybe this is just her wishful thinking. What the Lu family wants is not a virtuous daughter-in-law, but a marriage between the Su and Lu families. This is a political decision between two behemoths and cannot be decided by two younger generations. In 5 days, Lu Bing will come to Jiangzhou, saying that his family arranged for the two of them to be together to cultivate their relationship. Oh? Su Wei scoffed at this. If she can't find a suitable candidate in a few days, she will be forced to marry Lu Bing. In her heart, even if she wanted to marry an ordinary man who was nothing, she would not be willing to be a victim of this political marriage. I had originally thought of finding a man who was easy to control, and was determined to stop this family's attack no matter how much money it cost. After searching for a long time, he found that only Jiang Shaoxian in front of him was reliable. Strangely enough, after just one look, she felt that Jiang Shaoxian was capable of playing this role. She would have to agree to the conditions given, even if they had to become a real couple. At this time, Jiang Shaoxian was a little confused about what the other party was thinking. Did I reveal a flaw somewhere? Did the other party know my identity? It shouldn't be. Zhang Xiaoxian joined the special team at the age of 16, entered the Maritime Silk Road strategy at the age of 18, and was in charge of the Maritime Silk Road at the age of 24. He has not shown up in Dasha for more than 10 years, and not many people know him. Could it be that this Su Wei is the daughter of a big family in the imperial capital? After thinking about it, there was no one with the surname Su among the families at his level. You are not kidding? Zhang Xiaoxian stared at Su Wei, trying to read her inner thoughts from her expression. Su Wei, never joke when I'm talking about serious matters. Just do as you said. After we get married, I will be your real wife. Leave me your phone number. I'll call you when I get back to prepare. But you must not regret it. Su Wei stood up, and her condescending aura immediately became powerful. Okay. After the two exchanged phone numbers, Su Wei took her bag, put on sunglasses and left. Zhang Xiaoxian wanted to leave, but when he reached the door, he was stopped by the front desk clerk. Hello sir, the total is $636. Damn, this woman is awesome. She treated herself to coffee and even paid for it herself. This woman spoke as if it were true. Could she be trying to trick people into giving her a cup of coffee? Zhang Xiaoxian groaned inwardly. After the two left, Zhang Wankai hurried over. When we arrived at the place Yang Xiaofang mentioned, the place was already empty. I picked up the phone and called the number with the name I had noted, but no one answered. Depressed Zhang Wan returned home dejectedly and sat on the sofa, feeling inexplicably angry. I continued to call, but still no one answered. However, she vaguely heard a bell ringing in Zhang Xiaoxian's room. She was delighted, wondering if Zhang Xiaoxian had returned. She ran to the room she had never been to before and opened the door. It's clean and tidy inside, with a faint scent of tea. The bedding had been put in the closet, and the mobile phone on the bedside table, which she had seen many times, was playing a ringtone. It turns out that he has cut off all contact with me. Zhang Xiaoxian, why are you so cruel? Zhang Wan sat on the bed where Zhang Xiaoxian had slept, imagining that he was still living here. But the picture in my mind was interrupted by a sudden phone call. Hello. Wanner, where are you now? I saw you were in a hurry just now. I was worried that something might happen to you. It's okay, I'm already home. Then I'll come over now. Good. Send me the address. Half an hour later, it was dark and Han Changfeng arrived. Wanner, what happened just now? Seeing the concern of her first love, Zhang Wan felt warm and smiled at him. It's okay, there's something urgent at the company. I'm glad you're okay. Are you hungry? I'd like to order takeout. What do you want to eat? As soon as Han Changfeng took out his cell phone, he saw Zhang Wan shaking her head. I'm not used to eating takeout. Changfeng, can you cook? I want to try your cooking. Han Changfeng blinked and looked embarrassed. He never cooked and didn't want to do those things that women do. Forget it, if you're hungry, just order. I'm not hungry. Zhang Wan saw the other party's dilemma. Then I'll go to the kitchen and take a look. Han Changfeng was also forced to do something. But Zhang Wan on the sofa was expecting him to be like Zhang Xiaoxian. Wanner, there are a lot of delicious foods in the refrigerator. How about heating them up? Zhang Wan thought about how Zhang Xiaoxian had specially cooked a lot of dishes for her last night. I ran to the kitchen, saw my favorite dishes, and then looked at Han Changfeng. It's better to throw away these leftovers. Why, I think it's fine. I said it's over, didn't you understand? Zhang Wan got angry at Han Changfeng for the first time, because these dishes were specially made for her by Zhang Xiaoxian, and only she could enjoy them. Han Changfeng felt a little puzzled. Okay, I'll listen to you. But he already felt some resentment towards Zhang Wan. This time when he came back, he just wanted to use the resources he knew abroad to swallow up the entire Zhang family. After 2 years away, Han Changfeng already has a new love. Her family is in finance, and her father doesn't object to them being together. But there is one condition, which is to pay $10 million, otherwise how can he be worthy of his daughter? So this time he came back to fulfill his promise to his current girlfriend. In order to become the son-in-law of the Smith family and become an enviable person, he must get the $10 million. But Han Changfeng had no assets, so he thought of Zhang Wan. The Zhang family was rich, but Zhang Wan's parents were very angry with him. He openly ran away from the engagement party. They put aside their prejudices and did not mind Han Changfeng for having no money but still marrying their daughter to him, but he stood them up at the engagement party. So we have to take things one step at a time. This time when he comes back, he must first take down Zhang Wan, and then use the power of his girlfriend's family to control the Zhang family. This will also be considered as fulfilling his promise. Thinking of this, Han Changfeng swallowed his anger back into his stomach. After throwing away the food, the two began chatting on the sofa. Han Changfeng compiled his life and studies abroad. But Zhang Wan kept silent about her ex-husband Jiang Shaoxian. Han Changfeng approached the other person while speaking sweet words. He was certain that the other person still loved him deeply. For him, she could divorce her husband, so could she take her down today? The matter has been settled, and the Zhang family is so concerned about their reputation that they will definitely agree to what the two of them want. But when his hand touched the other person's hand, Zhang Wan shrank back. It's getting late, Changfeng. You should go back. Zhang Wan, I came back from abroad for you, and you just chased me away like this? Don't you love me very much? Perhaps he was stimulated by the other party's words, or perhaps he had not tasted a woman for many days. Han Changfeng was a little anxious at this time. The movements also became rough. He hugged Zhang Wan tightly. Wanner, I really love you. I want to use force to get this first love that I have never tasted. Even if she was already married, he didn't care, because he no longer loved her in his heart anyway. Don't be like this, Changfeng. Zhang Wan saw the desire in the man's eyes and knew that resistance would only arouse his desire. Changfeng, I'll give it to you after we get married, but not now. Wanner, I can't wait any longer. You know, I've been waiting for you for 7 years, dating for 5 years, and I've been thinking about you all the time for 2 years abroad. Just when Zhang Wan was about to give up resistance with tears in her eyes, the door suddenly opened. The one who came was Jiang Shaoxian. Who are you? Why did you come in? Han Changfeng was furious as he saw the woman who was so close to him and was about to be in his hands, but was ruined by an uninvited guest. I'm sorry, I forgot to return something to Zhang Wan. If I came at the wrong time, I sincerely apologize. Jiang Shaoxian watched the two people's actions and knew what was going to happen. Jiang Shaoxian, don't leave. It's not what you see. Chapter 7. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet me? What happens between you has nothing to do with me. Jiang Shaoxian threw the jade pendant in his hand onto the table. This is what your father gave me. I didn't find it when I was packing up during the day, so I'm giving it back to you now. After saying this, without waiting for the other party to react, Jiang Shaoxian quickly left the villa. Zhang Wanqing pushed Han Changfeng away in a hurry and chased after him. Jiang Shaoxian, it's not like this. She cried frantically behind him. Even if Jiang Shaoxian heard it, he would not look back after he had already walked far away. Han Changfeng came to the door and grabbed Zhang Wan. He's just your ex-husband, and I'm your boyfriend. What's it to you? Zhang Wan shook off the other person's hand. Because of what happened just now, Zhang Wan felt extremely disgusted with Han Changfeng. You keep saying you love me, is this how you love me? Han Changfeng also lost interest and left after saying a few words. The two men left one after another, and Zhang Wan felt a splitting headache. How so? She herself didn't know why she became like this. Could it be that Jiang Shaoxian had already taken up residence in her heart? She returned to the sofa dejectedly, thinking about how Han Changfeng had just been frivolous with her. I remember that he had never acted like this in the 1 year he had been with Jiang Shaoxian. Even though they were husband and wife, Jiang Shaoxian still treated her with respect. She wondered, if it was Jiang Shaoxian who had pressed down on her just now, would she still resist like that? Maybe. After all, I am still a girl, and I cannot be forced into doing that kind of thing. I can only give it willingly. But he definitely wouldn't hate Han Changfeng as much as he did. Jiang Shaoxian left Aijia Garden without paying much attention to what he had just seen. While walking on the road, I looked back and saw the man who had been with Zhang Wan just now getting into a car. There was also a charming woman beside him, and judging from her clothes, she didn't look like a decent woman. The two seemed to be behaving very intimately. Perhaps out of his love for Zhang Wan over the past year, he took a video and prepared to send it to her. Just as I was about to send a MMS, I realized that Zhang Wan didn't know this number. Forget it, since we've broken up, don't leave any contact information. Will there be a chance to show her what kind of man she has chosen? As soon as I put down my phone, it rang again. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the unfamiliar phone number, Jiang Shaoxian frowned slightly, but the other party's place of origin was Jiangzhou. Could it be Su Wei? Has the decision been made so quickly? Answer the phone. Hello, who is this? He guessed it almost exactly in his mind, but pretended not to know it. Hello, Mr. Jiang? Su Wei spoke cautiously. Are you Su Wei? Well, I've already thought about it and drafted a contract. If you have time, you can come to the 9th villa of Shanju Yash to find me and we can discuss it. It's getting late today, let's do it tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoxian said and hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to speak. Women just can't be too submissive. Su Wei was a little confused. What was this man afraid of? She had let go of her reserve by inviting a man to her place, but he was still not happy about it. In fact, Su Wei was so anxious because time was too tight. The land troops are coming soon. If we don't prepare well, how will we have time to deal with it when the time comes? Forget it. After all, Su Wei is the daughter of a big family. It is impossible for her to bow her head and demand something from a man. The next day, Zhang Xiaoxian didn't have to get up early to make breakfast for Zhang Wan, so he slept until 10 o'clock. When I got up, I saw 2 missed calls on my phone, both from Su Wei. It's actually easy to understand, because only Su Wei knows this number. Look at the time of the calls. One was at 7:10 in the morning and the other was at 7:30 in the morning. This woman got up quite early. After pressing the button, a ringtone came from the phone. After a while the call was connected. Miss Su, what do you want to see me about so early? I was hoping you could come over and see what needs to be changed in the contract regarding what I told you yesterday. Okay, wait till I get dressed, wash up, and have breakfast, then I'll go over there. Is it too late? Zhang Xiaoxian, I don't have to have you, but if you lose this opportunity, I'm afraid you will regret it for the rest of your life. Su Wei guessed that the other party was playing hard to get, and her tone became unfriendly. But Zhang Xiaoxian thought that this woman was sick. She wanted to marry a strange man and even agreed to the conditions yesterday? But even if the other party agreed, he wouldn't believe it. Whatever you want. The other party's voice was cold. Zhang Xiaoxian couldn't help but feel unhappy to be lectured like this early in the morning. Replying back without giving the other person a chance to speak more. Get dressed, wash, eat, and proceed slowly as he says. It was not until 12 o'clock in the afternoon that he slowly took a taxi to the place Su Wei mentioned. It's really the young master's body and the commoner's life. Su Wei made sarcastic remarks when she saw Zhang Xiaoxian for the first time. You can't blame others for your good fortune. You can only blame yourself for being so popular with women. One woman left just before her and another one came right after her. Who can you complain to? I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic. In Su Wei's heart, she thinks Zhang Xiaoxian is still a person who likes to brag. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxian, whose performance was completely different from yesterday, she felt a little regretful. Why did she choose such a man? But what can be done now? After all, Lu Bing is a wolf, and the one in front of him is just a dog. It's called confidence. Su Wei didn't want to engage in these meaningless arguments with him. Look, this is the contract I drafted last night. If there's anything inappropriate, we can discuss it. As he said this, he placed a thin A4 paper that he had prepared long ago in front of Zhang Xiaoxian. 1 million a month, Miss Su is really generous. Have you forgotten the conditions I mentioned yesterday? Zhang Xiaoxian threw the paper on the coffee table and stared at Su Wei like a hungry wolf. Impossible, I can't agree to your conditions. The toad wants to eat swan flesh, and this man has quite a big appetite. Okay then. Zhang Xiaoxian didn't want to waste any more time and stood up to leave. I thought a miracle would happen, but now it seems that I was overthinking. It was understandable that Su Wei refused. If she agreed, Zhang Xiaoxian would think there was something wrong. Su Wei didn't stop her. No matter what, it was impossible for her to spend her whole life with him. Besides, the Su and Lu families would never notice Zhang Xiaoxian's existence. Just as Zhang Xiaoxian was about to open the door, Su Wei's phone rang. It was my mother Lin Wanru who called. What? He will be here tomorrow. What on earth is the Lu family going to do? I've already told you that I already have a man and I don't need him. This is what your father and I mean. Unless the man you find is more powerful than Lu Bing, then I agree that you two can be together. Su Wei's mother didn't say anything definite. A mother would certainly hope that her daughter would marry the person she likes, but as the daughter of a large family, how many of them can decide their own marriage? She had no choice. Given the conditions just given, if the man was better than Lu Bing and had a better family background than the Lu family, she would naturally not object. In this society, strength is the key. After all, the two families have only verbally discussed the marriage, and things are still in progress. Moreover, this matter has not been widely spread, and no moral constraints have been formed, so nothing has been concluded. Su Wei frowned. Didn't they say it would take a few days? Why did it suddenly come early? Mom, the man your daughter found must be much more powerful than Lu Bing. Forget it. I'll hang up first. Su Wei looked at Zhang Xiaoxian, who was about to push the door open and leave. She had no idea what to do. Is this right or wrong? That was the young master of the Lu family, and he was just an ordinary man. If he took his anger out on the Lu family, he would definitely be in danger of death. But what can I do? Am I forced to surrender? In the end, the kindness in my heart defeated the so-called happiness. I didn't try to stop Zhang Xiaoxian from leaving. This was good for him. Although she offered a huge reward to find a man, Su Wei would feel better if the other party was willing to take risks for money. All of Su Wei's phone calls were heard by Zhang Xiaoxian. You really don't need me? He turned around and asked kindly. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet me? Su Wei's face was cold and she burst into anger. Her anger was not only because of Zhang Xiaoxian's idea, but also because of her helplessness about this marriage. Zhang Xiaoxian shrugged, raised the corners of his mouth, and sat back on the sofa. Yes, I'm nothing, but what's wrong with coveting you? You're so pretty, and your family seems to be quite rich, isn't that okay? Zhang Xiaoxian crossed his legs and looked at Su Wei with a bit more aggressive eyes. Chapter 8 I used to only give, but now I want to be more domineering. Get out of here. Su Wei stood up and pointed at the door and spoke sternly. You call me here, and I come here right away. If you tell me to go out, I have to go out. Aren't you too self-righteous? Zhang Xiaoxian didn't move. He spread his hands on both sides of the sofa back, crossed his legs and looked at the woman in front of him. It's time to find someone to vent the temper that has been suppressed for a year. The two of them stared at each other, and at this moment, Su Wei's phone rang again. When she picked it up, she saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so she answered it without thinking twice. Since we are a business, it is normal that some customers' phone numbers do not have notes. Hello, who is this? Su Wei, I'm Lu Bing. I'll be in Zhengzhou early tomorrow morning. Wait for me. What are you doing here? I have made my decision clear to my parents. They will never agree to marry you. Just give up on this idea. It seems like this is beyond our control, but I don't care. Everyone knows that Su Wei, the daughter of the Su family in the imperial capital, is the woman of the Mino celestial fairy. It's actually something I'd love to have. This has nothing to do with you because I'm already married. Listening to Lu Bing's teasing and seeing Zhang Xiaoxian's insolence, he finally chose the latter. Don't just find a man to deal with me. It will hurt him and you. And I've also investigated. Let alone getting married, you haven't even had a boyfriend. Believe it or not. Su Wei didn't want to listen to the other party's nonsense anymore and hung up the phone directly. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxian, he gritted his teeth and said, Are you afraid of death? How do you mean? It's still early, come with me to get the certificate. He didn't care about Zhang Xiaoxian's opinion and didn't care about the outcome. After Su Wei finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoxian looked at the time and it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so they could indeed get the certificate. Won't you regret being so hasty? Zhang Xiaoxian kindly reminded. I agree to your terms, but there is one thing you need to think about clearly. You have to be alive to enjoy it. The enjoyment she mentioned naturally refers to her person. Imperial capital Lu family, I've been back for a year and haven't done anything big, but now it seems to be getting interesting. Su Wei didn't understand what he meant, but it seemed that the other party had no idea about these big families in the imperial capital. You have to know that those beings can make a person disappear at any time. The two of them took the documents needed for their marriage, and Su Wei drove her red Ferrari towards the Zhengzhou Civil Affairs Bureau. Getting married is actually very simple. As long as the formalities are complete and both parties are willing, it will naturally be quite fast. When they came out again, they had changed their identities. I didn't expect you were a second marriage? Su Wei frowned slightly when she heard the news. You didn't ask. My first wife was also in a contract marriage. I didn't have any relationship with her. I'm a little curious, what kind of person is your ex-wife? Sitting in the car, perhaps because he was worried about the trouble that would occur after Lu Bing's arrival, he chatted casually with Jiang Shaoxian to relieve stress. Her name is Zhang Wan. Su Wei felt somewhat familiar with this name. Could it be Zhang Wan from the Zhang group? Right. Humph, Jiang Shaoxian, since we're married, you'd better stop bragging. You don't believe it? Forget it, just remember what I just said. For Su Wei, it doesn't matter whether he is married or who he is married to. She was still worried about how she would respond when the landing troops arrived. Even if the two of them get married now, it may not be useful to them. Back at the villa, Su Wei threw a bunch of spare keys to Jiang Shaoxian. Take this. You will live here from now on. Also, your relatives had better not disturb me, otherwise don't blame me for getting angry. She understood that some poor people, after marrying up with rich people, would always think of showing off their poor relatives, which would end up in a miserable state. Okay, I'll listen to you. But in fact, I have to be willing to invite you. Jiang Shaoxian said indifferently. It would be strange if his parents thought highly of the Su family. If Su Wei really lived with him, the one he would worry about would not be her, but how Jiang Shaoxian would explain it to his family. See if they can accept this daughter-in-law. After all, compared with the Jiang family and the Su family, they are the real behemoths. Jiang Shaoxian Jianlong is the only son in 3 generations and will be the future head of the Jiang family. Thinking of this, Jiang Shaoxian didn't care anymore and decided to complete the old man's task first. After staying in the country for a long time, I really want to return to the maritime Silk Road to do something big. He didn't want a romantic relationship here. I told you not to brag, okay? Okay. Jiang Shaoxian raised his hand without explaining. This room is yours, please clean it up yourself. Su Wei said, pointing to a guest room on the first floor. I still have to go to the company, you should familiarize yourself first. Jiang Shaoxian nodded slightly. Su Wei moved quickly. After she finished speaking, she opened the door, went out and drove away. Jiang Shaoxian walked around the whole house and found a huge bedroom on the second floor, where the quilt had not been folded yet. He thought, this should be Su Wei's room. When he walked in, there was a faint smell of perfume. The extra-large bed was soft, and Jiang Shaoxian sat on it and felt it. I don't know what he was thinking, but an unpredictable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you feel it carefully, you can still smell the scent of Su Wei. This smell was smelled when the two of them were taking their ID photos just now because they were too close. On the other side of the bed, there is a big doll, which is very cute. You don't have to be here anymore, because I'm here. Putting the doll on a chair aside, Jiang Shaoxian walked out of the villa. Now that he had a home, it was time to check out of the hotel room. When checking out, I met the same front desk lady again. When she left, she took the initiative to add Jiang Shaoxian's contact information. Jiang Shaoxian smiled at her with a sunny look on his face, I'm already married. After saying that, he walked away. He returned home and started cooking, just like he did before at Zhang Wan's house, making the first dinner for his new wife. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Su Wei returned, dragging her tired body. Honey, you're back? It was the same greeting, but the recipient was a different one. I heard a man I didn't know call me like this. Su Wei felt somewhat uncomfortable. I wanted to refute but didn't have the energy to say it. Su Wei still had that beautiful but cold look on her face. She put on slippers, threw her bag on the coffee table, and plopped down on the sofa. It seemed that she was really tired this afternoon. Can I help you massage it? Thank you, but no thanks. Su Wei refused, of course. She was not used to a strange man touching her. Lying on the sofa, he took a long breath, and suddenly smelled the fragrance of food. He looked at Jiang Shaoxian again, can you cook? Of course I have learned a lot in this year. What did you learn? Su Wei asked curiously. I can do everything needed for home life, such as laundry, cooking, massage, planting, nursing, and repairs. Su Wei sighed softly. What use are these to her now? Okay, you're very good. He let out another long breath and said a few words expressionlessly. After entering the house, Su Wei sighed repeatedly. She didn't know what had happened to Jiang Shaoxian that made her so helpless. Su Wei came to the dining table, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Not bad, I didn't expect your cooking to be quite delicious. That's right. When talking about cooking, Jiang Shaoxian immediately became proud. You haven't eaten yet? No. Let's go together. Good. The two chatted casually and got to know each other. After dinner, Su Wei prepared to rest. But when he returned to the room, he saw that his doll had been put somewhere else. Ah, Jiang Shaoxian, have you been to my room? Su Wei ran to the stairs and yelled at Jiang Shaoxian, who was cleaning up downstairs. What's wrong? Isn't that my room too? Who said it's yours? Didn't I tell you that that room is yours? Su Wei said, pointing to the customer service on the first floor. Jiang Shaoxian put down the work in his hands and walked step by step to Su Wei. I also told you that we can get married and be a real couple, and you agreed. Is it too late to regret it now? Who promised you? Su Wei avoided his gaze and didn't dare to look directly at him. Indeed, she wanted to regret it. But I never expected that this man would have such a powerful aura when he approached me. Ha, it's not up to you now. At least before the divorce, you are my woman. Tonight. Of course, you can object. What exactly do you want? Su Wei felt a little flustered as she watched Jiang Shaoxian getting closer and closer to her. Should she really tell him? You're dreaming. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered that she had learned women's fighting skills. In the past, when she encountered drunk men harassing her at home, she could easily knock them down. Thinking of this, I am no longer nervous. He kicked out quickly, attacking Jiang Shaoxian's vital parts. Jiang Shaoxian grabbed Su Wei's calf. The two started fighting at the bedroom door. Unfortunately, within 3 moves, Jiang Shaoxian successfully pinned Su Wei to the bed, unable to move. Who are you? What do you do? Su Wei didn't expect that a man she just picked up would be so powerful. I'm your husband, a remarried man. Also, I didn't come to you on purpose, you found me. Real? Yes, of course. Then let me go. That won't do. You just kicked me and almost killed me off. How can I not give you some compensation? Ah, what do you want to do? Looking at the man's lips slowly approaching, Su Wei struggled continuously. As she was shouting, her outer garment was taken off, and then 2 more pieces of clothing were taken off. Ah, no, Jiang Shaoxian, I will kill you. Then I'll wait. With his first wife Sang Wan, he learned to give with all his heart, but for his second wife, he naturally had to change his approach and be a little more domineering. Su Wei was pinned down so tightly that she had no strength to resist. I could only pray, Jiang Shaoxian, please don't be like this. I will give it to you when I am ready. Chapter 9. I am Su Wei's husband. Sometimes, you can't trust what women say. Jiang Shaoxian did not stop what he was doing after he finished speaking. However, Su Wei no longer resisted as before and just lay quietly on the bed, allowing the other party to toss her around. When the two of them were speaking frankly to each other, a tear slid from the corner of Su Wei's eye and fell onto the bed. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to accept it? Jiang Shaoxian said. Su Wei tilted her head to one side, bit her lips tightly and closed her eyes, her body involuntarily tensed. She didn't say a word, she only thought that after the matter with Lu Bing was over, she would wipe the man off this world. She waited for that moment to come, but felt that Jiang Shaoxian seemed to have no further action. Suddenly she felt a quilt covering her body, and the man held her and lay down on the side. Jiang Shaoxian, don't let me look down on you. If you have the ability, come here. I'm different from you. I don't like dolls. Having said that, Jiang Shaoxian let go of the other person and closed his eyes. Under the quilt, 2 people were talking to each other honestly. Su Wei opened her eyes and saw that the other person seemed to be about to fall asleep, so she kicked him angrily. Ah, you women are crazy? Jiang Shaoxian, you bastard, what is this? Are you sick? Either you take me, or don't do anything. Jiang Shaoxian lay back down on the bed. That's what you said. Yes, I, Su Wei, have said and promised you that I will be your wife after we get married. Come on. As Su Wei spoke, she lifted the quilt covering her body. The flawless woman was fully displayed in front of Jiang Shaoxian. You really don't regret it. I didn't expect a grown man like you to be so fussy. Su Wei was willing to take the risk and took the initiative clumsily. Jiang Shaoxian naturally would not disappoint the beautiful woman. He returned to Su Wei, looked at her cold and slightly shy face, and gently kissed her on the mouth. My dear, you are so beautiful. I promise you that as long as you are sincere to me, I will give you the whole world as a gift. Su Wei didn't understand what the other party meant and just wanted it to be over quickly. In fact, it is much better to give him a license than to give it to Lu Bing. Thinking it didn't matter, she nodded slightly and looked at the other person. Zhang Xiaoxian was very gentle, and Su Wei slowly let down all her guard. Zhang Xiaoxian, Lu Bing will be here tomorrow. If you want to live well in the future, leave early tomorrow morning. After tonight, Zhang Xiaoxian will be the first man in Su Wei's life. Su Wei, who has never been in love since she was a child, doesn't want to see her first man disappear from this world quietly. Are you worried about me? Yes, I don't want to see you die. You mean the Lu family? You don't understand because you are standing in a different position from us. Wife, you are so beautiful. Not only do you have this peerless face, but your heart is also beautiful. As your man, I have the obligation to protect you. Don't worry, after tomorrow I will take you to the imperial capital, and I will see who dares to oppose me being with you. Listening to Su Wei's concern, Zhang Xiaoxian felt for the first time that this woman might be worth his efforts. Su Wei was a little stunned. These words were indeed enough to move her, but unfortunately in her heart the other party was just talking nonsense. The two of them didn't say anything else. Now that things had come to this, everything was a natural outcome. It was a crazy night, and it was not until near noon the next day that Su Wei slowly opened her eyes. When I looked back, Zhang Xiaoxian was no longer around. Humph, it seems you are still scared. But this is okay. Let's go, the farther the better. Looking at the bright red on the bedsheet, she did not regret it. At least she didn't have to give her most precious thing to that scumbag Lu Bing. Wife, wake up. Breakfast is already ready, but you are still sleeping. Su Wei didn't expect that Zhang Xiaoxian didn't leave. When she was about to get up and get dressed, the door was opened. Looking at the smiling man in an apron, a sudden sweetness and touch of emotion rose in my heart. You didn't leave? He covered himself subconsciously and asked curiously. This is my home, where else can I go? Aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? Die. Death, of course I'm afraid of that. Then you still dare to stay? I am afraid of death, but I am not afraid of the Lu family. Would you mind stopping your boasting? No bragging, you'll find out soon enough. Just as the two were chatting, Su Wei's phone rang. She looked down and saw that it was Lu Bing calling again. You go out for a while, I'll get dressed. She didn't rush to answer the phone, but asked Zhang Xiaoxian to go out first. Honey, I'll be sad if you do this. We saw and did everything last night, and you're still avoiding me? It's up to you. Su Wei blushed and slowly moved the quilt away. Hee, you are so beautiful. Alright, you've seen enough and you can leave now. Lu Bing should be here by now. It's too late to regret now. I have no regrets towards you. Oh, I hope you can say that later. He got dressed and went out. At this time, the phone that had been hung up rang again. This time she picked up. Lu Bing, I told you last night that I'm already married. You don't need to waste your time anymore. Ha, I want to see who dares to marry you. I'm already in your company, I hope you can come soon, otherwise I'll call my future father-in-law and mother-in-law and explain everything to them. By then, I think you won't be able to keep your company. What Lu Bing said was indeed correct. Su Wei's company in Jiangzhou naturally grew from a small company by utilizing the Su family's connections and resources. If her father really used her company as a bargaining chip for marriage, no matter how persistent she was, there was no hope of keeping the company. In the past few days, my mother has mentioned several times that she wants to take back the Jiangzhou company. You. Before Su Wei could finish her words, the phone was snatched away by Zhang Xiaoxian. Hello, I'm Su Wei's husband. I heard your name is Lu Bing, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't bother my wife again, or you won't be able to afford it if I get angry. Who are you and why are you with Su Wei? Lu Bing was immediately shocked when he heard a man's voice on the other end of the phone. He really didn't expect that the husband Su Wei was talking about really existed. Okay, wait for me. The call has been hung up by Zhang Xiaoxian. Zhang Xiaoxian, you are looking for death. Su Wei listened to what was said and it was too late to protect him now. Don't worry about whether he lives or dies. I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to live with me or marry him? Of course I don't want to marry him. Su Wei glanced at the arrogant Zhang Xiaoxian. She didn't answer directly, but she also gave an answer, or it seemed like she didn't give an answer either. Because rejecting someone does not necessarily mean agreeing to him. So that means you choose me? Well, now listen to your man and eat breakfast, and then I will take you to solve this problem. Cut. Su Wei shook her head, feeling confused and not knowing what would happen next. But she really couldn't bear to watch Jiang Shaoxian disappear. After all, he was her first man. I have no appetite, you eat it. Well, I'll go to the company with you after dinner. I want to see what this Lu Bing is capable of. Then you eat first. After saying this, Su Wei turned around and went back to her room, and reluctantly called her father Su Changsheng. Dad, I'm really married. I definitely won't marry Lu Bing. If you don't believe me, check out VX. Su Wei sent their marriage certificate to her father via VX. Looking at their marriage certificate, Su Changqi's blood boiled. You are just kidding. Do you think it will work if you just find a random man to act out this scene? Dad, what I said is true. We became husband and wife yesterday. Whether you like it or not, he is my husband. What did you say? Do you want to die? I want to see what you, a pretty boy, can do to touch my daughter, Su Changsheng. Dad, what do you want to do? Chapter 10, Meeting the Parents-in-Law in the Capital. Now I give you two choices. First, bring your so-called man back to the imperial capital. I want to see what kind of person he is who dares to possess my daughter, Su Changsheng. Second. Su Changsheng's voice suddenly stopped, and he suddenly felt powerless in his heart. They are already married and sleeping together. Even if the Lu family doesn't mind, what's the point of marrying them? It will only bring you no benefits and cause trouble. Besides, I would never agree to such a thing happening. No matter what, Su Wei is his precious daughter, and he definitely loves her. He knew Lu Bing's character, but it was because the Lu family was able to suppress the Su family and control some of the Su family's resources. For the future of the entire family, Su Changsheng could only compromise. But now that things have come to this, nothing can be done. However, Su Changsheng was curious about what kind of man his daughter was looking for, and why he dared to wade into such muddy water. What's the second option? Are you asking me to die? Su Wei was equally excited and resisted her father. As a child of the Su family, everyone seems to envy her, but she does not have the right to choose her own marriage. Oh, forget it. Let's bring him back and have a look. I won't make things difficult for him. Su Changsheng sighed and compromised. Su Wei was a little surprised when she heard that. Real? No one knows a son better than his father. In order not to marry Lu Bing, you just found a random guy to marry you. If I force you to do that, I will end up sending you off with nothing. How could Su Changsheng, who was in a high position, not understand his daughter's determination, and naturally he also understood her character? Okay then. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. I know that if I take Jiang Shaoxian to see his father, the worst that can happen is divorce. If they really meet Lu Bing, not only Jiang Shaoxian but also the Su family will be in danger. What's wrong, wife? What did your father-in-law say? Seeing Su Wei's hesitation after hanging up the phone, Jiang Shaoxian asked. My dad wants to see you. That's great. I'll be able to meet my parents-in-law soon. I'm a little nervous for some reason. Jiang Shaoxian smiled playfully, not showing any nervousness at all. Isn't he worried at all? In Jiang Shaoxian's mind, as long as the woman is willing, he will take care of everything else. Su Wei rolled her eyes at him, said nothing more, and began to pack up her belongings. So urgent? Su Wei frowned and said, Lu Bing has arrived. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble if you meet him. He, are you concerned about me? Get lost. Su Wei was in no mood to joke with him. Just as she went out, Su Wei thought of something. Lu Bing was still in the company, and she couldn't let him mess up the company, so she took out her cell phone and called him. Lu Bing, I will go back to the capital now and make it clear to my family that I will never agree to this marriage. Going back to the imperial capital? Then we'll wait and see. Lu Bing threatened on the phone. In Lu Bing's opinion, Su Wei would never be able to escape from his grasp, and he didn't care about her meaningless struggles. After hanging up the phone, Su Wei felt confused. She knew what was the point of doing more. She had been fighting against this marriage ever since she learned about it, and it had been 2 years. As soon as Lu Bing came back, all her efforts went back to square one. Thinking of all this, Su Wei, who was physically and mentally exhausted and had experienced sex for the first time last night, felt a little uncomfortable. She held the key and said to Jiang Shaoxian, Can you drive? Yes. Jiang Shaoxian took the key and opened the driver's door. The Ferrari started and headed straight for the capital of Daxia. Zhangzhou is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the imperial capital, and it would take more than 10 hours even if you drive on the highway all the way. The earliest we could reach the imperial capital was after 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Xiaoxian, drive slower. It's already 140 kilometers h. Su Wei looked at the speedometer, feeling a little scared. It's so late, won't your parents be asleep? No, he said he would wait for us if he wanted to see you. If you're worried, I'll give them another call. After saying that, he picked up the phone and called his father. Hey, is your man afraid to come? After receiving the call, Su Changxing thought that Zhang Xiaoxian had chosen to escape. Dad, you underestimate him too much. He heard that you wanted to meet him, and he was driving to the capital eagerly. Haha, that's interesting. What time can you arrive? Su Wei looked at the time. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Her mind raced, probably another 8 or 9 hours. Okay, I'll wait. After hanging up the phone, Su Changxing looked at his wife beside him and said, "Oh, this man is quite courageous. He actually dared to go straight to the imperial capital." Alas, Changsheng, I think our daughter is determined not to marry Lu Bing. Lin Wanru sighed. As for this man, everyone knew that he was found temporarily just to deal with this marriage. Naturally, they didn't take some of the words seriously. It doesn't matter whether she gets married or not, but she can't just find a man to give herself to, right? What if the other party has other intentions? It's coming soon, so you can take a closer look. If it doesn't work, give him some money and ask them to get a divorce. Su Changxing nodded heavily. This is the only way. On the highway, Su Wei seemed a little nervous and kept looking at the sunny and tough Zhang Xiaoxian in the rearview mirror from time to time. Zhang Xiaoxian, what do your parents do? Since they are really married and I have given myself to him, it is reasonable for me to get to know him better. Zhang Xiaoxian was overjoyed when she heard this. The fact that she asked this showed that she wanted to live with him. Unlike Zhang Wan, after a year of marriage, her husband didn't even know about the existence of his parents and never asked about them. I thought he was some wild man who came out of some mountain valley. My family is also in the imperial capital. I'll take you to meet them tomorrow. You are also from the imperial capital? Su Wei was a little bit unbelieving. Why don't you sound like him? Kind of, but not quite. Maybe I've been out for too long. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoxian inexplicably missed his family, his parents, and his grandparents. I don't know if their hair has turned gray now. Although they sometimes video chat with each other, it is definitely only a few times a year. After all, his job does not allow him to contact his family too much. Where do you live? I'll keep this a secret for now, but don't be disgusted when you get there. My house is quite old. Won't. Su Wei imagined Zhang Xiaoxian's family in her mind. Maybe they were somewhere outside the 6th Ring Road, living in an old neighborhood. But it didn't matter. As long as she could get rid of the Lu family this time she went back, it would be fine. As for their marriage, it depends on fate. In Su Wei's mind, giving her body to you does not mean that she will be with you for the rest of her life. She is not that traditional. On the other side, Lu Bing learned that Su Wei was on her way back to the imperial capital, so he drove towards the imperial capital without delay. The sky gradually darkened, the car had already driven most of the way out, and it would take another 3 hours to see my family. Su Wei became more and more nervous, but Zhang Xiaoxian was somewhat expectant. As for the Su family, I'm afraid they will feel that they are out of their reach by then. Su Wei, are you hungry? Zhang Xiaoxian looked at the rearview mirror and found that the woman had fallen asleep. Looking at the delicate face, Zhang Xiaoxian smiled slightly. No matter what, she is his woman now, and a woman is blank as a sheet of paper. I heard her say that she has never been in love. As long as she is sincere, Zhang Xiaoxian will be responsible for her and will not regret it. It was 9 o'clock when the car got off the highway and arrived in the imperial capital. Wife, wake up. Su Wei was woken up and she looked at the bustling neighborhood outside. What's wrong? Are we there yet? Yes, we have arrived in the imperial capital. How do I get to your home? Just navigate to Liyuan Villa. Good. According to the navigation, there are still more than 30 kilometers to go. Rest first, I'll call you when we get there. When we arrived at the gate of Liyuan Villa, we knew that our car was an internal vehicle and could enter smoothly. However, there is another access control system further inside the high-end villa area. Hello sir, Who are you looking for? Which building is Su Changqing's home in? When Jiang Shaoxian asked this, the security guard immediately became alert. The owners inside are either rich or noble, and they know everyone who comes in and out. Even after passing the first door, they still have to ask clearly for the safety of the owners. Wait a moment. The security guard entered the security booth, picked up the phone and called Su Changsheng. Mr. Su, the license plate JA54637 said he wants to see you. Got it. Let's ask them to come in. Are they my daughter and her friends? The security guard ran out to take a look, and indeed there was a woman sleeping in the back of the car. Upon closer inspection, he could tell that the beautiful face was none other than Su Wei. Well. Please come in, sir. The security guard let him in. Normally, these security guards always dream of being noticed by a rich girl and having a counterattack. The person they fantasize about the most is Su Wei, because she is the most beautiful woman in the entire opera house. At this time Su Wei also woke up. Are we there yet? Right. Arrived at the door of villa number 18, Li Yuan Villa. Jiang Shaoxian got out of the car and opened the door for Su Wei. There was already someone waiting at the door. Su Wei got off the car, and a man in his 50s wearing a tang suit walked over. Miss, you are back. The master is waiting for you inside. Okay, got it, Uncle Wei. Jiang Shaoxian on the side looked up at the Su family villa. The main villa has 5 floors, and there are 2 3-story villas next to it, all in the same yard. There are rockery, gardens, and lawns in the courtyard. The whole yard looks to be 1 hectare in size. After all, they are rich people, and their house is different. It is much more luxurious than the one Jiang Shaoxian's parents live in. Sir, the lady has already gone in. Aren't you going in with her? Uncle Wei was obviously wary of Jiang Shaoxian's sudden appearance. Seeing that he didn't move forward, he thought he was scared. Yeah, okay. Jiang Shaoxian nodded and followed Su Wei towards the middle villa. Hurry up. Su Wei turned back and urged. Here comes my wife. The two followed Uncle Wei in front and behind. Su Wei took the initiative to hold Jiang Shaoxian's hand. Wife. Don't be so playful, I'm just showing it to my parents, don't think too much about it. Clear. At the gate of the villa, there were 2 bodyguard-like men standing there. Jiang Shaoxian looked at them and shook his head inwardly. It seemed that they were trying to intimidate him. Is it necessary to do this? Hello, young lady. You guys go down. Su Wei also frowned. It seemed that her father did this on purpose to scare Jiang Shaoxian. However, when she glanced at Jiang Shaoxian out of the corner of her eye, the other party seemed to not care. This man really couldn't see it. Dad, Mom. After being away for half a year, Su Wei finally saw her parents. It was a lie to say that she didn't miss them. When she said she wanted to go out, it was actually just a momentary angry remark. Oh, you've been gone for more than half a year and didn't even come back to see us. Lin Wanru looked at her daughter and scolded. Jiang Shaoxian looked at his mother-in-law. The other person is in his early 50s, but looks no different from a man in his 30s, and his figure and appearance are the kind that would bring disaster to the country and the people. Mom. Jiang Shaoxian called Lin Wanru Mom as soon as he opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru looked at Jiang Shaoxian, frowned and did not respond, which clearly meant that it was not yet time to acknowledge the son-in-law. Are you the man my daughter is looking for? Su Changsheng, who was drinking tea on the sofa, spoke. Yes, hello, Dad. Stop shouting and come sit down. Su Changsheng pointed to the small stool opposite him, a small wooden stool that servants usually used to work on. It seemed that it was specially prepared for him. Chapter 11. This is not up to you. Okay. Jiang Shaoxian sat obediently on the small stool, even though there was a comfortable sofa behind him. Who said the man opposite is his father-in-law? Their relationship went sour when they first met, and every meeting after that was awkward. Xiaowei, let's go upstairs and talk. Lin Wanru took her daughter's hand and walked upstairs. She understood that her husband wanted to know about Jiang Shaoxian's situation. If it's okay, then it's fine. But if the gap is too big, just like we discussed in the afternoon, give the other party some money and ask him to leave Su Wei. How old are you this year? Su Changsheng asked, as only the nominal father-in-law and son-in-law were left in the living room. I'm 28 this year. Su Changsheng nodded. She looked similar to his daughter, but it was okay that she was 2 years older. What do you do now? I work at the Heisey Group. Maritime Silk Road Group? Su Changsheng frowned slightly. Su Changsheng thought about the Heisey company for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He didn't know what kind of company it was. What is your main business? Foreign trade and construction. Jiang Shaoxian did not explain in detail, but this is the fact. Oh, how's your income? When he asked this question, no matter how much the other party said, it would be a trap. It's not much, 30,000 a month, but I'm going to be promoted and get a raise soon. Jiang Shaoxian said with a proud look on his face. Upon hearing about the salary, Su Changsheng's face turned gloomy. 30,000 a month was very good for ordinary people, but for aristocratic families like them, it was simply unacceptable. But what he wants is for the other party to fall into the trap. What do your parents do? Su Changsheng frowned slightly. My parents are in their 50s and also work ordinary jobs. There is also my father-in-law. I am the only one in my family, so there is no pressure. Jiang Shaoxian smiled and answered half-jokingly. Although it seemed humorous, in Su Changsheng's eyes, this man's IQ was worrying. Jiang Shaoxian, right? You don't need to call me father-in-law. If your situation is as you said, do you think you are a good match for my Su Wei? Su Changsheng was intimidating without being angry. I think it's pretty good. Jiang Shaoxian replied immediately after his eyes rolled. Knowing that the other party is out to make things difficult for you no matter what, why not just have some fun and see who can outplay whom? Su Changsheng didn't know what the other party was thinking. I just wonder how this man has no self-awareness at all and how he is worthy of my daughter. Can a rich lady worth tens of billions and an ordinary person like you who earns a fixed salary be considered a good match? Jiang Shaoxian, how about this? I'll pay you 10 million and you divorce my daughter. It seemed like they were discussing, but in fact, they had made a decision and would not allow the other party to refute it. No. Jiang Shaoxian shook his head without even thinking and gave a negative answer. Humph, why? Su Changsheng snorted coldly with an angry look. Because Su Wei and I are husband and wife, this is not a joke. This is not up to you. Suddenly Su Changsheng stood up, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Mr. Su, are you doing Su Wei a favor by making her a victim of your politics? I think you should respect her choice. After all, she is the victim in this matter. Su Changsheng knew what he said, but compared with the rise and fall of the entire Su family, personal happiness was nothing. Are you preaching to me? Maybe these words are offensive from my current position, but I have to say them. Jiang Shaoxian didn't want to beat around the bush. No matter what he said, the other party wouldn't listen. Unless you use your power to suppress others, everything will be in vain. But how much sincerity can there be in a marriage that is forced upon you? Do you think you are very capable by saying this? Boy, let me tell you, the same words will sound different when spoken by different people. If you don't have the ability, these words are just nonsense. Maybe you're right. Jiang Shaoxian could see that nothing could be changed by just talking. The two of them talked tit for tat. Upstairs, Su Wei and Lin Wanru were also talking about Jiang Shaoxian. Did you really have a relationship with that Jiang Shaoxian? Lin Wanru asked worriedly. Su Wei lowered her head and nodded slightly. Why don't you be more reserved? Do you know him well? What if he is a liar? Mom, I didn't think that much. I had no choice but to do it because you forced me to marry Lu Bing. Su Wei pouted, looking innocent. Alas, it's my parents' fault. They sacrificed your happiness for the sake of this family, but what should we do now? What's going on between you and him? Do you want to continue living like this, or do you want to separate after things are over? Su Wei didn't know what to choose next, and she had no idea at all. I didn't know how to answer my mother's question. For Jiang Shaoxian, there is no question of love. The two have only known each other for 3 days. Although they had sex last night, that was a choice she made under duress. By the way, did that really happen to you? Lin Wanru asked, still unwilling to give up. Yes. Su Wei didn't know why her mother kept asking this. Speaking of this, Su Wei suddenly remembered that the two of them didn't seem to take any measures last night. Mom, do you think I can get pregnant if I do it this time? She blushed, like a child who had done something wrong. You didn't take any measures? Su Wei nodded in panic. Yesterday, she was driven away by one sentence after another, so she had no time to think about anything else. It should still be in time. I'll ask someone to buy you some medicine tomorrow morning. If you two can't make it, you can't have the child. Su Wei was not sure what would happen in the future. Just as the mother said, if nothing happens between her and Jiang Shaoxian, the child will become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. I don't know how the two of them talked about it. Downstairs, Su Changxing finished his last sip of tea. Jiang Shaoxian curled his lips. The new son-in-law came and didn't even give him a cup of tea. Alas! Is this the Su family's way of entertaining guests? Forget it, a real man doesn't care about these details. Su Changsheng glanced at Jiang Shaoxian out of the corner of his eye and understood what he meant. Thirsty? I had been traveling all the way without preparing anything in advance, so I didn't even have time to eat, let alone feel thirsty. Maybe I can't afford tea from my father-in-law's house yet. Jiang Shaoxian was naturally a little unhappy and stood up as he spoke. I remember I said you are not qualified to call me father-in-law. Su Changsheng also stood up. Although he was half a head shorter than Jiang Shaoxian, his momentum was no less. Okay, Mr. Su, I'm relieved that Su Wei is back safely. Jiang Shaoxian put away his casual attitude and looked seriously at Su Changsheng, who looked down on him. Okay, since I promised you, I will definitely go. After all, you and my daughter have already obtained the marriage certificate. If this matter is not resolved, where will my Su family put its face? Okay, Mr. Su, see you tomorrow. After saying this, Jiang Shaoxian turned around and walked out of the villa. No. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian paused. It seemed that he would have to separate from Su Wei today. Jiang Shaoxian was not in a hurry to go home. It seemed unreasonable not to bring something back after not seeing each other for several years. I have loved my grandfather since he was a child, so I have to show some thought when I visit him. Jiang Shaoxian thought about it and went straight to the small commodity market. What was he thinking about buying for the old man? We have everything we need at home, so it would be a waste to buy more. After taking a look around, I suddenly saw something that caught my eye, so I decided to buy a capybara. Holding the 1-meter-long capybara in his hand, he walked towards the hotel. After checking into the hotel, taking a shower and eating something, Jiang Shaoxian called the old man. Old man, I'm back to the capital. Well, I already know about your situation. Are you going back to see your grandfather tomorrow? Old man, please don't be like the worm in my stomach. How do you talk to your leader? The voice on the other end was serious. How can you talk like that? I will tell Grandpa about you tomorrow. Hey, Xiao Jiang, you don't have to do that. He's old, so don't disturb him. Who told you to bully me? I'm doing this for your own good, isn't it? For my own good, you want me to stay in Daxia for a whole year? You're leaving soon, right? I'll go see your grandfather tomorrow, too. I have something else to tell you. Got it. Then come to Tianyue Hotel to pick me up at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Why do you still ask me to be your driver? No, didn't you work as a driver for my grandfather before? How can it be the same? Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Shaoxian has hung up the phone. Brat. The old man shook his head helplessly. The next day, a Hongqi L5 parked early under the hotel. At 6:30, Jiang Shaoxian came downstairs on time carrying the capybara. I saw the car from a distance, walked over and sat on it. Are you really a driver? There was only Luo Wanxiang, who was about 60 years old, in the car. He was wearing sunglasses, which made him look more like a veteran driver. I agreed to be your driver. It's not like I haven't done it before. Back when you were wearing open crotch pants? Stop it, don't mention the past. Then sit down, I'm going to drive. It's as if someone is stopping you. The car was already heading towards that familiar street. By the way, old man, arrange a meeting for me. Jiang Shaoxian suddenly thought of the agreement he made with Su Changsheng yesterday. Who are you meeting? Luo Wanxiang asked. Just find 2 people to pretend to be my parents and meet Su Changsheng. How could Luo Wanxiang not know what Jiang Shaoxian wanted to do? He smiled and asked, what rank? Lower than Su Changsheng. This is a bit difficult. Luo Wanxiang thought about it and seemed a little embarrassed. Why? Among the people I know, the ones who can play this scene with you are all old guys. Any one of them can easily control Su Changsheng. I'll just borrow your secretary. He's always very capable every time I see him, and I'm familiar with him. He is much more powerful than Su Changsheng now. That's right. Jiang Shaoxian thought. Hey, I do have someone. Luo Wanxiang suddenly thought of someone. Who? Chapter 12. Find a fake mother to deal with it. Jiang Yuehong. Ah, isn't she a single mother? Her son is a member of our Heisi team, and her husband also sacrificed himself for Heisi. How could Jiang Shaoxian not remember this name? So she is more suitable for this role. The most important thing is that she is now the director of a state-owned enterprise, which is considered a section-level cadre. This is what you requested back then. Jiang Shaoxian thought about it and realized that it was true. That's fine. Jiang Shaoxian thought about it and realized that the single mother's surname was Jiang, so the people she talked about with Su Changsheng last night were her own parents. Now only the mother was going, so it seemed she had to continue to cover up the lie. However, her identity is quite suitable. It is slightly inferior to Su Changsheng's family, but definitely not too inferior. After all, Jiang Yuehong works in a large state-owned enterprise, and the Su family is just a private enterprise group. While chatting, Luo Wanxiang drove towards the central area of the imperial capital until he turned into an quaint and spacious inner road. We came to a door that looked solemn and majestic. The 4 guards saw the car and looked at Luo Wanxiang inside the car, saluted, and then let the car pass. Does my grandfather still live there? Jiang Shaoxian asked, looking at the familiar courtyard. Yes, tell me, how long has it been since you came back to see him? Jiang Shaoxian glanced at Luo Wanxiang and said, It's all because of you. Passing by a small lake, we walked through a quiet path and arrived at a small garden. An old man in the house was sitting on a recliner reading a newspaper. Grandpa, I'm back. Hearing the voice, the old man pushed his glasses and looked at the person carefully and found that it was Jiang Shaoxian. You kid, I miss you so much. The old man stood up as he said this. Luo Wanxiang, who was behind, hurried forward. Old leader, be careful. You are still so strong at your age. Ha, Xiao Luo, you are here too. Come and sit down. Xiao, you will make some tea. The old man smiled and called to a guard who was doing his work. Old leader, I came here to see you first, and second, to discuss this kid's promotion ceremony. You know that what he is doing now cannot be made public, so it can only be held at your home. This is unfair to this kid. Why feel wronged? Just follow the instructions. The old man put his hands behind his back, with an air of a superior. Yes. Zhang Long, stand up. Jiang Shaoxian's real name is Zhang Long. Jiang Shaoxian stood upright with a solemn and serious expression. Luo Wanxiang opened the suitcase and handed the other party a military uniform and epaulets. Forget about the ceremony. Congratulations to Lieutenant General Xiao Jiang. Luo Wanxiang was being lazy here and avoided some of the complicated things. Then the two of them shook hands to complete the ceremony. Jiang Shaoxian saluted with a standard military salute and said nothing. Old leader, please come and visit you when you have time. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Luo Wanxiang said, looking at the Shanghai watch on his wrist. Good. Before leaving, he patted Jiang Shaoxian's shoulder meaningfully. You are now known as Jiang Shaoxian outside, right? Yes, Grandpa, for work. Jiang Shaoxian scratched the back of his head and answered. I had no intention of changing my last name, but Luo Wanxiang insisted on changing it completely. The old man nodded and said it didn't matter. Family affairs were not as important as national affairs. The grandfather and grandson hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they had a lot to talk about. Jiang Shaoxian complained more about Luo Wanxiang's faults. He has walked more bridges than you have walked roads, and now he is in a high position, so his vision is naturally good. I know that. The main reason is that guy trapped me here and didn't let me out. Don't you think I'm angry? As an old man, I can't interfere in this matter. Jiang Shaoxian's grandfather was practicing Tai Chi, so he couldn't say much about some things. Forget it then. By the way, Grandpa, where are my parents? Jiang Shaoxian could only pout helplessly. They went to work. Oh, then I'll go find them when I have time. You kid, you can't find your parents when you go home. I haven't completed old man Luo's mission yet. When you finish it, bring your wife and children with you. That will be so prestigious. Haha, okay. Then I'll wait for my great-grandson. That's for sure. As he spoke, Jiang Shaoxian looked at the time. It was already late. He still had to go find Jiang Yuehong to rehearse his lines. He also had to meet Su Changqing in the afternoon, so time was a bit tight. Grandpa, it's getting late. I have things to do, so I won't accompany you for now. Wouldn't you like to have dinner together? In the evening. Okay, it's settled. After walking a few steps, Jiang Shaoxian suddenly thought of something, took out the marriage certificate, turned back and handed it to the old man. Grandpa, I'm actually married. It happened the day before yesterday, you see. After receiving the marriage certificate, the old man adjusted his glasses and looked at it. The girl is pretty, but you know that she needs to be approved before it can be counted. Jiang Shaoxian nodded, naturally understanding the procedure. Grandpa, this is a gift for you. He took out the capybara he had bought. You kid, do you think of me as a child? Grandpa, do you like it? I like it, but I like this one more, haha. The old man pointed to the marriage certificate with a smile. I understand. Jiang Shaoxian knew that the old man wanted a great-grandson. After all, they had been a only-son family for 3 generations. It's too late. Grandpa, I'm leaving. Go ahead, and remember to come back for dinner in the evening. Good. He walked out of the compound and drove the Audi that once belonged to him towards the state-owned enterprise that Luo Wanxiang mentioned. The old man had just asked someone to arrange for Jiang Yuehong to take 2 days off to help Jiang Shaoxian complete this meeting. In a tea bar, Jiang Yuehong, dressed in a professional suit, sat opposite Jiang Shaoxian. Auntie, I think we have met before. Jiang Yuehong had a haggard look on her face. When she saw her husband's leader again, she recalled the sadness she felt when he died. Well, you are Xiaohu's leader, and also his father's leader. You were here when he died that year. Jiang Shaoxian lowered her head slightly. Auntie, I called you out this time because I want to ask you for a favor. You're welcome, please. Without Jiang Shaoxian, there would be no Jiang Yuehong today. Although her husband died, his death was noble, and Xiaohu now holds an important position under him. If it weren't for this young man in front of them, perhaps their family would not have achieved what they have today. Jiang Shaoxian spoke frankly and expressed his idea of letting Jiang Yuehong pretend to be his mother and meet his wife's family. No problem. I'll go back and dress up nicely when we meet. Jiang Shaoxian asked her for help, but in her mind this was the leader's task and she needed to complete it wholeheartedly. He was still here at 3 this afternoon. Okay. By the way, boss, when can my little tiger come back? How could Jiang Yuehong, who now only has this one relative left, not miss her son whom she has not seen for a long time? Soon, I will arrange for him to come back, but auntie, remember not to call me leader all the time, just call me Shaoxian. Jiang Yuehong nodded when she heard this. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Changsheng, Lin Wanru and Su Wei's entire family came to the tea bar. Jiang Shaoxian and Jiang Yuehong, who had dressed up, had booked a private room early and were waiting for the other party. The door opened and the 2 men stood up with smiles on their faces. But when Su Changsheng saw Jiang Yuehong, his expression suddenly became stiff. Jiang Yuehong was not much better. She was also stunned when she saw Su Changsheng. Jiang Shaoxian noticed this detail and thought that the 2 people seemed to know each other. But then the 2 pretended not to know each other and sat on opposite sides of the table. You are Jiang Shaoxian's mother. I wonder why his father didn't come. Lin Wanru asked first. It's said that both parents are present, but isn't it a bit impolite if only one parent from the man's side comes? Mom is like this. Jiang Shaoxian was about to speak but Lin Wanru raised her hand to stop him. Don't call me that yet. Although you 2 have obtained your marriage certificate, this relationship has not been recognized by us. Let's make things clear today. If you 2 really want to live like this in the future, it's not too late for you to call me mom. Jiang Shaoxian didn't expect Lin Wanru to be so strong. It seemed that she was somewhat dissatisfied with him as her son-in-law. Then he looked at Su Wei who was sitting next to him. She looked at Jiang Shaoxian and then at Jiang Yuehong without saying a word. Okay, Aunt Lin, my father died while on a mission 4 years ago. Jiang Shaoxian had a sad expression, and it looked as if it were real. Who knew that what he was thinking about in his heart were the heroes who sacrificed their lives for the maritime Silk Road, and grief naturally arose from his heart. Sorry, I didn't know that beforehand. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yuehong also spoke. The 2 charming women looked at each other. Jiang Yuehong knew Lin Wanru. When Su Changsheng got married, she secretly went to witness their union, and also witnessed the end of her own love. Shifting his gaze to Su Changxing's face, the hatred that had been buried in his heart was unknowingly rekindled. However, this time he came not to find a wife for his son, but to complete Jiang Shaoxian's task, and then he retracted his angry look. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yuehong. My son Jiang Shaoxian has my last name. I am the director of the Liwen Technology Allocation Department of the Imperial Capital, and I am a section chief. Who doesn't have an identity in the Imperial Capital? Jiang Yuehong and Su Changcheng glanced at each other at the same time, and suddenly remembered every detail of what happened 28 years ago. For the sake of the Su family, Su Changcheng chose to abandon Jiang Yuehong and marry Lin Wanru, the daughter of the wealthy Lin family. Just because she was just the daughter of an ordinary family, she couldn't enter the Su family. It's really ridiculous when I think about it now. Chapter 13: A Sudden Plot Twist. Recalling what happened in the past and looking at Su Changxing's family who are now so prosperous, Jiang Yuehong could hardly contain her emotions. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Jiang Shaoxian asked her to say those self-introductions just now. Otherwise, after meeting Su Changxing, she would definitely not say a word and would just get up and leave. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Jiang Shaoxian saw that Jiang Yuehong was acting strange and stood up to ask with concern. It's okay. Jiang Yuehong shook her head at Jiang Shaoxian. Oh. Jiang Yuehong walked out of the private room and breathed in the fresh air outside. Why? Why him? Why did Jiang Shaoxian fall in love with Su Changcheng's daughter? It doesn't really matter. After all, Jiang Shaoxian is not her son. But she can't continue her play if she is asked to meet her enemy without any preparation. Su Changcheng also felt bad. He owed Jiang Yuehong too much. He had been avoiding her for nearly 30 years. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that his daughter would marry her son. What a twist of fate. Jiang Shaoxian, please come out. I have something to ask you alone. When Su Changcheng met Jiang Yuehong, he felt annoyed and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, the issue of the two children must be resolved, and there is no way to avoid it. The two walked out of the private room and sat down on a sofa in the lounge area of the lobby. Mr. Su, do you know my mother? Su Changcheng was stunned, not knowing how to answer. In the end, I could only nod. We knew each other before, but that was a long time ago. However, I called you out to tell you that you and Su Wei should find some time to get a divorce. Why? Is it because I am not worthy of Su Wei, or is it because of my mother? You two are not suitable. Su Changcheng gave the answer, without any intention of belittling Jiang Shaoxian and his family. Inappropriate? Why? There must be a reason. I have just made up my mind to live with Su Wei and return to Heisi after completing my mission. Why is it going to end now? Su Wei was feeling nervous in the private room. The first time she saw Jiang Yuehong, she felt that she was not satisfied with the Su family, especially her father. It wasn't contempt, but the hostility revealed in the look she gave her father. Not only her, but even Lin Wanru noticed something strange. Mom, do you think there will be no future for Jiang Shaoxian and I? She was also a little uneasy that they would separate and she would have to marry Lu Bing like before. I don't know either. I'll give this to you to eat first. After giving the prepared medicine to Su Wei, it seemed that this marriage was unlikely to happen. If Su Wei got pregnant, the problem would be even more difficult to resolve. Su Wei looked at the medicine in her hand and struggled. She didn't want this child that might not exist, but she knew that after taking the medicine, her relationship with Jiang Shaoxian, or rather, this shield she had found, would be completely over, so she would have to obey her family's arrangements and marry Lu Bing. This was something she didn't want to see. After thinking about it, she decided to give it a try and threw the pills away. Mom, no matter what the outcome is, I will not marry Lu Bing. Even if you don't agree with my marriage to Jiang Shaoxian, I will find Li Shaoxian and Zhang Shaoxian to fight against this marriage. Why are you so ignorant? Although Lu Bing is not a good person, after all, the two families are well matched. In the future, you will be the wife of the Lu family. What's the good of marrying Jiang Shaoxian? Although his family is not bad, how can it compare with your Lu family? I don't care about these. Actually, you know that Jiang Shaoxian and I have no feelings for each other. You forced me to do this. If you agree to my divorce from Lu Bing, then I can agree to divorce Jiang Shaoxian. In order to reject the marriage proposal, Su Wei has done everything she can. She has already sacrificed her innocence for this matter, so there is no harm in sacrificing her reputation. Su Wei took a sip of the tea and found it a bit bitter. She put the cup down, put on a sullen face and waited in silence for the others to come back. Su Changsheng and Jiang Shaoxian have said everything they need to say, so it is not convenient to say anything else. He stood up and walked towards the private room, ready to announce his decision. After taking a few steps, he saw Jiang Yuehong coming out of the toilet. Her eyes were a little moist, and it was obvious that she had been crying. Yuehong, I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way after not seeing each other for more than 20 years. His tone sounded dull. Get out of the way. I have nothing to say to you. Jiang Yuehong glared at the man who had once abandoned her and was now blocking her way. I'm sorry, Yuehong. I know this sentence seems pale and powerless. The mistakes we made in the past cannot be made up for, but do you think these two children are suitable to be together? As long as you say the word, I am willing to compromise for you. Maybe this is also a kind of compensation, to make up for the guilt in his heart. He originally wanted to ask them to divorce, but when he saw Jiang Yuehong's red eyes, he softened his heart. It depends on the two of them. I don't want the two children to be affected by the grudges between the adults. After saying this, Jiang Yuehong walked towards the private room. Jiang Shaoxian also followed behind and vaguely heard some of the conversation between the two. It turns out that Su Changsheng has this past. It seems that the ending for him and Su Wei may not be good. The three of them entered the private room almost one after the other. Jiang Yuehong sat aside, while Su Changsheng looked around at the four people without taking a seat. I have no objection to the marriage of the two children. It may not be possible for them to be together, but it depends on their fate. What do you think, Wanru? Although he had made the decision that they did not become a family decades ago, now that the two children were together, they were also a family. Although he would feel a little awkward when they met in the future, he would not embarrass Jiang Yuehong now. When making a decision, of course, I have to seek my wife's opinion. Lin Wanru was a little confused. It seemed like there was no hope for this matter, so why did he agree so suddenly? Since Su Changsheng said so, she shouldn't act too much on her own. I have no objection. As Changsheng said, whether they can be together depends on fate. After all, everyone knows the relationship between them now. I have no objection. Jiang Yuehong was doing a favor. It's not that she agreed, because Jiang Shaoxian was not her child. If he was really her son, she would definitely not agree to this marriage. Since the other party had no objection, she had completed the task assigned to her by Jiang Shaoxian. Okay, then, my dear-in-laws, let's sit down and talk about the wedding arrangements for our two children when we have time. Okay, but I think we have to wait until they really reach that stage before we can say anything about it. It's still a little early now. Okay. Su Changsheng nodded. Things kept going up and down, making Su Wei a little confused. It seemed that the two people were about to break up, but suddenly both parents agreed. What did the two of them talk about when they went out? But it's better this way, so she doesn't have to marry Lu Bing. As for Jiang Shaoxian, it really depends on fate, as they say. If they can't be together, divorce after a while is also a good choice. Chapter 14, Lu Bing's Fury. Simply finalize the marriage between the two. There wasn't much communication between the two sides and they went about their own business. Xiao Wei, please take me around. I haven't been back to the capital for a long time. I don't recognize other places except the central city. Su Wei originally wanted to go back with her mother. She hadn't been home for a long time and wanted to spend more time with her family. But when he saw Jiang Shaoxian's enthusiastic eyes calling him, he couldn't help but frown. But Jiang Yuehong was still there, and she couldn't show any reluctance. Anyway, her attitude towards Jiang Shaoxian seems like she had no choice but to choose someone she doesn't love, and now they have to live together. Have you never thought about it in your life? This is not the old society. If you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. But this feeling makes her feel a little resistant. When there are Lu Bing and her family in front of her to pressure her, she can still hang out with you. That kind of hanging out may be her conditioned reflex of resistance. Now that things are clear, she has to reconsider her relationship with Jiang Shaoxian. It would be a lie for a woman who hasn't been in a relationship for 26 years to say that she is not afraid of marriage. Perhaps it was the pressure her father put her under that made her a little afraid of men. The only time we had intimate contact, I was in a state of ecstasy throughout the whole process. Jiang Shaoxian noticed the changes in Su Wei after she returned to the imperial capital, and his mood suddenly became much lower. It seems that this kind of task cannot be accomplished by someone like him who is not good at sweet talk. But what was rare was that Su Changxing also came to assist. Yes, you two are a young couple and you don't know each other very well. Xiaowei, you can go around with Xiaoxian and introduce him to the world. Oh, I see. Su Wei glanced at Zhang Xiaoxian. Since her father had spoken, she had no choice but to agree. After leaving the tea bar, the three elders left one after another, leaving the two of them looking at each other in bewilderment. If you don't want to, forget it. Zhang Xiaoxian changed his previous enthusiastic attitude and said in a cold voice. Since you've already agreed, I'll accompany you around. Su Wei's tone was perfunctory. No need. Zhang Xiaoxian didn't want to beg. Shopping with an unwilling person was a torture. At this moment, he actually no longer wanted to start a family with Su Wei. Even if they were forced to be together, it would become like Zhang Wan, with no hope and no results. If he had known that Su Wei would turn out like this when she returned, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. After saying that, he left alone and walked towards his Audi. Where are you going? Su Wei was left alone there, and she was a little angry without any means of transportation. What's wrong with him? Didn't he just not want the two of them to develop so quickly? Couldn't he give her some time to adapt? Her thoughts may be understandable to her, but in the eyes of others they are selfish. Zhang Xiaoxian did not respond and continued walking forward. Su Wei also got angry, so she followed him to the front of the car, watched him get in, and then she sat in the passenger seat. Zhang Xiaoxian, what's wrong with you? I already said I'd accompany you, but you're still excited. Zhang Xiaoxian placed his hands on the steering wheel and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him expressionlessly. After hesitating for a while, he said, Su Wei, are you unwilling to be with me? Do you think that we have been together for too short a time and don't understand each other well? Su Wei didn't say anything, maybe he was right. Seeing that the other party was silent, Zhang Xiaoxian had decided not to force it. I promise you, if the marriage between your two families is successfully dissolved this time, I will leave. What do you mean? Su Wei was a little angry when she heard this. Does it mean I don't want to be responsible if you sleep with me? Oh, if that's the case, why would I come all the way to the capital? Who knows what you are thinking? Su Wei was very confused and didn't know how to make a decision. The two were speechless as the car started and drove aimlessly through the streets of the imperial capital. Zhang Xiaoxian, give me some more time. I need to think carefully about our relationship. How long will it take? About a week. Okay, I'll give you a week. Now, wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Jutian Pavilion. Where is that? You can find it on your navigation. Good. Jutian Pavilion is a high-end private club that has only become popular in the imperial capital in the past 2 years. I heard that the boss is an extremely beautiful woman, but few people have seen her in person. Jutian Pavilion has a total of 8 floors. The first floor is a bar and dance hall, which is open to ordinary consumers, but membership is required. Membership of Jutian starts from the first deposit of 1 million renminbi. The second floor is filled with famous people from the imperial capital. If the initial deposit reaches 5 million, you can enter the second floor. The third floor requires 10 million. The first charge for the fourth level needs to reach 20 million. The fifth level not only considers personal financial strength but also social background. Those who come here are generally wealthy second-generation rich people, as well as a few people known as the 4 beauties and 12 young masters of the imperial capital. To reach the sixth level, membership cards need to be specially issued. Only the 6 young masters of the imperial capital, some of the richest people in various places, and high-ranking government officials can go up there. Generally, wealthy people will not be invited unless they have assets of tens of billions. The 7th floor is the highest floor open to the public. Only the 4 geniuses of the imperial capital and geniuses from all over Daxia come here. The so-called genius refers to young people under the age of 30 who have made special contributions or abilities in a certain field. As for the 8th floor, it is the boss's private residence and is not open to the public. I heard that there are no more than 5 people who have been lucky enough to go up there so far. Today, it was Su Wei's good sister who invited her. Su Wei and Hua Mujin, 2 of the 4 beauties in the imperial capital, are naturally on the 5th floor. After checking Su Wei's invitation code, the front desk clerk took the 2 of them to the 5th floor by swiping their cards. Arriving at the door, he bowed and said, "Sir and madam, this is your private room." "Thank you." The 2 nodded in response. After the waiter left, the two men opened the door and walked in. There were already more than a dozen men and women sitting inside. Su Wei saw at a glance that Lu Bing, the man she least wanted to meet in her life, was among them. Why is he here too? When Hua Mujin saw Su Wei coming in, she immediately stood up and went forward to greet her. Xiao Wei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful again. At this time, one of the men who looked like a young man stood up and whistled. Oh, our capital's fourth beauty Su Wei is here. Ha, if the other two beauties come, our place will instantly become a paradise on earth. Lu Bing put away the smile on his face and turned to look at the door. I saw a man following Su Wei. Humph, this is the shield you are looking for, right? What kind of country bumpkin dares to bring him to a place like this? I want to see how you explain it today. Su Changsheng has not yet explained the cancellation of the engagement to the Lu family, so he does not know the Su family's decision yet. He came to Su Wei with a glass of wine in his hand. Xiao Wei, I am your fiancé, what do you mean by bringing another man? Lu Bing, don't talk nonsense. I'm already married to him, and we are a real couple. The engagement between you and me was just a casual remark made by our parents after drinking. It doesn't count. Besides, my parents have already recognized him as my husband, so you'd better give up this idea. Seeing Lu Bing, Su Wei's face became extremely cold. Ha, good, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? What consequences? You think you can make me surrender by threatening me? Why don't you try it? Su Wei straightened her back and looked up at Lu Bing's fat body and the disdainful expression on his face when he faced Zhang Xiaoxian. Well, I'll call your dad now to see if this was your own decision or Su Changxing's idea. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Changxing's number. But soon his face turned cold. Okay, Su family, you guys are going to put the blame on my Lu family, right? We'll see. He believed he knew what this place was. Not to mention that he was just one of the 12 young masters of the imperial capital. Even the 4 prodigies would not dare to cause trouble in Jutian Pavilion. He could only glare angrily at Su Wei and Zhang Xiaoxian beside her, then turned and left, waiting to settle the score with the Su family after returning. But before leaving, he did not forget to say something harsh to Zhang Xiaoxian. Boy, if you have the guts to marry her, don't die enjoying it. Since 2 people are already married, this woman has no meaning to him anymore, and he can't marry again even if they divorce. But the anger in his heart had to be vented somewhere, and naturally Zhang Xiaoxian and the entire Su family had to bear the responsibilities of this anger. Chapter 15 Su Wei's Circle. Lu Bing left Jutian Pavilion with an angry look on his face. Several men who were among the 12 young masters of the imperial capital looked at Zhang Xiaoxian, brought by Su Wei, with unfriendly eyes. But Su Wei is still a member of their circle, and most people would not give her face at that moment. Su Wei, you have been in our circle for so many years, don't you know who should be brought and who should not be brought? Just when the atmosphere was awkward, a tall man stood up and spoke. He had a fierce look on his face and was dressed neatly. There was a woman standing next to him. The woman looked wealthy, but her appearance was somewhat inferior to Hua Mujin and Su Wei. Mr. Feng, what kind of man I choose has nothing to do with you. Besides, it was Mu Jin who asked me to come here today. I didn't expect you to be here too. In fact, I have no interest in this so-called circle at all. Su Wei's face turned pale because Hua Mujin did not tell her in advance that Lu Bing was also in Jutian Pavilion. In fact, this was a trap that Lu Bing specially set up with Hua Mujin. As she spoke, she looked around at everyone present, then returned her gaze to Feng Zhe. Very good, this is what you said. Then I declare now that from now on, Su Wei is no longer a member of our circle of the 12 young masters and 4 beauties in the imperial capital. Feng Zhe was the tall man just now, and he spoke again. The tone was clearly as if he was announcing a result that everyone must abide by. Zhang Xiaoxian didn't say a word the whole time, just watched with a cold eye, but he felt a little amused in his heart. But it's also true that they are not from the same world, let alone being in the same circle. How can they understand the things and rules of other people's circles? Looking at these second-generation rich kids who have no ability but are arrogant and domineering, Zhang Xiaoxian can't muster any interest at all. But what surprised him was that Su Wei would actually break away from her own circle for him. You have to know that these will be her capital for survival in the future. If they are all decoupled, the losses can be imagined. But Su Wei might have said that out of anger. She naturally knew what this so-called circle meant to her. Su Changsheng has only one daughter. If she quits this circle, it means that she will hand over the position of the head of the Su family to someone else. Her grandfather doesn't have only one granddaughter or grandson. But once words are spoken, they are like water spilled, and cannot be taken back even if you want to. Mr. Fong, what are you doing? Hua Mujin, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally spoke up and tried to be a peacemaker. I'm sorry, Mujin. Let's make an appointment another time. It seems that my husband and I are not welcome here. Jiang Shaoxian, let's go. After saying that, he grabbed Jiang Shaoxian's hand and prepared to leave. Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Do you know how much impact this will have on your future? Hua Mujin asked Su Wei to come this time mainly for Lu Bing, which was also the intention of the 12 young masters of the imperial capital. She doesn't want her best friend to marry someone who doesn't belong to the circle, unless the other party has a strong family background. But the moment Jiang Shaoxian walked in, she could tell that the other person came from an ordinary family. Also because in her concept or impression, the watches worn by truly wealthy people are worth no less than 1 million, and the clothes they wear are all custom made by famous designers. Look at Jiang Shaoxian again. His clothes cost no more than 3,000 yuan, and he doesn't even have a decent decoration on his body. How can such a person integrate into their circle? Who else would be willing to accept him? Su Wei, we are not targeting you, but the man you chose simply cannot fit in with us. You should break up. Just ignore what I said just now. Fang Zhe, who has the best family background in this circle and is the first among the 12 young masters, gave Su Wei a way out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian looked at Su Wei, wanting to see her choice. If it weren't for her change in attitude after returning to the capital, Jiang Shaoxian would have stood up to defend his woman long ago. It's a pity that he didn't do so now. He just kept hiding behind silently like a coward. I mainly want to see what Su Wei will do next and what choice she will make. Su Wei frowned when she heard Fang Zhe's words and gently let go of Jiang Shaoxian's hand. She looked at her companions who had known her for several years or even more than 10 years, and then looked at Jiang Shaoxian, whom she had only known for a few days. I'm sorry everyone, I've already made the decision on this matter. Even if he and I break up, I will never choose Lu Bing. She struggled internally but finally finished speaking with gritted teeth, pretending to leave the room without hesitation. Jiang Shaoxian followed closely behind him. They got off the elevator and walked out of Jutian Pavilion smoothly without swiping their cards. Su Wei came to Jiang Shaoxian's car and said, "Take me home." Su Wei, is it because of me that I have implicated you? It's none of your business. They are just too self-righteous. Although Su Wei was in a bad mood, she didn't mean to blame Jiang Shaoxian, nor did she care much about his feelings. Just as the two were about to get in the car, suddenly a black Audi A8 drove towards them. Su Wei recognized this car, it belonged to Lu Bing. Jiang Shaoxian, get in the car quickly. Someone is here to cause trouble for you. Su Wei realized that Lu Bing must be coming for Jiang Shaoxian, so she quickly asked him to get in the car and go back. But Jiang Shaoxian is not a coward. When Su Wei said this, he realized that the car had come with bad intentions. He could guess with his toes that it should be the one called Lu Bing. Sure enough, when Jiang Shaoxian hesitated for a moment, the car stopped at high speed and 3 people got out. One of them was Lu Bing. Boy, I'm giving you a chance now. Give up Su Wei, otherwise you will have to walk in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Lu Bing walked slowly towards the two of them with a baseball bat in his hand, with a somewhat obscene and complacent expression on his face. The other 2 burly men, also holding baseball bats, followed Lu Bing and blocked the 2 men's way. Jiang Shaoxian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It seemed that he had no choice but to take action this time. Su Wei tugged at Jiang Shaoxian and said hurriedly, "Jiang Shaoxian, hurry up, Lu Bing is a very powerful taekwondo black belt." For the sake of their safety, the elders in the families of people like Su Wei would always hire masters to teach them some kung fu since they were young. Lu Bing is no exception. Su Wei remembered that her strength ranked among the top 3 in their circle. Humph, just a bunch of trash. Jiang Shaoxian hadn't exercised for a long time. He didn't expect that the first time he returned to China would be with his love rival. Are you crazy? Su Wei was anxious. As long as Jiang Shaoxian left, Lu Bing and the others would not do anything to her. It's okay, just take care of yourself. You're quite arrogant, kid. Ha ha. It's too late to leave now. As Lu Bing said this, he raised his stick to hit Jiang Shaoxian's head. Jiang Shaoxian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he firmly grabbed the swinging baseball bat. Lu Bing was shocked by this scene, and Su Wei was also a little surprised. She knew that Jiang Shaoxian was very powerful, but she didn't expect that he could catch Lu Bing's full-strength baseball bat with one hand. What a capable boy. No wonder he is so confident. Trash always dies because of nonsense, just like you now. Zhang Xiaoxian looked at the three people in front of him with contempt. Chapter 16, The Landlady of Jutian Pavilion. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Lu Bing could feel that the strength of the man in front of him should not be underestimated. But he didn't believe that the three of them couldn't deal with him? The two younger brothers came to their senses after hearing the noise and started smashing things at Zhang Xiaoxian. Unfortunately, before their sticks fell, Zhang Xiaoxian had already kicked Lu Bing away and snatched the baseball bat from his hand. Zhang Xiaoxian's strength is gained through fighting on the real battlefield, and he is completely not on the same level as these little thugs. Every time the three sticks collided, one would fall to the ground. Of course, Zhang Xiaoxian still held it firmly in his hand. Looking at the three people who had lost their weapons, if they were in the desert, Zhang Xiaoxian could easily kill them one by shooting them in the head. Unfortunately, the great Daxia saved them, and in the end Zhang Xiaoxian just beat him until he lost his fighting ability and then stopped. I said garbage died of bullshit, do you believe it now? Su Wei knew that Zhang Xiaoxian was powerful. She had experienced it last time, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Within a minute, all three burly men were lying on the ground crying for their parents. Good boy, you are dead this time. Lu Bing was extremely angry and had already thought of getting rid of Zhang Xiaoxian. Who dares to cause trouble here? After Lu Bing finished speaking harshly, he staggered to his feet and heard a deep voice behind him. When they looked back, they saw a charming woman followed by two middle-aged men in tang suits walking towards them. Lu Bing recognized one of the middle-aged men. He was the manager of the 5th floor of Jutian Pavilion. It was said that he was once the national martial arts champion of Daxia. But he had never seen the other middle-aged man before, and then he looked at the woman between the two. Absolutely beautiful. The word absolutely beautiful cannot describe it, but this is the only way to describe it. The woman was so beautiful, like a peerless beauty that appeared out of a painting, or like an owl beauty that did not belong to this world. The woman came up to the group. The middle-aged uncle on the 5th floor who was in charge of Jutian Pavilion behind him whispered something in the woman's ear, as if he was introducing Lu Bing, who had just spoken harshly, to the beautiful woman. After listening, the woman gave Lu Bing a charming smile. Just the smile was enough to capture his soul. Lu Bing stared blankly at the woman in front of him, not daring to speak nor willing to look away. Are you one of the 12 young masters of the Lu family's Lu Bing imperial capital? Yes, I am Lu Bing. Lu Bing nodded quickly. When the woman asked this, the pain from being hit by Zhang Xiaoxian seemed to disappear instantly. Do you know where this is? Lu Bing frowned. Could the woman be the mysterious boss of Jutian Pavilion? They heard that the boss of Jutian Pavilion was a woman who was extremely beautiful, but unfortunately they had never seen her. Now that I think about it, the 5th floor manager was following behind him, and she was extremely beautiful, so who else could this woman be but the boss? Are you the boss of Jutian Pavilion? Lu Bing asked bravely with a smile. He muttered to himself, if he didn't cause any trouble in there, it shouldn't bring bad luck to this person, right? But I still feel unsure. He had heard that those wealthy people from other places didn't know the rules here and caused trouble in Jutian Pavilion. Within a few days, the entire company declared bankruptcy and people disappeared inexplicably. This kind of rumor has appeared more than once, and as it has become more and more common, the entire Jutian Pavilion has become a taboo for those who come here to play and cause trouble. Since then, no one dared to cause trouble in Jutian Pavilion. This was why Lu Bing didn't dare to cause trouble in the private room just now. Besides, the woman in front of him was ruthless and her background was extremely powerful and mysterious. Even the 4 geniuses of the imperial capital did not dare to touch the proprietress here, let alone the 12th young master who was 2 ranks lower than them. Now that he had met the real person, Lu Bing was afraid but also glad at the same time, glad that he could get a glimpse of the proprietress's beauty. He was also afraid that he would vent his anger on the other party, thus bringing trouble to himself and the entire Lu family. He was not so arrogant as to think that the Lu family alone could compete with the Jutian Pavilion. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at the 5 people present. Mr. Lu, won't you give me an explanation? Well, boss lady, this is the case. This guy stole my woman. Don't you think this hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable? That's why I offended Jutian Pavilion. But this is a garage and it won't affect your business. Lu Bing explained. Oh. The woman nodded slightly and walked towards Zhang Xiaoxian. She looked him up and down. She had never seen this man before, so she asked softly, is what he said true? Ha, does this have anything to do with you? Jiang Shaoxian doesn't care how powerful your background is, and he also doesn't want to respond to the two people singing the same tune. This is my own business. What does it have to do with you? It really doesn't matter, but since you injured 3 of them in my territory, it seems to have something to do with me. Su Wei pulled Jiang Shaoxian's hand, trying to tell him to shut up and stop talking. Jiang Shaoxian squeezed Su Wei's hand vigorously. It's okay, I'm here. Jiang Shaoxian, please stop talking and don't anger the lady boss. Su Wei had been staring at the woman in front of her. Even though she was pretty enough, she still felt a little ashamed when she saw this person. She was really beautiful, and naturally she had heard rumors about her. Miss Su, right? It's okay, I'm just curious. He was able to defeat 3 big men by himself, which shows that he is quite strong. As for what Mr. Lu said, it really has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved, but I hope this gentleman can come to work in my Jutian pavilion, and of course the money will definitely not be small. Ha, are you too self-righteous? Why should I come to work for you? Jiang Shaoxian let go of Su Wei's hand and walked up to the woman step by step. There was no evasion in his eyes. Even for Jiang Shaoxian, this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Lu Bing and the other 2 standing by were enjoying the show. This time, they didn't have to do anything themselves, the guy was doomed to die. You'd better stay away from my boss, kid. Uncle Su, it's okay. I think this guy is just a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He said that I am self-righteous. Ha, this is the first time someone has said that. Mr. Lu, I don't blame you for what you did. Take these 2 people and leave quickly, otherwise. The woman glared with majestic anger. After the other party finished speaking, Lu Bing didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly picked up the stick on the ground, ran into the car and drove away. The woman smiled contemptuously at the departing car, then showed a hint of charm towards Jiang Shaoxian. Hello, my name is Morong Xiaoran, the owner of Jutian Pavilion. The woman said with her head held high. Jiang Shaoxian. Good Mr. Jiang, I have an idea. You and Miss Su can leave if you want. First, you have to defeat one of the people behind me, and second, you have to do something for me. What do you think? Jiang Shaoxian raised his lips. Who was this woman? He suddenly became interested. He gently reached out and lifted Morong Xiaoran's chin. At this time, Uncle Su, the 5th floor manager behind him, took action. You are looking for death, boy. Morong Xiaoran took a few steps back and her face turned cold. This was the first time she was treated so frivolously by a man. The key point is that this man seems to be as ordinary as can be. Perhaps the only thing that caught her attention was his agile and powerful skills just now. In fact, when Lu Bing's car just drove in, Morong Xiaoran's car also drove in. She was about to get out of the car and go upstairs, but suddenly she saw a conflict here and became interested. Uncle Su and Jiang Shaoxian soon started fighting. Su Wei watched worriedly from the side, but could do nothing to help. You're not bad, kid. Uncle Su had to admit that if the fight continued, he would not be a match for this young man. I wanted to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, Jiang Shaoxian did not give him this opportunity. After blocking the opponent's kick with his hand, he quickly followed up with a fist towards Uncle Su's stomach. This punch knocked Uncle Su to the ground. Jiang Shaoxian clapped his hands and looked at the woman watching the show not far away again. Madam Boss, can you leave now? Morong Xiaoran also frowned. She didn't expect this man to be so powerful. Even Uncle Su, the national champion, was no match for him. She must keep such a person for her own use. Mr. Jiang, I will keep my promise to you, but only one of you can leave, you or Miss Su. This was exactly what Jiang Shaoxian wanted. He also wanted to find out the origins of this woman. There was such a woman in the capital. Didn't T. Lao Luo know about it? You are cheating. But he could only say it in order not to arouse the other party's suspicion. Jiang Shaoxian, please leave. I don't think the boss lady will do anything to a woman like me. Su Wei said. Jiang Shaoxian ignored it. Well, I choose to ask my wife to leave. Good. There was some tacit understanding between the two. Morong Xiaoran thought that this man was attracted by her beauty? But she didn't care about these. She could only defeat Uncle Su. If he wanted to cause trouble in Jutian Pavilion, he would surely die no matter how powerful he was. Su Wei, you go back first. Here are the car keys. Don't worry about me. Jiang Shaoxian handed the car keys to Su Wei, and followed Morong Xiaoran into the elevator to the legendary 8th floor of Jutian Pavilion. Chapter 17. If you love, why are you so determined? Zhangzhou, inside the Zhang family villa in Aijia Garden. Zhang Guoqing and He Mufei, who were traveling abroad, have just returned. Zhang Wan, where is your husband? Zhang Guoqing looked at the villa, which was much more messy than before, and Jiang Shaoxian, who was usually busy but now nowhere to be seen, and asked. The couple still doesn't know about their daughter and son-in-law's divorce. When Zhang Wan heard the word husband, her heart suddenly ached. He went back to his hometown for some business. Zhang Wan avoided his gaze and answered softly. How is he now? Where is he? Zhang Wan has no idea. She knew even less than that. In the past year since their marriage, apart from feeling Jiang Shaoxian's meticulous care, Zhang Wan knew nothing else about him. Thinking about it now, my face becomes shy. Hometown? Where is he from? Why haven't we ever heard him mention it in the past year? He Mufei, who was sitting on the sofa and eating snacks, looked at his daughter in surprise. Although she didn't like her son-in-law Jiang Shaoxian very much. It's also because the other party has only done housework at home in the past year and has no future. Moreover, their daughter and he were not a real couple, and the couple knew it very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the two of them to sleep separately. Zhang Wan didn't know how to answer her mother's question. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I lost Jiang Shaoxian. What? How could a living person get lost? Zhang Guoqing frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his tone. What's going on? Zhang Wan's mother, He Mufei, asked with a serious expression and worry in her eyes. Although she didn't approve of their marriage from the beginning, she gradually got used to it and felt that Jiang Shaoxian was surprisingly good to her daughter, so she gradually felt that they were a good match. Now hearing that Jiang Shaoxian was lost, he was also confused. Zhang Wan lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, unable to answer her parents' questions. Why don't you say something? Zhang Guoqing's tone became a little anxious. Dad, don't worry, this is what happened. Zhang Wan still chose not to hide it and told everyone about Han Chanfeng's return and her divorce from Jiang Shaoxian. So you want to be with that guy Han Chanfeng? Zhang Guoqing's anger has now reached its peak. She doesn't cherish her good husband and insists on hanging out with Han Chanfeng, a man with questionable character. However, as he looked at his daughter who seemed to be filled with remorse, the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Dad, I don't know either. When I was with Jiang Shaoxian, I really thought about the time I spent with Han Chanfeng all the time. When Jiang Shaoxian disappeared from my life, I realized that I didn't love him that much. Instead, I missed the days with Jiang Shaoxian over the past year. My mind is so confused. Dad, what do you think I should do? As a famous saying goes, if you don't know how to cherish what you have, what's the use of regretting when you lose it? How Zhang Wan now wishes to see Jiang Shaoxian again and say sorry to him. If possible, she wants to remarry. If they can be together this time, she will spend her whole life with him, understand him completely, and make up for all that she has missed from him in the past year. Unfortunately, 4 or 5 days have passed. Apart from the time he came to the villa and saw that unbearable scene, he has not appeared since, as if he had disappeared from the world. When I looked back and realized that I had fallen in love with Jiang Shaoxian, I realized that I had hurt him too deeply. I have been looking for him these days and even asked my good friend Lu Yan, who works at Jiangzhou police station, to look for him, but unfortunately there is still no news. I want to report it to the police, but the police won't take any action given her current status, unless they are still husband and wife. It's a divorce, what's the big deal? Our Xiaowan is so beautiful, can't we find someone better than Jiang Shaoxian? The person who spoke was naturally Zhang Wan's mother, He Mufei. Alas, what's the point of regretting now? Now that he's gone, there's no hope. We've seen how he treated you over the past year, but it's a pity that you've repaid me by going to that unfaithful man Han Chanfeng. No one can stand this. Her mother's words were like her usual nagging and could not enter Zhang Wan's heart. But hearing her father say this made Zhang Wan feel extremely ashamed. It would have been fine if she didn't love him, but unfortunately after Jiang Shaoxian left, Zhang Wan realized that she had become accustomed to life with him. I don't know if this can be considered love. Now there is no news from Jiang Shaoxian, and Zhang Wan has lost her appetite all day. I know I was wrong, but why couldn't he give me a chance? Zhang Wan's face was covered with tears, but she still stubbornly believed that Jiang Shaoxian's dedication over the past year was due to his true love for her. If you love me so much, why do you leave me so decisively? She couldn't understand it. She hadn't done anything to let Jiang Shaoxian down in the past year. Until now, I have remained a virgin. If possible, all of this would be his. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely bring Jiang Shaoxian back to you no matter where you are. Well, we won't get involved. You can decide on your own regarding marriage matters, except for Han Changfeng. Zhang Guiqing's expression became serious and he spoke in a steady tone. When he thought about how Han Changfeng left without saying goodbye, which brought shame to the entire Zhang family, he became furious. Zhang Wan herself couldn't tell what her attitude was towards Han Changfeng. She had been avoiding him these days because his rudeness that night had forced Zhang Wan to re-examine their relationship. After all, this is the man I have loved for more than 5 years, and I can't give him up all of a sudden. But the inner tendency is becoming more and more obvious towards Jiang Shaoxian. Jiang Shaoxian, where did you go? Can you give me a chance to make amends? I am willing to do anything. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down Zhang Wan's inner monologue. The couple was tired after playing for half a month, so they went back to rest early, leaving Zhang Wan alone sitting on the sofa thinking about Jiang Shaoxian. The next day. After a night of ideological struggle, Zhang Wan finally decided to break up with Han Changfeng. Pick up the phone and remove the blacklisted number. Hey, Xiaowan, you finally called me. I'm sorry, I was wrong that night. I will never treat you like that again. Zhang Wan's sudden breakup made Han Changfeng feel desperate. He came back to take over Zhang Group, but he didn't expect that he almost made a big mistake because of his momentary impulse. Fortunately, Zhang Wan and he had been in love for many years, and he knew that as long as he admitted his mistake, Zhang Wan would eventually forgive him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Zhang Wan didn't say anything for a long time, and he kept apologizing and repenting on the other end. Han Changfeng, I don't blame you, but after thinking about it for the past few days, I still want to tell you that I'm sorry. The relationship between us should have come to an end when you left without saying goodbye. Han Changfeng, let's just live our own lives in the future and don't bother each other. Xiaowan, please give me another chance, okay? Before Han Changfeng could finish his words, Zhang Wan had already hung up the phone and blocked the other party again. On the other side of the phone, Han Changfeng threw his phone heavily to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Zhang Wan, just wait and see. Zhang Wan looked at the phone number she had specially noted down a few days ago and pinned it directly Dear Shaoxian. Although this number will never call again, she still feels that the other party will come to her one day when he encounters difficulties. She firmly believed that Jiang Shaoxian, who only stayed at home to take care of others, would come back soon because he had no money. The other party did not take away the 1 million that I gave him. Maybe this was his way of expressing his dissatisfaction. Money is indispensable in this society, and this is an idea that is deeply rooted in Zhang Wan's mind. When separation blooms into flowers, stretching out new branches. The cell phone rang again. Zhang Wan thought it was Jiang Shaoxian calling and picked it up impatiently. I took a closer look and realized it was my good friend Yang Xiaofang. Xiaofang? Wow, Xiaowan, I'm heartbroken, can you come out for a walk with me? What's wrong? Li Xuanyi doesn't want you anymore? Today I found that scumbag walking out of the hotel with another woman. Woohoo, I'm going to die. Don't cry, where are you? I'll go find you now. I'm at home, woo woo. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Wan, Li Xuanyi and Yang Xiaofang are college classmates, and of course Han Changfeng. The 4 of them were once the most beautiful scenery on the university campus, with 2 school beauties and 2 school handsome guys. How many people were envious of them at that time? Unfortunately, on the same day, Zhang Wan and Han Changfeng said goodbye completely, and another couple, Li Xuanyi and Yang Xiaofang, who had been together for 7 years, also could not escape the fate of breaking up. Chapter 18 Morong Xiaoran returned to the Jutian Pavilion in the imperial capital the night before. The top 8 floors are extremely luxurious, like a private manor, and seem to have some mysteries. Uncle Su, Uncle Li, you two just stay outside and guard. Boss, this is not a good idea. He is very strong. The 2 of them advised in unison. It's okay. Morong Xiaoran blinked and looked at Jiang Shaoxian, but did not see anything that shouldn't be there in the other's eyes. The 2 men had no choice but to nod and agree, standing at the door so that if anything happened inside they could go in and protect their boss at any time. When Morong Xiaoran opened the door, she found a huge office, which looked more like a huge and luxurious living room than an office. Several screens on the wall display real-time images of every location from the 5th to the 7th floors of the Jutian Pavilion. Jiang Shaoxian followed him and sat down on the sofa. I wonder why Miss Morong brought me here. Morong Xiaoran smiled and helped Jiang Xiaoxian pour a cup of tea. Jiang Xiaoxian, please have some tea. He made an elegant gesture of invitation. Every movement she makes reveals her elegance and grace, captivating everyone. Although Jiang Xiaoxian had strong self-control, he was still attracted by the other party's every move. He looked at the other person from time to time, but there was no trace of frivolity in his eyes. Am I beautiful? Morong Xiaoran was not angry when being stared at by the other party, but asked with a charming smile. Beautiful, to be honest, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. This is the truth, but one thing is that she is the most beautiful person that Daxia has ever seen, not the whole world. Because the beauty of each country is different, and the beauty in each person's eyes is also different. It's really an honor. To be honest, I asked you to come up just for one thing. Can you help me with something? Then you can see me every day. It's a great opportunity, but it's a pity that Jiang is not lucky enough to enjoy it. Jiang Xiaoxian shook his head gently. Why? Morong Xiaoran was stunned. This kind of thing was something that others could not get even if they begged for it, but he refused it outright. Because I still have an important task that I haven't completed. Hearing this, Morong Xiaoran felt that this man was not simple. Could he have another identity? What mission is it? Can you tell me about it? Morong Xiaoran was just testing and didn't think the other party would tell her, but she was not confident that her looks could make every man fall in love with her. Of course, it's not a secret. Morong Xiaoran became interested and pricked up his ears, waiting for the other party to tell his story. My family gave me a task, asking me to find a woman to marry and have children as soon as possible. Do you think this can be rushed? Oh. Morong Xiaoran felt a little fooled. She thought he was a member of some special organization, but she didn't expect him to be a pervert. He just wasn't as impatient as those men. What's wrong? Did Miss Morong feel disappointed after hearing about my mission? Indeed. Let's get back to the point. How about I pay you 3 million per year to come to Jutian Pavilion and serve as the manager of the 7th floor? It sounds tempting, but I don't like being tied down. But you can ask me to be the head steward if you want. Jiang Xiaoxian's sudden consent surprised Morong Xiaoran a little. Explain? If the boss lady asked me to be the steward of the 8th floor, I would agree without hesitation. It seems that Mr. Jiang is joking. You know that the 8th floor is my private domain. Do you want to be the manager of the entire Jutian Pavilion? Jiang Xiaoxian smiled and shook his head again. I don't like Jutian Pavilion, but I like the proprietress of Jutian Pavilion. Why are you so beautiful? How can a man live? There is teasing, joking, and appreciation in these words. I think Mr. Jiang is drunk without any alcohol. You can say something, but if you continue to pretend, it will be easy to get into trouble. The most important thing is that the Miss Su in the garage just now is your wife. If she heard what I said, I think you will inevitably be embarrassed. I just think you are threatening me, but I don't care. Everyone loves beauty, so why can't I say it? Morong Xiaoran has given up the idea of recruiting Jiang Xiaoxian. It may not be a good thing to keep such a man around. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared at the entrance to the 8th floor on the surveillance screen. The man was about 30 years old, and his proud and handsome face was set off by a blue suit. Seeing the person coming, Morong Xiaoran suddenly became a little flustered. Who is this man? Jiang Xiaoxian was a little curious. He hadn't been to the capital for a long time, and he didn't know some of the people. But his face looks familiar, as if I had seen him when I was a child. Mr. Jiang, there is a secret compartment there. Why don't you hide there first? I don't want him to see another man in my room. Okay. Jiang Xiaoxian also wanted to see in the dark the identity of this man named Morong Xiaoran, who suddenly became nervous. It's okay to hide in the dark. Seeing Jiang Xiaoxian hiding well, Morong Xiaoran calmed himself down and went to the door. Ji Chang, you're here. Morong Xiaoran instantly turned from a royal sister into a little girl, pretending to be innocent. Well, Madam Boss, the little bamboo sculpture you ordered last time was really good. I didn't expect that there is such a good wine hidden here. It's really rare. I came here this time to ask for some more. I wonder if Madam Boss Morong would be so kind as to exchange it. As for what to exchange, just tell me. As long as I can satisfy you. Jiang Xiaoxian heard clearly in the secret compartment that this man was not related to this woman as he thought, but he knew the surname Ji. His grandfather had taken him to the Ji family, a big family in the imperial capital, when he was young. The Ji family was quite powerful, but the strength behind that background was not obvious. But it is still not as good as Jiang Shaoxian, but it is indeed a top family in the imperial capital. Morong Xiaoran put her left hand on her upper lip and smiled. Master Ji is the leader of the 4 great geniuses in the imperial capital. He was promoted to colonel at the age of 29. You just want a glass of wine. How can I ask for something in exchange? The so-called genius is someone who has not reached a level that others of his age have not reached, just like Ji Chang, who became a colonel at the age of 29, which he earned by making contributions and risking his lifetime and time again. However, Jiang Shaoxian looked at the other person and thought he was a real man with great ambitions, not a playboy who was greedy for beauty. Suddenly he wanted to come out and meet this so-called number 1 prodigy. Who? Ji Chang, who had extremely sensitive ears, suddenly heard a faint friction sound. His ears twitched, trying to identify the direction of the sound. Boss Morong, someone must have come in here, be careful. No, it's okay. Ji Chang slowly approached the secret compartment where Jiang Shaoxian was hiding and made a hushing gesture to Morong Xiaoran. Morong Xiaoran's heart suddenly started beating violently. If Ji Chang saw that there was a man hiding in her room, her image in his mind would plummet and her original fantasy would become unreal. Will he know the love I feel in my heart? It should be the kitten I raised. Don't you know that I raised a cat recently? Morong Xiaoran quickly grabbed Ji Chang to cover up the lie. But who is Ji Chang? How could he be stopped by just one sentence from her? Come out, or you will die miserably. Ji Chang clenched his fists as he approached Jiang Shaoxian. He could guess that the person who came here and was hiding must have evil intentions towards Morong Xiaoran. Morong Xiaoran on the side closed his eyes and regretted deeply. Why did he ask him to come to her place? Is he just a person with good skills? There are many such people in this world. But it's too late to regret now. She didn't expect Ji Chang to suddenly come to her today. The only person in the entire imperial capital who can come to the 8th floor alone is Ji Chang, because this is a special permission granted by Morong Xiaoran. Chapter 19, Ji Chang, the first of the 4 great pride. Come out. Ji Chang walked to the secret compartment of the closet and called out to the hidden people again. Jiang Shaoxian also knew that hiding was not a solution, so he said softly, okay, I'll come out. The moment he walked out, Ji Chang swung his fist and hit him, but unfortunately he overestimated his strength. Jiang Shaoxian grabbed his fist. Hey handsome guy, there's no need to hit someone as soon as you meet them, right? Jiang Shaoxian took a closer look and found that Ji Chang was really a handsome man, much more handsome than himself. But he doesn't have that effeminate vibe, instead he exudes an air of proud, majestic handsomeness. Who are you and why are you here? Ji Chang frowned. Jiang Shaoxian shrugged and looked at Morong Xiaoran, pointing at her and said, ask her, she was the one who invited me up here, and she told me to hide when she saw you coming here, right, Miss Morong? Morong Xiaoran regretted his decision. This man was really honest and told everything. What should she do? It was wrong to admit it or not, but it was right in front of her. If it was Jiang Shaoxian who sneaked in, then a fierce battle would be inevitable. If it was said that he was invited by himself, then his status in Ji Chang's heart would plummet. Ji Chang, he's very good at fighting. I wanted to invite him to Jutian Pavilion as a guard, but I didn't expect you to come before the deal was concluded. I asked him to hide so that you wouldn't misunderstand me. The only explanation that can be given is to tell the truth. Jiang Shaoxian nodded and thought to himself, see, I'm right. Oh, haha, that's really a misunderstanding. Ji Chang laughed heartily and then retracted his fist. As long as she didn't sneak in, it didn't matter. Besides, he couldn't see Morong Xiaoran's feelings for him. As he said this, he extended his hand. I am Ji Chang from the Ji family in the imperial capital. Nice to meet you. I believe that the person who was specially invited to the 8th floor by Mrs. Morong must be a capable person among capable people. Jiang Shaoxian did not put on airs. Seeing that the other party was sincere, he also extended his hand to shake hands. Jiang Shaoxian, an unemployed vagrant with nothing to do. Ji Chang waved his hand with a hearty smile on his face. The look he gave Jiang Shaoxian was no longer that of a villain. It doesn't matter. Brother Jiang just blocked my 80% powerful punch. He must be very strong. How could he be an idle vagrant with such strength? Ha, you are too modest. Jiang Shaoxian was surprised. This guy was a man of sentimental character. He came here just to ask for a glass of Morong Shaoran's wine, but there was not even a trace of greed for beautiful women in his eyes. Besides, after knowing that he was invited by Morong Shaoran, he acted as if he had met an old friend, and put aside his attitude without any demeanor like the leader of the four geniuses. Zhang Xiaoxian felt that this person was a good friend. Brother Ji is quite capable, and it seems that he has been in the army. The two chatted while sitting on the soft sofa, completely ignoring the beautiful Morong Shaoran next to them. This is not Ji's boasting. I am now the captain of the Daxia Tiger Special Operations Team. Great, great. Zhang Xiaoxian said with a fist salute. It's a shame to say that the Tiger Special Forces was brought to its current glory by a legendary figure. It's too difficult to go further now. Oh, who is that legendary figure? Zhang Xiaoxian became interested. If someone in the imperial capital was hailed as a legend, or someone from the past, he should know something about him. I don't know about that either. The photo on the wall of honor has always been left blank. They said it was for confidentiality. I won't say more. If I say anything more, it will involve confidential information. That's right. I'm also a soldier, Brother Ji. Ji Cheng nodded. I can see that you did that just now. I just don't know what unit Brother Jiang is in. This? Zhang Xiaoxian looked up at Morong Shaoran, who was leaning against the table with her arms folded across her chest, meaning that it was not convenient to say. Ji Cheng followed his gaze to Morong Shaoran and then smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Mrs. Morong is one of us. Oh? Zhang Xiaoxian was a little curious. Ji Cheng, I think it's not convenient to say these words. Morong Shaoran stopped Ji Cheng from continuing to introduce his life experience. In Morong Shaoran's opinion, Ji Cheng is good in every way except that when he meets someone he trusts, he becomes a bit unruly with his words. This kind of personality is both good and bad, and it is easy to be exploited by others, especially when Morong Shaoran looked at Zhang Xiaoxian and wondered why he would tell her about his situation before he knew anything about the other person. That's right. Ji Cheng also felt that he had said too much. Well, what the boss lady said makes sense. Zhang Xiaoxian naturally followed suit and advised, not to let others think that they were here to gather information. Come on, let's not talk about this today. When we meet, we are close friends. Xiaoran, go get some wine. Today, I plan to drink with Brother Jiang and I. We won't leave until we are drunk. Zhang Xiaoxian waved his hands repeatedly. Brother Ji, let's do it another day. I have something else to do. That's fine. Just as Ji Cheng finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Hey, got it. I'll be back soon. It seems that Brother Ji has something to do. My fiancé asked me to go back to prepare for the wedding. That's more important. Excuse me, let's pick a big place some other day to have a good fight and drink to our heart's content. Okay. Zhang Xiaoxian couldn't ask for more. How could he not like this kind of person? He is generous and unpretentious, just like the great hero Xiaofeng in movies and TV series. But after he said that about his fiancée, Morong Shaoran's face suddenly became extremely stiff. He is engaged? The person you like is getting married soon? I haven't even started to love, is it over? After Ji Cheng left, Morong Shaoran's body weakened and she almost fell down. Madam Boss, are you okay? Zhang Xiaoxian quickly stepped forward to help. Unfortunately, he was pushed away by Morong Shaoran. Don't touch me. His eyes were moist and he looked at Zhang Xiaoxian with some disgust, then he sat down on the sofa in a daze. You can go now. I don't care how much Ji Cheng likes you, but you are not welcome here, you know. The inexplicable anger naturally fell on Zhang Xiaoxian. You like Ji Cheng, but I can't tell from his eyes that he likes you. He is a man who only loves one woman in his life, and his other energy will be used to move towards his own goals. If you want to have any results with him, you'd better go to bed. Get out. Morong Shaoran roared uncontrollably. The two stewards at the door heard the noise and rushed in at the same time. What's wrong with the boss lady? Looking at Morong Shaoran slumped on the sofa, the two of them had wrong thoughts. He looked at Zhang Xiaoxian with angry eyes, and the two of them acted together, ready to subdue the man. Seeing the three people about to fight, Morong Shaoran shouted, Get out, take him out. He is not welcome in Jutian Pavilion anymore. Yes. Are you going to leave by yourself or do you want us to do it? The two men came to Zhang Xiaoxian and threatened him. Then I won't bother you too. Zhang Xiaoxian put his hands in his pockets and walked out of Jutian Pavilion without hesitation. As soon as I walked out of Jutian Pavilion, I saw an Audi parked in front of me. This was the car he drove. Su Wei? You haven't gone back yet? Get in the car. Good. The atmosphere in the car was extremely depressing. Su Wei didn't say anything, but just concentrated on driving. Thank you, Su Wei, for waiting for me. I'm just afraid that you'll never be able to get out again, and I'll have to cancel your account. Ha, that's what you said. Zhang Xiaoxian smiled awkwardly. The car became quiet again. Where do you live? I'll take you there. Su Wei asked. You should go back to the Su family first. You want to live with me? Zhang Xiaoxian was puzzled when he heard this. Su Wei, we seem to be husband and wife now, why can't I live with you? I think we need to reconsider our relationship. Su Wei had a blank expression on her face, returning to her cold look at the beginning of the blind date. That's fine, you go back to the Su family first, and I'll drive back to my house. Okay. The two separated at the gate of the Su family. Su Wei got out of the car and walked inside without looking back. Zhang Xiaoxian drove all the way back to his parents' place. His father was not at home because of something, and Nolan looked at his son with a proud smile on his face. He came up and gave her a big hug. This was his son whom he had not seen for 2 years. My son has grown more handsome, but unfortunately he has a sad look on his face. Tell Mom what's wrong. Nolan held Zhang Xiaoxian's face and looked at it carefully. Mom, do you think your son is not good enough? Why do you say that? Many girls hate me. What a failure. Although these words sounded a bit discouraging, Zhang Xiaoxian's face only showed some frustration and not too much sadness. Because there was once a girl who loved him so much that she was willing to give up her life. The same goes for Zhang Xiaoxian. If she were still there, he wouldn't even look at Morong Xiaoran if she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Unfortunately, due to the accident 5 years ago, she was left in the desert forever. I vaguely remember her last words. Live well, don't let the entire Heisi down because of me. If you find a good girl in the future, just forget me. Maybe I don't have this blessing, but having you by my side in the past few years is enough. Zhang Xiaoxian's eyes were already blurred with tears, and drops of hot tears fell into his lover's arms. Lin, don't say that, please. Unfortunately, when Dai Lin wiped away her tears again, she closed her eyes forever. From then on, Zhang Xiaoxian did not recover for 4 years until Luo Wanxiang asked him to return to Dasha, and then he slowly came to his senses. He was so good to Zhang Wan, but in his heart he thought of Zhang Wan as Dai Lin. It was because he used another woman as a substitute that he gave his all without regrets. The next day, Zhang Xiaoxian picked up the phone and called Su Wei. Zhang Xiaoxian, I'm going back to Jiangzhou at noon. Are you coming back? When Su Wei returned home, she found out that the Su family and the Lu family had completely broken up. If she didn't go back to the company in Jiangzhou, it would definitely be taken over by the Lu family. So when he received Zhang Xiaoxian's call, he announced the result without waiting for the other party to say anything. What's wrong? Let's not talk about it for now. If you want to go back, come to the Imperial Capital Airport now and take a flight back. If you don't want to go back, just ignore what I said. Okay, I'll be there soon. Chapter 20 Car Accident. Being in a hurry to leave the capital, Zhang Xiaoxian naturally had to tell his family. After making the call, he took a taxi straight to the airport. Part of the reason why Su Wei suddenly left was because of Lu Bing. Lu Bing suffered a loss in Jutian Pavilion last night, and he exaggerated the incident and told his father about it. Naturally, the Lu family could not bear to be humiliated, so when Su Wei returned home that night, she happened to see the two families arguing there. In the end, they parted on bad terms. Su Changsheng also did it for his daughter's sake, so he asked her to take Zhang Xiaoxian back to Jiangzhou as soon as possible. That place was not under the influence of the Lu family, and Su Changsheng felt more at ease with Zhang Xiaoxian around. I also heard from Lu Bing that it's great to have a son-in-law who can fight, right? Su Changsheng felt relieved to learn that Zhang Xiaoxian also knew Kung Fu. Zhang Xiaoxian hung up the phone with his family on the way and called Zhang Yuehong, who pretended to be his mother. After all, the two children are going on a long journey, and the elders of the Su family are here, so it would be unreasonable for the Zhang family not to come too. Zhang Yuehong was also on vacation, so she quickly agreed and drove to the airport. An hour later, at the Imperial Capital Airport, Zhang Xiaoxian hurried to the waiting hall, where the family of 3 and Uncle Wei were waiting for him. Are you here? Su Changsheng looked at Zhang Xiaoxian with a meaningful look. Maybe it was because he found out that the other person was Zhang Yuehong's son. He himself couldn't explain it. Su Wei just glanced at it and then turned her gaze back to the phone in her hand. Zhang Xiaoxian didn't care either. He suddenly got used to the woman's indifference towards him. Not only her, but also Zhang Wan in the past and Morong Xiaoran yesterday had the same expression. Maybe he really isn't popular with girls, but that doesn't matter to him. It was enough for him to have had a woman who loved him dearly by his side for the rest of his life. Uncle Su, Aunt Lin, what time is your flight? Zhang Xiaoxian quickly stepped forward and greeted them. Now that you're married, it's time to change your tune, right? Su Changsheng said somewhat unhappily. Lin Wanru didn't think anything of it. Actually, calling her mom might even feel a little awkward. In her eyes, Zhang Xiaoxian was never worthy of her daughter, but unfortunately the matter was already settled, and with the Lu family behind her, she could only acquiesce to their union. Zhang Xiaoxian did not respond to Su Changsheng. It was also because Su Wei's indifference in the past 2 days did not want him to change his mind. It was still unknown how far the two could go. Soon Zhang Yuehong also rushed over. After settling Zhang Xiaoxian down, he looked at the fake daughter-in-law standing beside him. Su Wei, live a good life with him, he deserves you. Without too many words, just a simple sentence "I'm worthy of you" was enough to settle what Zhang Xiaoxian had asked him to do. Zhang Yuehong didn't know about Zhang Xiaoxian's family, but she knew something about Heisi. Her son and husband had contributed their youth and life to Heisi, and she felt it was worth it. Besides, Zhang Xiaoxian is one of the main leaders of the Maritime Silk Road. Being able to be a leader in the Maritime Silk Road, one can imagine what his status and family background are like. As for Su Wei, the Su family she relies on is just a second or third-rate family in the imperial capital, and may be far inferior to Zhang Xiaoxian. It is because of this that Zhang Yuehong said that he deserves you. To put it bluntly, it's not certain whether you are worthy of him. But she couldn't say that. Okay, got it. Su Wei should just act like a mother and flatter her son. After all, Zhang Yuehong is her mother-in-law now, and she can't disrespect her in public. Snort. But Lin Wanru was a little unhappy. Is he worthy of her? How can we tell? But she didn't say much. After all, as a lady from a wealthy family, she had a certain degree of self-control. The unhappiness in his heart only came out of a cold snort. Zhang Yuehong looked at Lin Wanru, then turned and looked at Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng felt that the atmosphere between the two was not right. He was afraid that the two children would cause some unpleasant things before leaving, so he quickly and quietly pulled his wife. The radio began to broadcast that a plane to Jiangzhou was about to take off. The two of them took their things and walked towards the boarding gate, turning back to wave goodbye to the three people. Su Wei hugged her mother. This departure was completely different from the last time. Last time, she was forced to leave the Su family and leave the imperial capital out of anger. The two of them sat next to each other on the plane, but Su Wei kept wearing headphones and closing her eyes to rest. Zhang Xiaoxian looked at the other person and saw that he also closed his eyes and rested. In the end, the two of them had to ask the flight attendants to wake them up. Hello sir and madam, we have arrived in Jiangzhou. The two opened their eyes and found that the plane had landed safely without them noticing. Okay, thank you. The two walked out of the airport one after the other and took a taxi to Su Wei's villa. Zhang Xiaoxian turned on his cell phone and found a missed call. It belongs to Luo Wanxiang. Go back quickly. What's wrong, old man? You left without telling me, even if you're going back to Jiangzhou. Luotua wants to set up a shipping company in Jiangzhou, so I'll leave this to you. Yes. Zhang Xiaoxian, who finally had something to do, suddenly became energetic. Looking at Su Wei in front of me, she was also on the phone. It seemed like the call was made by the person in charge of the branch in Jiangzhou who was also her company secretary. Perhaps he was too absorbed in listening to the other party's report that he didn't even notice a car speeding towards him when he was crossing the road. Zhang Xiaoxian looked at it and wanted to go forward, but unfortunately the distance was too far and it was too late. With a bang, Su Wei was knocked several meters away. Su Wei. Su Wei fell to the ground and fell unconscious the moment she did. Zhang Xiaoxian ran over and hugged her, then took out his cell phone and quickly dialed 120. In the hospital's emergency room, when the doctor came out, Zhang Xiaoxian asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is she? Who are you to the injured person?" The doctor looked at Zhang Xiaoxian and then at the medical record in his hand and asked, "I'm her husband." "Oh, that's good, your wife is fine, just her left leg is slightly fractured, and her head hit the ground and caused a slight concussion. But it's not a big problem. Fortunately, it's near the airport and the other car drove slowly, otherwise your wife would be in trouble. After saying this, the doctor walked back into the emergency room. I'm glad you're okay, Jiang Shaoxian said to himself. In the ward, it was already late at night when Su Wei woke up. When she opened her eyes, she felt dizzy. She smelled the smell and looked at the surroundings and knew she was in the hospital. At the moment of the car accident, she was really dumbfounded and thought she was gone. I tried hard to get up, only to find that my leg was hung up in a plaster cast. On the left, a person was sitting on a stool and sleeping beside the bed. Hey, hey! Su Wei gently pushed Jiang Shaoxian. Feeling someone pushing him, Jiang Shaoxian immediately opened his eyes. What's wrong with Su Wei? Do you want to eat? No. Su Wei wanted to shake her head, but her neck ached as she moved, so she could only speak. So what do you say, and I do it? Where's my phone? Here. Taking up his cell phone, Jiang Shaoxian gently raised the backrest of Su Wei's bed so that she could feel more comfortable. Thank you, Jiang Shaoxian. Seeing the man's concern for her, Su Wei's face felt warm for the first time in the past 2 days. What are you thanking me for? Since you got into this trouble in Jiangzhou, of course I have to take good care of you. After all, I am your husband. Su Wei nodded lightly. It was true that Jiang Shaoxian would not be denied by her husband even if he did. I looked at my phone and it was already 2 in the morning. Just now, her assistant, who is also a good friend, called and said that all cooperation with the Liu family was unilaterally cancelled by the other party. Now the company has no products to produce for several orders. It seems that the company has suffered setbacks from all aspects overnight. She didn't expect the Liu family to take action so quickly, nor did she expect the Liu family to really fall out with the entire Su family because of the marriage, and the revenge would come so quickly. She was distracted for a moment and didn't notice the car when crossing the road, which led to her current situation. Chapter 21, Encounter with Ex-Wife. Jiang Shaoxian, what's wrong with my leg? Su Wei couldn't help but panic when she saw her leg in plaster. I was thinking to myself whether I would have to use a cane or sit in a wheelchair to walk in the future, and I felt like I had fallen into an ice cellar. It's just a broken bone. The doctor said it's nothing serious and I'll be able to walk normally in a few months. Ah, it will take several months, then Jiangzhou company will. Su Wei's eyes were dim, like a deflated ball, and she felt a little unwilling. Jiang Shaoxian didn't even think about caring about the life or death of the Su family's company. Someone came from Luotua, and he had a lot of heavy tasks to do next, so he had no time or energy to take care of the Su family. Besides, the current state of their relationship is not yet at the point where he needs to reveal his identity to save them. Don't worry about these things. Your health is the capital of revolution. Take good care of your injuries first. Jiang Shaoxian could only offer a trivial word of concern. Ah. He was indeed a little sleepy, and was woken up by Su Wei just as he was about to doze off. Got it. If you're sleepy, take a nap first. We can talk about everything tomorrow. Su Wei also knew that it was useless to be anxious. Seeing the man yawning repeatedly, she knew that he must not have slept well that night. Jiang Shaoxian looked around and saw that there was no place to sleep, so he had to leave. In case something happened to Su Wei at night, he could take care of her there. Su Wei looked around and saw that there was only one bed in the single room, hers, and a foldable stool next to it. Just sleep here. The ward is a VLP one, so the beds are naturally bigger. Su Wei patted the empty seat next to her and said, Sure. Jiang Shaoxian did not refuse. They had slept together before, so it would be okay to lie down together at night. After saying that, he took off his coat and trousers and lay down. Su Wei reached out and helped cover her with some quilts. Thank you, Su Wei. You're welcome. After a while, Jiang Shaoxian's light snoring sounded. Su Wei tried to turn her head to look at the man's well-defined profile. Unconsciously, I reached out and gently touched his face. She had never loved a man and didn't know how to get along with him. Jiang Shaoxian was her first, but in her heart this was not what she wanted at all. In her mind, a man doesn't need to be rich and powerful, but every girl loves a hero, and she is no exception. I hope my man is a great hero. Su Wei has been feeling irritated these past 2 days. Although she no longer needs to marry into the Liu family, she does feel a little uncomfortable when she thinks about living an ordinary life with Jiang Shaoxian. Watching him fall asleep, Su Wei turned her head to look at the night light coming through the white curtains, her mind wandering. Because of the anesthesia, the pain in my legs was not that obvious. I closed my eyes and the night passed quietly. The next day, when Su Wei opened her eyes, it was already past 8 o'clock, and Jiang Shaoxian had already bought breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. Thank you. Su Wei said politely to Jiang Shaoxian with a smile. Jiang Shaoxian was a little confused. Is it true that only in the imperial capital would she be so cold to him? Once she returned to Jiangzhou, she seemed to have changed completely. Does this woman have a split personality? Before eating, Jiang Shaoxian fetched some warm water and carefully helped her wash her hands and wipe her face. Su Wei did not resist and cooperated obediently. After breakfast, Jiang Shaoxian once again helped with some dirty work like changing urine bags, just like a competent caregiver. Su Wei felt a little shy and touched as she watched him help her do these things. But gradually he became more and more distant from the great hero in his mind. The originally gentle face instantly turned into a frown. After the doctor finished the consultation, the assistant to the general manager of Su Group's Jiangzhou branch arrived. Jiang Shaoxian felt that there would be many people attending a meeting in the ward soon, so he got up early and cleaned up the room, not wanting to embarrass Su Wei. Xiao Wei, why is it like this? Yuani came to the bedside and looked at the plaster on his sister's leg and the bandage on her head, anxiously asking what had happened yesterday. Xiao Wei, it's all my fault. I know you just got off the plane, so why would I tell you all these upsetting things? It's okay. When your leg is healed, we can go jogging together in the morning like before. Are you really okay? It's okay. Su Wei narrowed her eyes and smiled at Yuani. But when it became quiet, Yuani discovered that there was another man in the room. Seeing that she didn't look like a hospital nurse, I asked curiously, "Are you a friend?" Su Wei hesitated, nodded and said, "It's my friend from the imperial capital." Jiang Shaoxian's heart sank when he heard that. The smile on his face twitched twice and then returned to normal. He snorted in his heart and looked at Su Wei with some confusion and dissatisfaction. Su Wei avoided his gaze and refused to look him in the face. Hello, my name is Yuani, nice to meet you. Yuani has a calm appearance, wears glasses, and a professional suit. At first glance, he looks like someone who is very capable in the workplace. My name is Jiang Shaoxian, Su Wei's friend from the imperial capital, and I'm nice to meet you too. He stretched out his hand and shook it lightly before separating, emphasizing the word friend. But I felt very uncomfortable in my heart, and this discomfort was towards Su Wei. I am obviously your husband, but you said I was just a friend. However, this discomfort only lasted for a moment and did not last long. Well, hello Mr. Jiang. You guys chat first, I'll be leaving now. Knowing that the two had work matters to discuss, it was not convenient for him to stay. Besides, he saw that there was suddenly some evasion in Su Wei's eyes, which seemed like she was deliberately keeping a distance from him. Now Jiang Shaoxian realized that Su Wei was not like this only in the imperial capital, but only when the two of them were alone would she maintain a slightly more intimate state with him than she was now. It was as if she asked me to lie down next to her last night and covered me with the quilt with my own hands. This means that she is still hesitant in her heart, hesitating about her relationship with herself. Perhaps she was just touched for a moment by my efforts yesterday. No matter which one it is not what Jiang Shaoxian wants. Sitting in the rest area of the hospital lobby, with eyes closed and arms folded across chest. Maybe it was a coincidence. Zhang Wan and her best friend Yang Xiaofang were hurt by love yesterday. They drank heavily in the bar, and Yang Xiaofang ended up having stomachache and was admitted to the hospital. Zhang Wan was fine, but when she was about to go out to buy some breakfast, she saw Jiang Shaoxian sitting in the lounge area of the lobby. She blinked hard, trying to see if she was seeing things. When he finally walked closer and confirmed that it was really Jiang Shaoxian, he was so excited that he almost rode on him. But seeing that the other person was resting with his eyes closed, she did not disturb him. She ignored her rumbling stomach and forgot that a good friend was waiting for her breakfast in the ward upstairs. She sat down gently next to Jiang Shaoxian. Jiang Shaoxian's insight was beyond that of ordinary people even when he was sleeping. He naturally felt that there was someone sitting next to him. He opened his eyes slightly and saw with his peripheral vision that it was a woman, then closed his eyes again. But a familiar smell in his nose made him a little confused. Why does it feel so familiar? It seems as if this woman smells the same as Zhang Wan. He opened his eyes again and turned to look at the woman. The woman was also staring at him. Zhang Wan? Zhang Wan smiled at him. Jiang Shaoxian had never seen her smile so sincerely and naturally. Perhaps he had never seen her smile at him. Shaoxian, why are you here? He was a little nervous, perhaps afraid that the other person would disappear from his world again if he was not careful. Chapter 22: Ex-wife and current wife. A friend was hit by a car yesterday and I was staying with her in the hospital. He didn't say she was his wife, but a friend. This was also his inner response to Su Wei's statement that she was his friend. When Zhang Wan heard that it was Jiang Shaoxian's friend, her worries were relieved a lot. She thought Jiang Shaoxian was sick. "Is your friend okay?" Zhang Wan asked with concern. Jiang Shaoxian looked at the other party in confusion. "She's fine, Zhang Wan, what's wrong with you? I remember that in the past, no matter what happened to me or any of my friends, you didn't care at all. Now you seem to have changed. Maybe we can really remain friends after separation, and the relationship between friends is much more comfortable than that between husband and wife." Zhang Wan has learned to care. Zhang Wan felt a little sad when she heard this. "I was ignorant at that time, and I didn't understand or care about you enough. But when I really realized how good you were to me, you were gone. But it feels good to meet you again now." When Zhang Wan spoke, the smile on her face was charming, and she inadvertently tilted her head, which made Jiang Shaoxian at a loss. What's wrong with her? Is she going to marry Han Chanfeng soon and is here to invite me to the wedding? That's not necessary. It would be embarrassing to go to your ex-wife's wedding. Jiang Shaoxian looked at the woman he had taken care of for a year with a confused look on his face. To be honest, Zhang Wan looked much more haggard than when they just broke up. "Zhang Wan, are you going to get married with Mr. Han? You specially invited me to attend. If it's you, don't ask. I won't go." Zhang Wan was stunned for a moment before she slowly said, "He and I have broken up. From what you saw that day, Shaoxian really wanted to force me that day. It wasn't my own will. Do you believe it?" Jiang Shaoxian nodded. He was not a fool and could see that if she was really willing, Zhang Wan should be angry because of his sudden intrusion. Zhang Wan said this, but she had other meaning. "But why are you telling me this?" Zhang Wan lowered her head, smiled helplessly and looked out the window. "Yes, I kicked my ex-husband out. What's the point of explaining now? Shaoxian, what is your relationship with Su Wei now?" She asked carefully, knowing that she was no longer qualified to care who Jiang Shaoxian dated. "But when I heard my best friend say that day that the two of them were drinking coffee together, I felt that their relationship was not ordinary, so I couldn't help but ask about it." "And Shaoxian?" This name seems to have changed suddenly. Before, people just called him Jiang Shaoxian or AIAI. Jiang Shaoxian was also wondering what was wrong with this woman. Having trouble? Or was she dumped by Han Chanfeng and came to me for comfort? Jiang Shaoxian frowned slightly and did not answer her question, mainly because Su Wei failed to give him a sense of security. But what qualifications does she have to ask these questions? Not to mention now, even if she had not married Su Wei, she, as an ex-wife, would not be qualified. It was because she hadn't treated him as her husband in the past year. Even if she doesn't regard him as her husband, if they haven't divorced yet, she can still lose her temper, question him, and cry. "Zhang Wan, why are you asking this?" Jiang Shaoxian felt more and more that Zhang Wan seemed to have something to say. "I was thinking to myself, you already have Han Chanfeng, so my affairs seem to have nothing to do with you, right? However, they can still be friends after the divorce, and Jiang Shaoxian doesn't want to resist Zhang Wan too much. Nothing, just a little curious." Zhang Wan also knew her current identity. "I guess she and I are friends." Seeing that the other party insisted on knowing the answer, he said the same thing as Su Wei had just said, "Friends." "Oh." Zhang Wan smiled and got the answer she wanted. As long as the two of them were not in that kind of relationship, there was nothing to worry about. She still had a chance to get this lost man back. The two of them were chatting back and forth when the elevator to the inpatient department opened and Su Wei's assistant and best friend Yuani walked out. When passing by the hall, he saw Jiang Shaoxian sitting with a woman. After they looked at each other and nodded, Yuani quickly left the hospital as there was still a lot of things to do in the company. "You also know that, miss you?" Zhang Wan couldn't understand. When they were together, she had never seen or heard Jiang Shaoxian having any contact with other women. Why did he seem to know all these Jiangzhou beauties in just a few days? "We just met, so we don't know each other." "Okay, Zhang Wan, I have to go see my friend. Bye." As Jiang Shaoxian said this, he stood up and walked towards the elevator. "Shaoxian, wait a minute. I'll go with you to see your friend." Jiang Shaoxian stopped and went to accompany his wife by himself. Wouldn't it be troublesome if your ex-wife went with you? You'd better not go. It's a bit inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Could it be a woman? Whether she is a woman or not has nothing to do with you, but it is indeed inappropriate for you to go. Jiang Shaoxian had already ordered him to leave, so it would be too shameless if he still followed. Zhang Wan lowered her head but showed no intention of leaving. Even if she had to be shameless, she would follow Jiang Shaoxian today. She finally met him and was afraid that she would never find him again if she missed him. Watching the other person walk into the elevator, Zhang Wan also stepped in. What are you doing? My best friend is also in the hospital, so naturally I have to go there too. Zhang Wan thought of Yang Xiaofang and suddenly had an excuse. Jiang Shaoxian pressed the 16th floor and asked, "Which floor is your friend on?" 16th floor. Actually, it was on the 15th floor, but she wanted to see where Jiang Shaoxian's friend lived. If it was a man, she could go and chat with Jiang Shaoxian when she was free. If it was a woman, she also wanted to know what their relationship was, so as to give herself some precautions. Anyway, the only thing she is thinking about now is how to pursue Jiang Shaoxian. Oh. Jiang Shaoxian didn't care whether what she said was true or not. He took out his cell phone and looked down at it. The elevator opened, Jiang Shaoxian was in front and Zhang Wan was following behind. Miss Zhang, are you following me on purpose? No, Yang Xiaofang is in the ward over there. Zhang Wan pointed to the end of the corridor. Let her be. This is the first time Jiang Shaoxian has met such a shameless Zhang Wan. In the past, she was quite decisive in doing things, and rarely argued with him like she does now, and she would lie wherever she went. However, the 16th floor is the VLP ward area, and considering the financial situation of Yang Xiaofang or Zhang Wan's family, it is reasonable for them to live here. Jiang Shaoxian had just opened the door of Su Wei's ward when Zhang Wan followed him impatiently and looked inside. I found out it was a woman, but I couldn't see clearly who she was because there was a bandage on her head. But I still felt uncomfortable. Jiang Shaoxian came in and Su Wei turned her head slightly. You're back? Well, are you guys done talking? Zhang Wan looked inside and how could she not know who the other person was? It was indeed Su Wei. The friend he was talking about turned out to be Su Wei. Su Wei also saw Zhang Wan standing at the door. Who are you? Jiang Shaoxian looked behind him, and unexpectedly, Zhang Wan actually followed him. Hello, Ms. Su. I am Zhang Wuqing's daughter and also Jiang Shaoxian's wife. She didn't know that Su Wei was already married to Jiang Shaoxian. In order to declare her sovereignty, she shamelessly said that she was Jiang Shaoxian's wife. Jiang Shaoxian frowned. This woman was really here to cause trouble. But Su Wei was not as angry as expected. She smiled slightly and said to Zhang Wan, I know, Jiang Shaoxian told me, but you seem to be just his ex-wife. Well, an ex-wife is also a wife. After all, we have lived together for a year. Zhang Wan continued speaking. Jiang Shaoxian couldn't help but speak. Zhang Wan, what are you going to do? Shaoxian, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? I was crazy when I insisted on divorcing you. After we broke up, I realized that I had fallen in love with you. Is that true? Jiang Shaoxian smiled bitterly. Wasn't this confession a little late? He carefully prepared dinner for her on the last night of their divorce, but she didn't come back. From that moment on, Jiang Shaoxian had given up on Zhang Wan. Miss Zhang, that's enough. To be honest, Su Wei and I are already married. Isn't it inappropriate for you to say this in front of my wife? What? You're already married? When Zhang Wan heard that they were getting married, she opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Then her legs started to go weak and she almost fell down. I'm sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Zhang Wan recovered and quickly left the ward door. All of a sudden the entire ward fell into a terrible silence. Jiang Shaoxian thought Su Wei would get angry, but unfortunately she didn't. She just watched everything happen calmly. Su Wei? Jiang Shaoxian asked tentatively. Chapter 23. Do I have to accept it if you look back? What's wrong? Su Wei looked at Jiang Shaoxian expressionlessly, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. I was resting downstairs just now. I don't know when Zhang Wan suddenly sat next to me. I didn't provoke her. Jiang Shaoxian explained that no matter whether the other party believed it or not, he had to speak out to prove his innocence. But I can see that she really regrets it. Shouldn't you give your ex-wife another chance? Su Wei, what do you mean by this? Angry, jealous, or indifferent? It's nothing. After all, you have lived together for a year. It's normal for her to slowly develop feelings for you. She loves you now, which is much more worthwhile than your unilateral efforts. Su Wei said. What you mean is that my dedication to you is one-sided, which means you want to divorce me, right? Zhang Xiaoxian didn't want to listen to those meaningless arguments, he just wanted to know Su Wei's decision at this moment. Maybe we are really not suitable to be together. Su Wei gave her answer. Ha! Zhang Xiaoxian smiled bitterly again and finally nodded. Just like when Zhang Wan told him that she wanted a divorce, he did not try to keep her. Well, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau when we have time. After Zhang Xiaoxian finished speaking, he did not rush out of the door as imagined. He is a man who sees things through to the end. Now Su Wei is still lying on the hospital bed, so it would not matter if he just left. It was also because his love had long been buried somewhere else. Su Wei didn't say anything, neither agreeing nor refusing, but she didn't feel the same pain that Zhang Wan felt when she heard the other party agree without hesitation. Zhang Wan ran back to Yang Xiaofang's ward with red eyes. What's wrong, Xiaowan? Yang Xiaofang, who was confused, asked her best friend with such concern when she saw her best friend asking. It's okay. Zhang Wan pretended to be calm, hiding the bitterness in her heart. Yang Xiaofang was discharged from the hospital in the afternoon. Before leaving, Zhang Wan did not forget to come to Su Wei's ward to see if the two were a couple as Zhang Xiaoxian said. But when she noticed that Zhang Xiaoxian was not in the room, the bitterness in her heart seemed to disappear. She thought that she was too direct in the morning and scared Zhang Xiaoxian, so he used Su Wei as a shield, but in fact they were not husband and wife. After getting the self-deceiving answer in her heart, Zhang Wan's desire to win Zhang Xiaoxian back was rekindled. She gritted her teeth and knocked on Su Wei's ward door. Come in. When Su Wei saw that it was Zhang Wan who came in, she couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. After all, she was still Zhang Xiaoxian's wife. Why did your ex-wife come here again and again? Excuse me, Miss Zhang, is there anything I can help you with? Su Wei's expression was extremely cold. Hello, Mr. Su. I came here to ask you a question. Are you and Zhang Xiaoxian pretending to be a couple? He just wants to piss me off. I know that divorcing Zhang Xiaoxian would hurt him a lot, so I want to make amends. Can you tell me his contact information? Snort. Su Wei snorted coldly. Is he trying to poach his wife openly in front of her? He's right. We are really married. Su Wei said as she took out her marriage certificate with Zhang Xiaoxian. Even if she wanted to divorce him, the proud Su Wei was unwilling to invite other women to come and provoke her. Sorry to bother you. Zhang Wan was dumbfounded when she saw the marriage certificate and completely gave up. She ran out of the room crying and bumped into Zhang Xiaoxian who had returned. Zhang Wan, what's wrong? Zhang Wan looked up at Zhang Xiaoxian, said nothing, her eyes red from crying, and left quickly while biting her lip. It turned out that he did not lie to her and they really got married. Why was he so fast? He didn't even give her a chance. She had barely taken 2 steps when Zhang Xiaoxian grabbed her wrist. Let me go. Zhang Wan tried hard to shake him off, but the man was unwilling to let go. Come in, I have something to say. Zhang Xiaoxian took Zhang Wan to Su Wei's ward and said to them both at the same time, you two are here, I will make things clear today. First, Zhang Wan is my ex-wife. Second, we will get divorced once Su Wei's leg heals. From now on, the 3 of us will be exes and have nothing to do with each other. I'm really tired. For the first time, I was teased by Miss Zhang for a whole year. Finally, after your white moonlight came, you kicked me away. Second, Miss Su now only regards me as a friend. Have you forgotten our contract and why I married you? I told you that you could accept us getting married as a real couple, but things didn't go as planned. Maybe I was forcing you. I'm letting you go now and we'll both be well. He was really tired and had enough. Zhang Xiaoxian thought that even if he was single, he would no longer get involved with women. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoxian quickly left the ward. Zhang Xiaoxian, where are you going? Su Wei shouted anxiously, but unfortunately the man did not stop. Xiaoxian, wait for me. I will never give up on you again. Zhang Wan was able to walk easily, so she took a step forward and chased after him. Why are you still following me? Are you the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and don't have to manage the company? I remember that I couldn't see you at all when we were together. Zhang Wan bit her lips lightly, looking aggrieved. He lowered his head and answered, Xiaoxian, didn't I have you in my heart at that time, and now I. What do you mean? Do I have to accept you if you come back? Jiang Xiaoxian left, and Su Wei was also anxious in the ward. She didn't expect Jiang Xiaoxian to break up so suddenly without giving her any buffer time. She was a slow-moving person to begin with, and thought that she and Jiang Xiaoxian were not a good match. After what happened with Zhang Wan today, she agreed to the divorce. But now she seemed unsure. Unfortunately, when Zhang Wan chased after him, she couldn't keep up because of her disabled legs. Jiang Xiaoxian left, and when Zhang Wan chased him out, he was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Xiaoxian, I will never give up even if you run to the ends of the earth. Just like she was unwilling to give up on Han Xiangfeng back then, now that she has fallen in love with Jiang Xiaoxian, she will not give up so easily. Jiang Xiaoxian returned to Su Wei's villa, packed his things and left. It was still the familiar hotel, and this time he booked it for a month. However, Su Wei's legs were inconvenient, but at least the woman did not betray him. When they arrived at the hospital again at night, Su Wei's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. What are you doing back again? When she saw Jiang Xiaoxian appear, she felt touched and angry, and looked at him with a pout. Then I'll be leaving. Seeing that the other person was fine, what was the point of coming? It seemed that her best friend had been to the room. There was a bouquet of lilies and some fruits on the bedside table. Jiang Xiaoxian, stop. Looking at the woman who was about to leave, Su Wei suddenly stopped him. If you have something to say, just say it. You are still my husband now, you can't just ignore me while I'm injured here. This may be the greatest restraint she can bring to Jiang Xiaoxian than Zhang Wan. Not anymore. But it's still not the same now, right? Su Wei was in a stalemate with him. You're right. Since you're still my wife, I will be responsible for you. But since you only treat me as a friend, let's just be ordinary friends from now on. We'll get a divorce when you're discharged from the hospital. You want to remarry your ex-wife in a hurry, right? That's why you can't wait to divorce me? You can say that. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to explain and let the other party be suspicious. Look, you admit it, right? In fact, Su Wei didn't think so in her heart, mainly because she was not ready for divorce. Yes, I admit it, so what? We are just friends. Are you angry? Su Wei asked. Angry at me, whatever you want to say. Hearing Jiang Xiaoxian say this, Su Wei suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. Without explaining anything further, he took out his cell phone and called Yuani. What's wrong, my baby? Yuani's charming voice came from the other side. Come here, Annie. I have something to tell you. After a while, Yuani, who had changed into a sexy outfit, came to the hospital. What happened? I was about to go on a date with a man. She is no longer the strong woman I met in the morning, she looks like a queen now. Annie, Jiang Xiaoxian is not my friend, but my husband. We are a married couple. Su Wei spoke loudly, fearing that Yuani could not hear clearly. She knew that Jiang Xiaoxian had been feeling aggrieved since she introduced him as a friend this morning, so she called him over to reiterate the point. And after saying that, he took out the marriage certificate. Baby, you are kidding, are you? Did you really just find a random man to marry just to deal with Lu Bing? Yuani knew something about Su Wei's affairs. Su Wei had complained to her many times. Su Wei had a headache. She wanted to make Jiang Xiaoxian understand that she could openly admit their relationship. But the effect seems to be somewhat unexpected. Su Wei didn't know how to explain. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the two of them without saying anything. No. Su Wei denied it immediately, wanting Jiang Xiaoxian to understand that her words counted and to live with him. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't know why Su Wei suddenly changed and said these things? Chapter 24. He and I are indeed husband and wife. He didn't understand her heart, nor did he care about her. His heart had already been with him far away. It doesn't matter whether you love or not. It's difficult for Jiang Xiaoxian to really give all his love to a woman, at least it's difficult to treat these two women. Unless the woman is willing to give everything for him, he will also give his true heart to her. After all, Dai Lin is no longer in this world, and this cannot be changed. Hearing the negative answer, Yuani opened his mouth in shock. What? Our dignified eldest daughter of the Su family actually married herself off. As she spoke, she began to look up and down at this man who did not catch her eye. This man looks ordinary no matter how you look at him. But he still has a good figure, is tall and big, and has an above-average appearance, not the kind of handsome guy. Looking at her clothes, they are just ordinary street stall items for her. Xiao Wei, you are not kidding, right? No, he and I are indeed husband and wife. Su Wei kept looking at Jiang Shaoxian while speaking, wanting to let the man know that she was not against making their relationship known. Congratulations to you, Xiao Wei, you finally found a man. This was not a blessing, but Jiang Shaoxian was there, so she couldn't say anything unpleasant. But I must have a good talk with this man when I go out. Not every man can have a woman as exquisite as Su Wei. Don't think about becoming a phoenix overnight. This kind of thing can only be seen in movies and TV dramas. Thanks. Su Wei could naturally understand Yuani's dissatisfaction with the man she had chosen. If you have anything to talk about, please talk alone. I'm going to go out for a walk. Jiang Shaoxian watched the two people's performance, not wanting to interrupt or participate. He didn't think that Su Wei had already established a place for him in her heart by doing this. It was just a declaration of sovereignty over Zhang Wan's coming today. After leaving the ward, Yuani in the room finally couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Wei, you are too casual. Are you really confident in handing yourself over to a man like this? What's there to worry about? My parents have already met him, and they have no objection. Besides, his clothes are not very good, but his family is not bad. Although not as good as mine, his mother is also a senior executive of the largest state-owned enterprise in Daxia, so she is considered worthy of him. What? Yuani felt that not only Su Wei had problems with her eyes, but the entire Su family also had problems. Even if this kind of man has a decent family background, he is still not worthy of Su Wei. How come Su Wei's parents agreed? Do you like him? Su Wei did not answer. This was a very realistic question, but she really couldn't answer it right away. You don't know, can a loveless marriage last? Maybe he is a little different from the man in my mind, but I am willing to accept him slowly. Su Wei gave her own answer. I have nothing to say in this case. Yuani shook her head and felt sorry for her best friend. But it seems to be better than that man Lu Bing. She had met Lu Bing before, and to be honest, he was really not that good. Su Wei, stay alone for a while. I'll go out and check for you. Don't do this. Su Wei wanted to stop Yuani, but the other party had already walked out of the ward. In the hospital lobby, Jiang Shaoxian was sitting and looking at his phone when suddenly a voice rang out. Mr. Jiang, are you free? I want to talk to you. Okay. Seeing that the person coming was Yuani and understanding the purpose of her visit, Jiang Shaoxian readily agreed. Mr. Jiang, do you think you are worthy of Su Wei? If you're here to belittle me, there's no need to say anything. Even a clayman would have some temper, let alone Jiang Shaoxian. I don't have any good feelings towards this woman, Jiang Shaoxian. Okay, then do you like Su Wei? I like her quite a bit, but she's too cold most of the time. I can't quite understand her. Do you love her, then? We have only been together for a short time, and love needs to be cultivated slowly. Jiang Shaoxian's answers to questions were impeccable. Okay, Yuani didn't know how to continue asking after being answered. I hope you don't lie to Xiao Wei. She is actually very fragile inside. Do I look like that kind of person? Then what happened to you sitting with Miss Zhang this morning? It's normal for acquaintances to chat in public, right? Yes, even so, I still think you are not worthy of Su Wei. At least a man who can marry one of the four beauties in the imperial capital should be more powerful than the Su family. Otherwise, the Su family would not be facing the crisis of being suppressed by the Lu family and other families because of you. Jiang Shaoxian frowned slightly. Did the Lu family start suppressing the Su family so soon? Only Jiang Shaoxian knew this. No wonder Su Wei has been a little cold and worried lately. You have nothing to say, right? Seeing the man with his head down and silent, Yuani found a breakthrough to suppress Jiang Shaoxian's self-esteem. Her man is the kind who can support her, and you obviously can't do that. Miss Yu, if you find it enjoyable to belittle me, then go ahead. I'm going to excuse myself now. Jiang Shaoxian said this and stood up and walked towards the ward. Yuani snorted coldly, stood up and left. She really had an appointment with a young hunk to have dinner with her tonight. In the ward. Su Wei looked at Jiang Shaoxian. What did she say to you? Don't you know? How would I know if she wanted to talk to you? Besides, I can't stop her because of my inconvenient legs. We didn't talk about anything. Maybe she did it for your own good. She wanted me to leave you because she was afraid that I might want something from you. What did you say? I promised, what else can I say? Jiang Shaoxian, Are you still angry with me? I just admitted our relationship in front of her. What else do you want from me? Zhang Xiaoxian did not answer, but sat aside thinking. After a while, Zhang Xiaoxian said, I'll go find a nurse. Stop right there and come here. Su Wei shouted. What's up? Why do I need a caregiver when I have a husband? Zhang Xiaoxian really didn't know how to answer. Seeing Su Wei staring at him unkindly, he could only give up the idea of finding a caregiver. Zhang Xiaoxian bought delicious food for dinner himself. After dinner, Zhang Xiaoxian wanted to go out. Are you leaving again? Go out for a walk. Are you uncomfortable being with me? I just don't like the smell of the hospital. Then help me get discharged from the hospital tomorrow. My leg needs time to recover anyway. There's no difference between staying at home and being in the hospital. Can. Then don't go out, sit down and chat with me. It will be boring for me to be alone after you leave. Okay. Zhang Xiaoxian nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaoxian, I haven't taken a shower since I came back from the capital. Can you help me wipe it? Is this convenient? You haven't seen it, or haven't touched it. Oh well. Su Wei actually brought this up, and he really had no choice. First, they were husband and wife now, and second, he had indeed had sex with Su Wei, and this was a fact that could not be avoided. Bringing a basin of warm water, Zhang Xiaoxian looked at the woman in hospital gown and felt a little unsure where to start. I'm injured and it's inconvenient for me to do it myself. Please help me take it off. Go and lock the door first. Zhang Xiaoxian did as he was told and came to Su Wei again with his heart beating faster. Not only him, Su Wei's cheeks were also flushed. Today, when she learned that Zhang Wan fell in love with her husband, she felt a little unhappy. After all, this man is his now, why should she let other women covet him? The idea of divorce was just something she said in anger. Now she thinks it's a good thing she didn't take any actual action, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Zhang Xiaoxian? What's wrong, Su Wei? Zhang Xiaoxian tried to unbutton the first button on her chest. One by one, large areas of snow white slowly appeared and all came into Zhang Xiaoxian's eyes. You said you wanted to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me this morning. I want you to take that back. I really didn't think too much about it at the time. I'm sorry. It's okay. Let's talk about this after your leg is healed. Zhang Xiaoxian also took a step back. He had originally planned to divorce her after she was discharged from the hospital, but now he had to wait until her leg healed. The time was extended a lot. Chapter 25, Su Family Disaster. He held Su Wei's back and took off her coat. Zhang Xiaoxian washed the towel and prepared to start scrubbing. Can you help me take this off too? Su Wei said, pointing at her underwear. Isn't this bad? Zhang Xiaoxian felt a little embarrassed. If they were really husband and wife, it wouldn't matter. But now he still doesn't know what Su Wei is thinking. Maybe in a few days when she becomes sane, she will want to divorce him again. So what does this mean now? You are my husband, are you afraid that you can't see it? Su Wei let go of her reserve and became bolder. Oh well. Zhang Xiaoxian let out a long sigh, and just like a competent caregiver, he threw away his gender prejudice and hugged Su Wei. Su Wei also put her arms around Zhang Xiaoxian's neck. Watching the man struggling to untie the hook at the back, Su Wei tilted her head and kissed Zhang Xiaoxian on the lips. Zhang Xiaoxian was not paying attention for a moment and was not mentally prepared for this kiss. I want to break up, but I feel reluctant. After struggling for 2 seconds, he took off her clothes, laid her down and kissed her. It was not until Su Wei was kissed so hard that she could hardly breathe that she began to push the man away. Zhang Xiaoxian sat on the bed and looked at the woman in front of him with emotion. This kiss also made Zhang Xiaoxian let go of his reluctance to do the next thing. Su Wei. Hearing this, Su Wei put her finger on his lips. Call it something else. Don't you call me by my full name, too? Husband. As soon as Zhang Xiaoxian finished speaking, Su Wei changed her name. Not sure if it was acting or if he was sincere, Zhang Xiaoxian felt very confused for a moment. Xiao Wei. There is no equivalent way to call someone wife, but this name Xiao Wei is something that only the closest people can call her. Okay, lie down and let me help you wipe it. It really stinks. Zhang Xiaoxian joked. We were so close, and I hadn't washed for almost 3 days, but I still smelled good. Su Wei closed her eyes, feeling Zhang Xiaoxian's meticulous movements. Occasionally, a slight humming sound came from her nose, as if she was enjoying it very much. After wiping it clean, he helped Su Wei put on her clothes. Time passed quickly, and it was late at night and Jiang Shaoxian began to doze off. Su Wei moved her body slightly to indicate that the other party should still sleep next to her like yesterday. Jiang Shaoxian did not refuse. The next day, Jiang Shaoxian was going to arrange for Su Wei to be discharged from the hospital, but unfortunately the doctor wouldn't allow it and she needed to receive intravenous medicine for another day. Another day passed before Su Wei walked out of the hospital and returned to her home. Jiang Shaoxian also received a notice that Luotua would arrive in Zhengzhou in half a month and asked him to be prepared. Zhang Wan didn't show up yesterday because she was very busy at the company. It was not until the third day when I went to the hospital to look for Jiang Shaoxian again that I found out that he had been discharged. She hit her head in regret, wondering why she didn't come yesterday. But knowing that Jiang Shaoxian is with Su Wei, it is not difficult to find him. As long as we can find him, there is still a chance. In Su Wei's villa, Su Wei was lying on the bed eating the fruit that Jiang Shaoxian had cut for her. Suddenly, someone from the Lu family came in with court staff, knocking on the door. "What's the matter with you guys?" Jiang Shaoxian asked a few people outside. "Are you the owner of this house?" "No, this house belongs to my wife." Jiang Shaoxian replied. "Oh, that's right. This house and the Jiangzhou branch of the Su group have been mortgaged to the Lu group. You should vacate the house when you have time." "What? Excuse me, this is the document. Can you take a look at it?" "Wait a minute, I need to tell my wife about this." These were trivial matters to Jiang Shaoxian, but the sudden change was a huge matter to the Su family and Su Wei, and he could not make the decision. When I came to the bedroom, I saw Su Wei talking on the phone with an extremely ugly expression. It seems that Su Wei also knows about Zhengzhou company's affairs. New. Su Wei hung up the phone, looked at Jiang Shaoxian at the door, said nothing, then picked up the phone again and called Su Changsheng. "Dad, what's going on? The Feng family and the Lu family in the imperial capital have teamed up to kill us. The Zhengzhou company is gone." Su Wei seemed to be dumbfounded when she heard this, not knowing what to do. Jiang Shaoxian didn't say what he wanted to say, because he knew that Su Wei could not withstand any more blow. He walked downstairs alone and came to the group and said, "Thank you for your hard work. We will definitely move out of the house before the day after tomorrow. Don't worry. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." The few people were also quite professional and polite, just to get the job done, and there were no unprofessional or low-quality hooligans. After a few people left, Jiang Shaoxian came to the second floor, sat on the bed and hugged Su Wei in his arms. "It's okay. I'm here for you." He comforted the woman. These things really don't mean anything to him now. "Jiang Shaoxian, is the person coming downstairs going to take the house away?" Su Wei said with a somewhat numb expression. Jiang Shaoxian nodded. Su Wei's eyes were moist and she wanted to say something when the phone rang again. "It was you, Ani." Yes, I understand. If you want to continue to stay in the company, then stay. I am no longer the president of Su's Suya company. How did it suddenly become like this? Xiaowei, where are you? Why would I stay if you weren't in the company? I've already resigned. I'm at home, but this villa won't be mine soon, woo-woo. Don't worry about that. Where I live, you live too. Where I eat, you eat too. Thank you, Annie." After hanging up the phone and looking at her paralyzed legs, Su Wei fell into deep self-blame. Is the path I'm taking right or wrong? Does my whole family have to suffer this disaster just because I don't want to marry someone I hate? Su Changsheng is not having a good time in the imperial capital either. Outside, the Fang and Lu families have joined forces to suppress the Su family, while inside, the third and eldest brothers are eyeing the opportunity to force Su Changsheng to abdicate. Lin Wanru looked at her husband with a face full of complaints. Why did you agree to let Su Wei and that Jiang Gai be together? Now the whole Su family is almost gone. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying all this? Su Changsheng seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, leaning decadently on the sofa, looking at the ceiling. In Jiangzhou, Jiang Shaoxian was looking for a house. He had already cancelled the hotel lease, and buying a house would take time. Finally, I decided to rent an apartment first. I wouldn't be living there for long anyway. If Su Wei really fell in love with me, I would take her to Maritime Silk Road directly. Having made up his mind, Jiang Shaoxian took action immediately. There were many houses, and a cozy 2-bedroom apartment was only over 4,000 yuan a month. If the deal was agreed, he could move in right away. Back in the villa again, Su-wei looked at the man. Where have you been? Rent a house. Seeing that the woman looked unhappy, Jiang Shaoxian continued, You're not still thinking about divorce, are you? No, it has come to this. I am no longer meaningful to the Liu family. Divorce will not help. It will only make me more disliked. Then do you want to be an ordinary couple with me in the future? Jiang Shaoxian wanted to know the other party's answer. If the other party agreed immediately, then his sincere efforts would be worth it. There are only a few women in this era who can stay with you in times of trouble. If she could fall from heaven to earth and still be with you through thick and thin, this woman is really worth it. Jiang Shaoxian's heart skipped a beat as he listened to Su-wei's uncertain answer, wondering if she regretted it. Why do you regret it? Jiang Shaoxian asked directly. What are you regretting? Be with me instead of choosing Liu Bing. Chapter 26 New Home. No regrets. Su-wei's eyes were firm. Just 3 simple words, without any further explanation. But these 3 words are enough. It is enough for Su-wei to express everything. If she says more, the meaning may not be pure enough. Jiang Shaoxian nodded. Okay, I'll take you to our new home this afternoon. Maybe if they change places, their relationship can really develop to a new stage. Soon it was afternoon, and Jiang Shaoxian spent most of the day packing Su-wei's things, carrying large and small bags to the new residence one after another. In the end, Su-wei was the only living person left. The woman's legs were inconvenient, so Jiang Shaoxian carefully picked her up and walked from the bedroom to the car outside. Su-wei kept staring at Jiang Shaoxian with a complicated expression on her face. You won't be used to such luxurious days in the future. It's not too late to regret it now. Are you forcing me to divorce you, or do you think that I, Su-wei, am no longer worthy of you? I have already said that I don't regret it. Isn't it a bit bullying to say this? Su-wei sat in the passenger seat with a stern face and looked at Jiang Shaoxian. Well, your words are enough. Jiang Shaoxian started the car and drove attentively without saying anything else. Maybe it was because Zhang Wan delayed him for a year, and now he really doesn't want to waste time on a woman. Asking clearly is being responsible to yourself and also to Su-wei. Jiang Shaoxian, actually, the moment I kissed you yesterday, I treated you as my husband. Remember not to test me in the future, or I'll get angry. Well, no. But you will have to accept a brand new me in the future, so please be prepared. Now that it's been said, Jiang Shaoxian no longer hides it, and it might as well give him a shot of prevention in advance. Okay, I hope you feel the same way. Su-wei didn't understand what he meant, and thought that the two of them had to be prepared to change their roles from fake to real. The car drove into an old residential area. The location is pretty good, close to the center of Jiangzhou, and Su-wei knows this place. There are basically no elevators in 5-story buildings. Jiang Shaoxian rented the 3rd floor, which is considered the best floor. When the door was opened, it was filled with things brought from the villa, most of which were electrical appliances used by Su-wei and her clothes and personal belongings. As for the furniture, Jiang Shaoxian had no intention of taking it. The 2-bedroom apartment is not big, about 90 square meters, but it is just right for 2 people, and it is also cozy. He gently placed Su-wei on the sofa and turned on the TV, used the remote control to choose what you want to watch. I just bought some fruits here. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just bought some at random. Thank you, Jiang Shaoxian. Still calling me by my full name? Jiang Shaoxian glared at the other person angrily. If it's not a name, what can it be called? Su-wei asked. Indeed, calling him husband sounds a bit annoying, and it feels like someone is calling him Shaoxian like an elder. It's up to you then. After saying that, Jiang Shaoxian began to tidy up the things on the ground and at the door. Su-wei felt at home looking at the man walking back and forth, and was a little dazed for a moment. Suddenly the phone rang, asking her to wake up. It's you on ES. What's wrong, NE? Where are you, baby? I went to the company today and found out I was fired. How do you, as the boss, compensate me? Compensation? You know I have lost my villa. I am now living in a small apartment rented by my husband. Is it so miserable? You do not say. Listening to the two of them complaining about their sympathy for each other, there was no sign of frustration on their faces, as if the changes in the Su family had nothing to do with Su-wei. Where do you live now? I'll come find you. Let's do it tomorrow. The house is a mess right now and my husband is cleaning it up. All she talks about is my husband, my husband. Su Wei was showing off, and she was doing it specifically for Zhang Xiaoxian to hear. At the top of Zhang Group, Zhang Wan, who had lost Zhang Xiaoxian again, was sitting in the company with her chin in her hand, in a daze. Mr. Zhang, this requires your signature. The assistant came over with the documents, put them down and spoke softly. Oh. He came to his senses and signed his name without even looking at what was written on the document. After the assistant left, she continued to be in a daze, her mind filled with every detail of her and Zhang Xiaoxian's past year, but the more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. Why did I just realize now that the person I liked has already become Zhang Xiaoxian? If it had been earlier, he would definitely not have left, and maybe he would be by my side right now. In the evening, Zhang Xiaoxian cooked for Su Wei himself. This was the first time she had eaten food cooked by a man. I took a bite and it was so delicious that I couldn't stop eating it. Who did you learn to cook from? You must have been a chef before, right? He said as he ate and soon became full. Self-taught. Zhang Xiaoxian wiped his mouth and smiled. You're lying. Have you ever been a chef before? That's really not the case. Zhang Xiaoxian would never say that he was trying hard to learn how to cook just to take care of Zhang Wan. Continue to wipe Su Wei's body before going to bed. This time he was even bolder and stripped off all the man's clothes, then carefully and gently rubbed every part of his body except for the broken leg. Su Wei covered her face with a pillow and was too shy to make a sound. Yesterday he did this to avoid Zhang Xiaoxian from misunderstanding, but today he was doing this seriously. And as long as he couldn't get down to the ground, he would continue to take care of himself like this. Everything is done, get dressed. He turned off the lights and looked at Zhang Xiaoxian who was lying next to him in the light from outside the window. When Zhang Xiaoxian noticed that the woman was staring at him, he turned his head and gave a wicked smile. Su Wei was frightened and spoke quickly. Don't think too much about it. Wait until my leg is almost healed. It's absolutely not possible now. Su Wei nervously looked at the other person with a wolf-like look in his eyes. I thought the man was going to kill me. Although I don't resist, my legs really can't take it. How could that be? I just wanted to see you before I go to sleep. You are so beautiful. Is she as beautiful as Morong Xiaoran? If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about her. Her beauty is different from yours, and besides, she and I have nothing to do with each other. That's true. Su Wei nodded after hearing the answer that satisfied her. Two people were lying on a bed, looking at the ceiling, then at each other, chatting with each other. Soon I felt sleepy and fell asleep. At noon the next day, Su Wei told Yuani the location, and the other party soon arrived in his luxury sports car. After knocking on the door, Zhang Xiaoxian opened it and poured tea for him. Thanks. However, in Yuani's eyes, this man was just trying to get something from Su Wei. From beginning to end, he never said a word to her or even looked at her more. Walking straight into the bedroom, Su Wei was eating the fruit cut by Zhang Xiaoxian on the bed. Yuani quickly came to the bed and sat beside her. My poor baby, you have to live here. It's really unfair to you. Why don't you move to my place? Anyway, besides me, you are the only aunt left in my villa. Yuani looked around with disgust. Su Wei stared at her best friend with displeasure. Shall we go together? Who said to call him? I just called you alone. What's the matter with living with your bestie apart from your man? Yuani was just asking to see what Su Wei would choose. Looking at the pillow on the other side of the bed and Zhang Xiaoxian's cell phone, I felt that things were irreversible. Then he sighed and asked, You all slept together? You're talking nonsense. He and I are married, so of course we have to sleep together. Hearing this, Yuani slapped her forehead speechlessly. My eldest lady, you are really crazy. I would rather marry Lu Bing than live this hard life. Su Wei shook her head. Maybe we have different views on marriage. I must find a man voluntarily, not forced. I don't want to be with a man like Lu Bing for even a moment. Okay, my little sister, it's already happened. What else can I say? I hope you won't regret it in the future and don't get upset about the trivialities in life. After all, you two are not the same kind of people. Not entirely. His family isn't as bad as you say. At least my mother-in-law is a senior executive in a large state-owned enterprise. Su Wei was defending her man, and Zhang Xiaoxian, who was still busy outside, heard everything. Chapter 27 You don't need to know if he's a man. At noon, Zhang Xiaoxian was busy cooking outside, while the two women were still chatting in the bedroom. What are you going to do next? Yuani asked. The Su family was suppressed, especially Su Chongqing's lineage. Not only was there tremendous pressure from the outside, but even his own family members were asking him to give up the position of head of the family as soon as possible. In just these 2 days, Su Changsheng must make a choice. Su Wei lost all her assets in Jiangzhou, and even her bank and credit cards were frozen, so Su Changsheng was powerless to do anything about it. Fortunately, Jiang Shaoxian was there, so Su Wei didn't have to live on the streets. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, I'm not alone now, and I'll have food to eat with him around. Su Wei looked a little depressed, her eyes revealing confusion about the future and regret for the disaster she had brought to her family. At this moment, Lu Bing, who was in the imperial capital, raised his mouth when he learned that Su Wei had run back to Jiangzhou. Now that the matter has been settled, it is time for him to go to Jiangzhou. He must get Su Wei, the woman who is known as one of the 4 beauties in the imperial capital. He didn't come here to marry her, because his family no longer allowed him to marry Su Wei, and he just wanted to play with this woman first. Lu Bing wanted to see how Su Wei could fight against him without the support of the Su family. At noon, Jiang Shaoxian prepared a table full of delicious food, and Yuani ate it with gusto. Your skills are pretty good, but it's a pity that you don't use them in the right way. What is the right way? Jiang Shaoxian was a little unhappy. This woman's eyes were full of disgust from the first moment she saw him. That is to say, as Su Wei's best friend, Jiang Shaoxian didn't feel comfortable saying much, otherwise she would have spoken out long ago. The right way? That's what a man should do, let his woman live in a big house instead of suffering in this small place of less than 100 square meters. Yuani always felt it was not worth it for Su Wei to marry this man. She kept chattering, and Su Wei beside her gently pulled her arm and whispered, "Annie, please say less, okay? He is not your husband." As he said this, he looked at Jiang Shaoxian with an apologetic look. Yuani didn't expect that when he spoke up for Su Wei, she ended up defending Jiang Shaoxian. However, Jiang Shaoxian felt comfortable after hearing this. He didn't care what other people thought of him, as long as his woman approved. It is said that the big house is within his reach, but no one believes it. If he really buys it, he will have no use for it. Maybe one day he will leave Jiangzhou and never come back. What's the point of wasting that resource? Okay, little girl, I'm helping you, but you're so ungrateful. You really value women over friends. Humph, are you angry? Yuani pouted and pretended to be angry. In fact, the relationship between the 2 sisters is really very good. It is precisely because Yuani always considers Su Wei that Jiang Shaoxian would not say anything too harsh. But the day is coming when she will see her own strength. Facts speak louder than words. Let's see what you will have to say then. Haha, who told you to talk about my husband? What's more, he is the person closest to me legally. Yuani became even angrier after hearing this. After all, she was a married woman and she was only thinking about her man, bullying her as a single woman. Oomph, I won't eat anymore. Yuani patted his stomach, put down his chopsticks and glared at Su Wei. Whether you want to eat it or not, come and eat it, husband. In order to irritate Yuani, Su Wei tried her best to pick up the dishes for Jiang Shaoxian. Okay, wife, that's enough. Looking at the full bowl of food, Jiang Shaoxian naturally couldn't refuse, but it was too much for him to eat. A meal is filled with laughter, quarrels and warmth. Su Wei, I say the same thing again. If you are not used to living here, just come to my place. I really can't stand seeing you living here. Yuani comforted Su Wei again before leaving. Sure, but if we go, both husband and wife should go. Su Wei said with a smile while sitting in a wheelchair. Yuani thought about it and felt that it was actually okay to ask him to go. The key point was that this guy was a really good cook, and the food was much better than those in big hotels. But then I thought, if both of them go, wouldn't it be very inconvenient for me to bring them back? After thinking about it, I decided to give up. Seeing these 2 showing their affection all day long, I, a single dog, would be so miserable. Forget about taking him with you. What if he does something bad to me when you are not at home one day? Yuani's words were not nice, at least to Jiang Shaoxian. To you? I don't know where your confidence comes from. Jiang Shaoxian glanced at Yuani and retorted. This woman is also considered a beauty, but she is not on the same level as Su Wei. Why, do you look down on me? At least compared to my wife, I'm not exaggerating, the difference is quite big. Jiang Shaoxian also started to speak harshly. Who asked this woman to target me everywhere? Do you think you're easy to bully if you don't talk back? Okay, Xiaowei, look at him bullying me. Yuani hugged Su Wei's arm and shook it gently twice, pretending to cry and act coquettishly. Okay, I'll avenge you when you leave. Su Wei felt a headache looking at this pair of enemies who would quarrel whenever they met. It's better to ask Yuani to leave quickly. Sure. After saying that, Yuani finally left. Jiang Shaoxian closed the door, came to Su Wei, and gently pressed on her shoulders. Your best friend is pretty good. At least she's sincere to you. But she'll definitely be ruined by the scumbag in the end. Why do you say that? Su Wei was puzzled. She thought Jiang Shaoxian was venting his anger at Yuani's ridicule just now. Intuition, but I'm just guessing. If you don't believe me, you can wait. Don't say that. I don't want this to really happen. I hope so. Jiang Shaoxian nodded and carried Su Wei back to the bed. This kind of daze lasted for several days. Yuani would occasionally come to see Su Wei, and every time he came, he would eat big mouthfuls of the delicious food made by Jiang Shaoxian just to satisfy his appetite. As the saying goes, one who eats the food of his friends is often not to be grateful. However, she was a little more restrained in her words and did not show all kinds of disgust like she did the first time. But it's not much better. The Su family in the imperial capital. Due to Su Changxing's mistake, the old man decided to cancel his position as the head of the family and let his brother Su Changlin, who was Su Wei's uncle, take over. Su Changxing's family is in a state of decline, and now they are actually being driven out of the Su family villa. Although Su Changxing still had some savings so that he wouldn't have to live on the streets, Lin Wanru wanted to go back to her parents' home, but her parents' home refused to accept them. On the other side, Lu Bing also came to Jiangzhou, but unfortunately Su Wei had already moved away and he couldn't find her. However, the family also gave him a task. It was heard that Luotua was going to spend 300 billion yuan to create a shipping and trading company in Jiangzhou. This was a huge cake, and those big group companies came to look for opportunities. The Lu family, the Feng family, the Fong family, none of the big families in the imperial capital were left behind. Lu Bing happened to be in Jiangzhou and received a mission from his family, and he had to get a share of this feast. You have to know that 300 billion is the founding capital of this company, and the subsequent trade will be on the scale of trillions. Who wouldn't be jealous of the benefits? Su Changlin also sent his eldest daughter, Su Yu, who was 30 years old and had just returned from Country M to assist him in managing the Su family. In a short period of time, Jiangzhou gathered most of the powerful groups and upper-class people in Daxia, waiting for camel representatives to come and discuss cooperation with his team. I heard that the third most important person in Daxia will also come to Jiangzhou to hold the launching ceremony for this mission. Su Changxing naturally also knew the news. Unfortunately, he had been deprived of his position as the head of the family and had also lost the opportunity to attend this banquet. Yuani's family is a fairly large group after all, so they're also interested in picking up some leftovers. The big corporate families in Jiangzhou also got involved. The Zhang family is no exception, so Zhangwan has no time to look for Jiang Shaoxian's whereabouts these days. In the rental house, Jiang Shaoxian was cooking lunch for two women. Miss Yuani, do you have to pay for food if you come here every day to eat? Plate after plate of delicious food was served on the table. Jiang Shaoxian joked with Yuani, who came on time again. I just eat the dishes you order and you have to pay for the food. Are you still a man? Yuani glanced at him and said unhappily. You don't need to know whether he is a man or not, and I won't let you know. It's enough for my wife to know. Jiang Shaoxian raised his eyebrows and looked at his woman. Su Wei's face immediately turned red when she heard that, and she glared at the man angrily. Chapter 28. It's none of your business. Not serious. Yuani said and looked at Su Wei. Xiaowei, do you know that the Minister of Commerce and Foreign Affairs of Camel Country will come to Jiangzhou early next month? Su Wei shook her head. What does this have to do with little people like us? Their coming here really has nothing to do with us, but do you know how many business opportunities this cooperation can bring? Maybe if a small enterprise gets a little bit of benefit, it may become a big company. Ah, is it that exaggerated? Su Wei looked at Yuani with disbelief. I've underestimated the chances. By then all the prominent merchants in Daxia will come. Yuani became more and more excited as she spoke, as if her Yu family was the protagonist of this feast. Jiang Shaoxian did not participate in this topic, but was peeling prawns while helping Su Wei, who was talking. This actually has nothing to do with me. My father is no longer the head of the Su family, and I, the eldest daughter of the Su family, have become Mr. Zhang's wife. There was some frustration and reluctance in her words. Jiang Shaoxian could naturally hear it. Alas, I told you at the beginning that there was no point in marrying Jiang Shaoxian. You can't even get such a good opportunity. Yuani began to mock Jiang Shaoxian again. Jiang Shaoxian ignored him and continued eating. Who would have thought that he would be the master of this event? In fact, no one would believe it even if he said it. He just shut up and eat because he had enough confidence. Su Wei also didn't say anything, but naturally she still felt a little disappointed. Hey, freeloader, shouldn't you lead a good life with your wife? All you do is eat. Yuani rolled his eyes at the man and said unhappily. It was as if she was Jiang Shaoxian's vicious mother-in-law. The king of freeloaders, that's a good title. Actually, being able to eat freeloaders is a skill, you can't envy it. Besides, I bought the food you eat with my own money, and I rented this house with my own money, so how can you be considered a freeloader? Humph, you're just good at talking big. Su Wei, I really feel sorry for you. Get out of here right after you finish eating. Jiang Shaoxian was a little angry. She was trying to sow discord between him and Su Wei for no reason. She really didn't want this best friend anymore. After saying that, Jiang Shaoxian put down his chopsticks and walked out of the house. Seeing that the man was a little angry, Su Wei pulled Yuani and said, "Say less, what does this have to do with him?" Xiao Wei, I just feel bad for you. Jiang Shaoxian, who had been smoking a cigarette outside, walked back into the house. Yuani, I'm telling you clearly now. I'm very angry about what you just said. I've also made it clear that your Yu family won't get a penny from this shipping plan. Shaoxian, you should talk less. Why do you two always quarrel? After Su Wei finished speaking, Yuani said to Jiang Shaoxian, saying that they were really a pair of enemies. They finally had some peace and quiet for a few days, but now it starts again. Ha, I didn't expect that people with no ability can only talk big. Ha, I want to see who believes you when you say this. Yuani naturally took the opportunity to make a few sarcastic remarks. When Jiang Shaoxian was about to say something, the phone suddenly rang. It was Luo Wanxiong who called. What's the matter, old man? Tell me quickly. Hey, what happened? Who made our high seas chief steward angry? It's okay. Jiang Shaoxian looked at the two women at the table and swallowed his anger. Luo Wanxiong said on the other end of the phone, okay, the advance group from Luotua will arrive in Jiangzhou this afternoon. Not many people know they are coming. Please help arrange it. Good. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After a while, he received a text message on his mobile phone. Jiang Shaoxian took a look and found that the person who came with Camel was an old acquaintance of his. Su Wei looked at Jiang Shaoxian, who walked away to answer the phone, and felt a little curious and a little depressed. Who called? Are you afraid that I would hear it? The first person that came to mind was Zhang Wan, Jiang Shaoxian's ex-wife. An old man, my leader in Heisi. What's the matter? Su Wei was a little unconvinced. It's also about Luotua's plan to open a shipping company here. Jiang Shaoxian did not hide it nor said it directly. Su Wei nodded. She had heard from her father that Jiang Shaoxian worked in a company called Heisi, but they had been working together for more than half a month and had never seen him go to work. She wanted to ask, but she felt a little cold towards the man before and was embarrassed to speak. But in the past 2 days she has figured it out. Since she has to live her life, she should focus on Jiang Shaoxian and communicate more and understand him better. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked endless questions in an unhappy mood just because Jiang Shaoxian walked away to answer the phone. Their conversation attracted the attention of Yuani, who was eating nearby. Do you still have a job? What do you do? How much do you make a month? It's none of your business. Jiang Shaoxian rolled his eyes at the other person in annoyance and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Can you speak more politely? Cut. Yuani did not give up. It seemed impossible to ask Jiang Shaoxian, so he turned to look at Su Wei. Xiao Wei, does he really have a job? Su Wei was helpless. She didn't know much about Jiang Shaoxian and could only shake her head. I don't know. Don't worry, wife. I will tell you everything after a while. For now, forget it since this gossipy woman is here. You called me a gossip, you're just a gigolo. After a disagreement, the two started arguing with each other again. Okay, you two, can't you just get along well with each other? Su Wei was annoyed by the quarrel between the two and rubbed her head with her hand. Then I'll be leaving, ha. Yuani wiped his mouth, picked up his bag and left quickly. Watching her best friend leave, Sue actually let out a long sigh of relief. She was not worried that the other party was really angry. This was just the kind of person Yu Ani was. I'm sorry, Xiaoxian. My bestie is always careless like this, but she doesn't have a bad heart. I can also see that she is nice to you, but she is very difficult to me. Well, I told her that, but she just wouldn't listen. These are not important. The most important thing is you. Don't take your best friend's words seriously. Sue smiled at Jiang Xiaoxian. How could that be? I'm not the kind of woman without an opinion. Well, my wife is the best. Without the light bulb, the two of them returned to their sweet world of two. By the way, wife, I have to go out for a while. Will you stay at home or come with me? Where are you going? Sue was really bored staying at home these days. She wanted to go out, but her legs and feet were inconvenient. Now that Jiang Xiaoxian took the initiative to take her out, how could she miss it? Airport. Are you picking someone up? Yes, it was the old man on the phone who asked me to go. This matter is very important. Won't I be a burden to you if I go? Sue looked at herself sitting in a wheelchair and saw that her legs were unable to move, feeling a little ashamed. It's okay. You're so beautiful that you'll still be the most eye-catching scenery even if you're sitting in a wheelchair. I'll take you to meet a few people this time so you can have a preliminary understanding of me. Okay then. Sue nodded and agreed, then pushed her wheelchair to the bathroom and started to get herself ready. Although she didn't know who Jiang Xiaoxian was going to take her to meet, she must not embarrass him by appearing as Jiang Xiaoxian's wife. An hour later, Jiang Xiaoxian drove his newly bought Audi towards the airport. Where did you get this car? Newly bought. Oh. I wanted to ask him where he got the money, but then I remembered that he had a mother, so it should be no problem for him to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Don't worry, the money for this car didn't come from my family. I earned it myself. Did you earn it? Sue was a little unconvinced. Chapter 29. You need to reconsider your relationship. Of course. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded confidently. Then tell me what your Heisi does and where is its headquarters. Sue finally found the opportunity and couldn't help asking curiously. Well, the headquarters is in the imperial capital. The company is so big that it's hard to explain it in a few words. Let me tell you this. Do you know the most important strategy of Daxia right now? Sue thought about it, and finally looked at Jiang Xiaoxian in surprise. You are not talking about Daxia's maritime Silk Road strategy? Yes. Jiang Xiaoxian answered firmly. I'm in charge of the desert sector, but don't expect too much. I only make over 30,000 yuan a month. Sue didn't say anything, still immersed in surprise. Who is he? It seems that this man is becoming more and more mysterious. Jiang Xiaoxian, are you hiding a lot of things from me? Like what? Like your job? Didn't I tell you? Besides, you didn't ask before. Isn't it a bit wrong that you blame me now because you didn't pay enough attention to it? Oh. Sue also thought that she really didn't want to know him well enough. I thought he was just an ordinary person, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Then can you tell me if there is anything else you haven't said? Sue asked. I did lie to you about one thing, but please don't be angry. Sue's face changed, wanting to hear where he had lied to her. Go ahead. Actually, Jiang Yuehong is not my mother. What? Then why don't you bring your parents to meet me, but instead find a fake one to fool me? Sue's voice had obviously changed. It's true that I was wrong, but next time I go back I will definitely take you to meet my parents and my grandfather. Sue looked out the window without saying anything, obviously angry about what Jiang Xiaoxian had just said. She was angry because Jiang Xiaoxian actually lied to her about this matter. You know, meeting his parents means that you plan to live a stable life with him. He even used this as a perfunctory measure and used another woman to pretend to be his mother. How could I not be angry about this behavior? Looking at the woman's face, which was gradually getting colder, he held his chin and looked out the window, as if he was thinking about something. Jiang Xiaoxian knew that some things were better left unsaid. But how long can this matter be kept secret? It is better to suffer the pain sooner rather than later. When the car had driven nearly half the distance, Sue suddenly received a call from Su Changsheng. Dad. Xiaowei, where are you now? I'm still in Jiangzhou, what's wrong? Lu Bing has already gone to Jiangzhou. I heard he has been looking for you. You should be careful. Why don't you go back to the imperial capital first? In Su Chongqing's opinion, Jiangzhou is no longer safe. Without the position of head of the family, how much energy does he have to protect his daughter? As for relying on Jiang Shaoxian, he has never thought about it. Dad, I won't go back. Let him come if he wants. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, the marriage has been called off. Alas, it's all Dad's fault for not being able to provide you with a safe environment. If you insist on not coming back, that's fine. Just be careful. Okay, I see, Dad. By the way, are you and Mom okay now? Only a few days had passed, but Su Wei felt that this separation was even longer than the last one. It's fine, don't worry about us. It is better to report good news rather than bad news, especially for parents to their children. By the way, Xiaowei, is it true what Annie said about your broken leg? This was the main purpose of Su Chongqing's call. Dad is almost well now. Why does that damn girl say everything? I told her not to say anything. If she doesn't tell you and you don't tell her either, what should we do if something serious happens to you? By the way, is Jiang Shaoxian next to you? Hearing this, Su Wei looked at the man who was driving and then nodded. Tell him to answer the phone. Seeing that the man was still driving, Su Wei turned the phone to speakerphone and placed it near Jiang Shaoxian. My dad wants to talk to you. Dad, what's wrong? How dare you call me Dad? I asked you to take good care of my daughter, but her leg is broken. How can you be a husband? Dad, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not looking after Su Wei. Humph, I see that you don't care about my daughter at all. I am now reconsidering whether you two should continue your marriage. Dad, it's my fault, but marriage is not a joke. You can't separate Su Wei and me because of this, right? About this matter, Humph. Do you think that when I agreed to your marriage, I acknowledged you as my son-in-law? I originally wanted to give Xiaowei a chance to choose for herself, but now it seems that her vision is really not that good. Now that we have talked about it, I am here to tell you that you two should reconsider your marriage. Okay, give the phone back to Xiaowei. Su Wei turned off the speakerphone and held it back to her ear. Perhaps she was still angry, so she did not directly object to her father's decision to reconsider their relationship. The relationship between the two, which had been gradually warming up, instantly returned to square one because of this incident. Xiaowei, your mother and I will go to Jiangzhou tomorrow. This event may be our only chance. Even if we can't return to the position of the head of the family, we can definitely find other glimmers of hope. Send me the location when the time comes and I will pick you up. I don't think it's hopeful to expect Jiang Shaoxian to protect you. Okay, you should take care of yourself. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up the phone, Su Wei looked at Jiang Shaoxian coldly. Jiang Shaoxian, I won't go to the airport. Take me back. If you're late, just find a hotel on the roadside and drop me off. Okay. There was nothing more to explain. Just let her do whatever she wants. It was impossible to go back, so Jiang Shaoxian followed her arrangements and found the most luxurious hotel nearby and booked a presidential suite. Su Wei wanted to ask why they would book such a luxurious suite if they were only staying for a short time. Even if they had money, they wouldn't spend it like this. Besides, in Su Wei's mind, Jiang Shaoxian's financial strength is not yet at this level. But she was still angry, but suddenly she became curious. It was too embarrassing, so she followed Jiang Shaoxian's arrangement and stayed there without saying anything. Jiang Shaoxian carried the woman to the bed and pushed the wheelchair to a place where she could use it. Rest here for a while. I'll come pick you up when I'm done. Okay. Su Wei nodded and watched the man turn and leave. Many soldiers armed with live ammunition were already standing in a temporary dedicated passage at the airport. Jiang Shaoxian arrived at the door but was stopped by a soldier. Sorry, this place is temporarily closed to traffic. Yeah. Jiang Shaoxian did not explain, they just followed the rules. The old man gave him a phone number and told him to find that person when he arrived at the airport. Take out your cell phone and make a call. Hello, I'm Luo Wanqiang, here to pick you up. I need to meet you right now. I'm at the door guarded by your guards. Please come out. Yes. After a while, a tall man in military uniform came out. When their eyes met, they were both stunned. Brother Jiang? Brother Ji? Seeing that it was their old acquaintance Ji Chang, the two smiled and shook hands. Ha, I didn't expect you to be the one picking me up at the airport. I didn't expect that the higher-ups would send you here for security. I can't help it. I heard that the person coming this time is very important. I just received the task temporarily, so I flew here. Really? Let's go inside and sit down. Ji Chang led the way and came to a lounge. The plane will arrive in half an hour, so we can have a good chat. Ji Chang was as generous as ever. Brother Jiang, do you know who is coming this time? The little prince of Camel Country. What? Ji Chang was surprised when he heard that, then he came to his senses and continued to ask, how did you know? Secret. Zhang Xiaoxian said with a smile. Haha, okay. As a soldier, he would never ask any more questions if he heard the word secret. Maybe the two of them were really compatible, and they chatted about everything under the sun, especially about the desert. However, Zhang Xiaoxian only mentioned so much and did not disclose any confidential information. Soon, news that the plane had arrived came from Ji Chang's men. The two also stood up and walked towards the airport runway. The little Prince Kong is 20 years old and is the younger brother of the leader of the Camel Kingdom. He couldn't wait to walk out of the cabin and look down, looking for someone. When he looked closely, he saw a tall figure standing there, also looking at him. Master. Zhang Xiaoxian looked happy when he was called master. Hey, Xiao Kang. Zhang Xiaoxian waved. It has been many years since the two of them last saw each other. Ji Chang was even more confused. He was already surprised that the person who came was the little camel prince. Now the little prince actually called Zhang Xiaoxian in front of him master. What was going on? But he was on a mission now and couldn't ask or say anything. Zhang Xiaoxian saw his confusion. He said softly, my real name is Zhang Long. The words of introducing himself made Ji Chang's heart beat wildly. Most people may not know what this name means, but how could Ji Chang not know it? He was a legend among the younger generation in the imperial capital. The last time he talked about him with Zhang Xiaoxian, his face was full of respect. He didn't expect that the person he was calling a brother was the legend he had admired for a long time. Chapter 30, Master's Wife. It was a simple welcoming ceremony, with no reporters, flowers or other welcoming personnel. In order to keep a low profile, after all, Prince Kong has a special identity. It's the same office in the waiting room. Prince Xiao Kong, Zhang Xiaoxian, Ji Chang, and the 4 bodyguards Xiao Kong brought at the door. Xiao Kong, have you booked the hotel you're staying at? Not yet, master. I had to pester my brother for several days before he asked me to come. If it wasn't for coming to see you, he would never have agreed. I was in a hurry when I came here and didn't have time to prepare, but I think with you here, these are all small things. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxian slapped Xiao Kong on the head in annoyance. You are quite good at ordering people around, kid. Do you think I am your servant or subordinate? Remember, I am your master, the one who saved your life twice. I got it, master. Xiao Kong grinned evilly. It had been 2 years, and he was so happy to see Zhang Xiaoxian this time. Ji Chang stood aside to protect the little prince. Their conversation made Ji Chang understand that legends will always be legends. This little prince is the Camel King's favorite brother. He was not angry at all when Zhang Xiaoxian patted him on the head. This shows how high Zhang Xiaoxian's status is in the prince's heart and in the Camel Kingdom. Okay, what are you doing here? I'll arrange accommodation for you, and then you can ask your security team to move in. And Ji Chang, the little prince's safety is entirely in your hands this time. If anything happens to him, not only will you fail as the captain, but your Ji family will also suffer. Zhang Xiaoxian looked at Ji Chang as if he was giving orders to his subordinates. Indeed, in terms of military rank, Zhang Xiaoxian is 3 levels higher than Ji Chang. Yes, I will ensure that the mission is completed. Ji Chang stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Zhang Xiaoxian has the qualifications and ability to talk to him like this. My idol is Zhang Xiaoxian, the leader, and what he says is in order. Good. Let's go, I'll take you to the hotel and pick someone up along the way. Okay, master. The person Zhang Xiaoxian was talking about was naturally Su Wei. Even if the other party was a little angry, he thought it was understandable. After all, he was the one who made the mistake first. Leaving her at the hotel was also to ensure the smooth progress of the airport pickup just now. Now that the mission is completed, it is natural for me to pick up my wife. After Ji Chang learned about Zhang Xiaoxian's identity, he has been silent. Maybe it's because there is a prince of noble status and well-off beside him. Master, who are you going to pick up? Your master's wife. What, master, you are married? Yes. Jiang Shaoxian nodded. Are you really married, chief? Ji Chang asked curiously. Well, by the way, Ji Chang, don't call me old chief from now on, just call me brother Jiang. Okay, brother Jiang, but we can do this in private. You can't let anyone know about this in public, right? Jiang Shaoxian suddenly interrupted. I understand. Ji Chang immediately understood Jiang Shaoxian's intention. When they arrived at the hotel where Su Wei was staying, the three of them walked upstairs, two in front and one behind. Arriving at the door, Jiang Shaoxian knocked on it. After a long while, Su Wei's voice was heard from inside. Who is it? I. There was only one word, but it was an extremely familiar voice, which made Su Wei let down her guard. She pushed the wheelchair and pressed the door open button. What she was afraid of was that Lu Bing would come with people. When the door opened, Su Wei had a stern face, but suddenly she saw someone following Jiang Shaoxian and a smile appeared on her face. Hello. You are my master's wife. You are so beautiful. Shao Kahn saw Su Wei praising him in the poor Daxia language. Master's wife? Su Wei looked a little confused and looked at Jiang Shaoxian beside her. Yes, he is my apprentice and calls me master, and you are my wife, so of course I call you master's wife. After listening to Jiang Shaoxian's explanation, Su Wei understood a little. It turned out that he went to the airport to pick up this foreign apprentice. Hello. He extended his hand politely and shook it. Master's wife, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting in a wheelchair? Don't ask nonsense questions. Jiang Shaoxian patted Shao Kahn on the back of his head again. Okay, got it, master. Su Wei smiled and did not answer. The two entered the house and Ji Chang followed them in. Only then did Su Wei realize that the man behind them was Ji Chang. You have to know that Ji Chang is the prince charming and dream lover of many women in the imperial capital. Ms. Su, long time no see. Hello, Mr. Ji. Su Wei smiled and nodded at Ji Chang with a special look. I remember the last time I saw Ji Chang was at a large dinner party in the imperial capital. At that time, all the young talents in the entire imperial capital gathered there, but all of them were overshadowed by the man in front of them, who was known as the #1 prodigy in the imperial capital. Unfortunately, I heard that he already had a fiancée and a gorgeous woman who had a crush on him. However, these were just rumors, and those of them who did not belong to that circle could only hear it from others. When they met at the dinner, the two greeted each other and took photos together. After all, as young people in the same circle in the imperial capital, it was inevitable that they knew each other. From then on, Su Wei's ideal target was the eldest son of the Ji family. Although it's not a secret crush, he is the standard. Unfortunately, how many men in the world can reach Ji Chang's level? She never dared to hope for it. Now Ji Chang, Jiang Shaoxian and Jiang Shaoxian's foreign apprentice appeared at the same time. Su Wei was a little confused. Could it be that Jiang Shaoxian took in not only this disciple but also Ji Chang? Do you two know each other? Jiang Shaoxian asked as he watched the two people greeting each other. Well, we are all from the imperial capital, how can we not know each other? Su Wei turned the wheelchair to another place and said as she pushed it. Oh. Brother Jiang, I have something to do, so I'd better leave first. Ji Chang also realized that something was wrong and found an excuse to leave. Good. Seeing Ji Chang's awkward look, Jiang Shaoxian thought there was something between them, so he immediately agreed to Ji Chang's request. After Ji Chang left, Su Wei's depressed heart also relaxed. Ji Chang's reputation and prestige in their circle are so strong that even when staying with him, one feels oppressed. This is the consensus among Su Wei and their circle of so-called 12 young masters of the imperial capital. In addition to Ji Chang's own ability, the most important thing is the extraordinary status of the Ji family in the imperial capital. Even 10 Su families are no match for the Ji family alone. Prince Shao Kahn did not interrupt because he noticed some discord. If he interrupted at this time, he would be despised by his master. Shao Kahn, did your brother ask you to bring me anything good? Su Wei was still immersed in thinking about Ji Chang's appearance just now, and Jiang Shaoxian broke the silence. My brother didn't ask me to bring it, but he has already prepared it, waiting for you to go back, master, to give you a surprise. Jiang Shaoxian naturally understood what Shao Kahn said. It was obvious that he wanted him to go back. Shao Kahn's words were exactly what Jiang Shaoxian was thinking. He had wanted to go back a long time ago, but Luo Wanxian kept asking him to stay in Daxia, saying that he was there to complete a mission. In fact, Jiang Shaoxian understood a little bit in his heart that this mission was what his grandfather wanted. I don't want my only grandson to work in such a dangerous place. But for the sake of Daxia he couldn't intervene directly, so he asked Luo Wanxiang to be the bad guy. Jiang Shaoxian only wanted to understand part of this matter. In fact, the old man wanted to call him back to leave a descendant for the Jiang family. Otherwise, if something really happens to him, then the Jiang family, which has been a single-line family for 3 generations, will have no successor? This was actually the good intention of the old man who had to do it. Well, I will definitely go back. Jiang Shaoxian frowned slightly, thinking about every little thing that happened there over the past 10 years. Wife. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Su Wei, who was still thinking in the wheelchair. Well, what's wrong? Su Wei came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Shaoxian. She had a confused look on her face and had no idea what the other person was talking about. This room is for my apprentice to live in. I'll take you back now. Aren't our parents coming tomorrow? We should also get ready. Good. Su Wei nodded, and her thoughts gradually returned to reality. In the car, Su Wei was still looking outside. Jiang Shaoxian drove and asked, "Do you like Ji Chang?" Su Wei immediately shook her head. People like him are too high up. I still know myself. Maybe it's a kind of admiration, but it's definitely not love between a man and a woman. Su Wei explained, and it was also what she really thought in her heart. The woman's eyes were sincere and she didn't seem to be lying. The sour feeling in Jiang Shaoxian's heart disappeared instantly. Chapter 31, Identity Revealed. Su Wei shocked. Goodbye, master. Xiao Kong's face was filled with painful reluctance. Of course he was pretending. Well, I'll be back early tomorrow morning. After saying goodbye to Jiang Shaoxian, he couldn't wait to run to the bathroom and hum Camel's famous song while taking a bath. Then he could enjoy the delicious food of Daxia. This time he wanted to eat all of it. Jiang Shaoxian pushed Su Wei out of the hotel. Every movement was made so cautiously, for fear that Su Wei would get bumped or hurt. Coming to the front of the car, Jiang Shaoxian picked her up and gently placed her on the passenger seat. When he let go, he found that the woman was holding his neck tightly and refused to let go. Jiang Shaoxian. What's wrong? Thank you. I was wrong to lose my temper with you for no reason. It's okay. I was wrong in this matter. But I think old Su seems to be very angry. I wonder if he can get through this test easily. Just now on the phone, I could tell from Su Changxing's tone that he seemed to regret agreeing to their marriage. Su Wei didn't say anything. She already felt sorry for her parents and didn't want to say anything about her father's mistakes. He also failed to comfort Jiang Shaoxian. The fact was just as he thought, Su Changxing did regret it. After returning to the rental house, the two had a simple dinner. We sat on the sofa and started chatting. Is your dad really coming? Well, you heard everything I said on the phone just now. First, it was because of my injured leg. Second, who wouldn't want to get a piece of the pie at this event? Especially with my family's current situation, it's going to be difficult to turn things around. Su Wei, do you blame me a little? Su Wei and Jiang Shaoxian were standing very close to each other. She turned to look at the man with some apology in her eyes. No, it was my own choice after all. What does it have to do with you? But it was wrong for you to replace my mother-in-law with another woman. I'm still angry when I think about it now. Then when your leg is healed, we will return to the capital. First, we will ask you to meet our parents, and second, we will hold our wedding. Do you think that's okay? Let's talk about it when the time comes. Su Wei did not give a definite answer. Su Wei, it's not good for you to be so ambiguous with me. If you continue like this, one day our relationship will suddenly become like that of exes. It's not that serious, right? Su Wei rolled her eyes. She really didn't think that much about it. Jiang Shaoxian half knelt down and grabbed her arm, and asked solemnly, Su Wei, can you tell me how you feel about me? If you really don't want to be with me, I am willing to leave and will never pester you. If you really want to live with me, don't be so fickle, okay? This seemed to be not the first time Jiang Shaoxian had said such words to Su Wei. Shaoxian. This time he addressed Su Wei without her surname, which seemed very intimate. Yeah. Jiang Shaoxian looked at her firmly. In fact, I was thinking about living a peaceful life, but the recent series of blows and the experiences of our Su family were all caused by me. I feel very guilty about this, you know. It's not that I intentionally kept a distance from you, but I was under too much pressure, especially now that my legs can't stand up. I feel even more inferior. I'm sorry, Xiaoxian. Su Wei's eyes were already red and tears were streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Xiaoxian gently wiped away the crystal clear tears on her chin. Wife, the Su family is actually at a crossroads. Dad was forced to step down as the head of the family, but this is also an opportunity to make further progress. Although you may not feel anything when I say this, you must believe me. I will let you know the answer in the next 2 days, because facts speak louder than words. No matter how much I say now, you may not believe it. Give it some time and don't feel pressured. Su Wei pursed her lips when she heard that, blinked her eyes, and threw herself into Zhang Xiaoxian's arms. Well, I believe you. With the beauty in his arms, Zhang Xiaoxian felt complicated emotions and wanted to say more, but would she believe him? Maybe, because she is not like those snobbish people who think that everything they see is a woman. Su Wei, actually I can decide a lot of things about this event. Whatever business Dad wants to do, as long as the quality and production are no problem, I can give him a backdoor. Xiaoxian, what do you mean by this? Su Wei didn't understand what the other party meant. She stood up from his arms and looked at him in confusion. I told you that I am in charge of the maritime Silk Road desert. In fact, Camel's eastward strategy is also one of the things I lead. Do you know the true identity of the disciple just now? Su Wei shook her head slightly. From his clothes, she could tell that he was a wealthy man from Camel's side. He is the Camel King's younger brother and my apprentice. He is also the main person to negotiate at this event, better than the other businessmen and politicians who are mainly negotiating sub-projects. He is also the real boss behind the company that Camel opened in Zhengzhou. What? He is the boss? Su Wei was surprised again. Yes. Those people rushed to get in, but they only saw his men, while the real master was my apprentice. Do you think I have the right to do this? Zhang Xiaoxian held the woman in his arms again and said, Wife, you know that the highest level in your circle in the imperial capital is the 4 heavenly prodigies, but do you know that I am even higher than them? Su Wei did not rush to ask questions. She was still digesting what Zhang Xiaoxian said. She was stunned for a moment and looked up at Zhang Xiaoxian. I don't know whether it is true or not. I heard Fang Zhe say that Ji Chang, the leader of the 4 heavenly pride prodigies, was the man just now, and the person he admired the most was also a legend among the true young masters in our imperial capital circle. You're not saying that man is you, are you? Zhang Xiaoxian smiled and said, If I say yes, will you believe it? Su Wei was still a little shocked, but how could this happen to her? Su Wei looked at Zhang Xiaoxian and didn't answer him, nor did she nod, nor did she shake her head. She just wanted Zhang Xiaoxian to convince her personally. Zhang Xiaoxian knew that words were not enough, so he took out his cell phone and called Ji Chang directly. Hello, Chief. Ji Chang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ji Chang, come to my house. I need your help with some personal matters. Yeah, okay. After saying just 2 words, he hung up the phone. It is necessary to use some privileges for some things, such as convincing your wife. For example, playing with the princes by lighting beacons. Did you ask Ji Xiao to come here? Yes, otherwise you wouldn't believe it in your heart, and then you would be anxious about the future of the Su family every day, feeling that it was you who made the wrong choice that caused the Su family to suffer. If I show you that I am incomparable to millions of Lu Bing, then will your anxiety disappear, and will you be able to live a good life with me? Zhang Xiaoxian said a lot in one breath, and at the same time closed the door to his deep admiration for Su Wei. Su Wei thought about it and realized that what he said was indeed the source of her recent inner uneasiness. Although I don't blame Zhang Xiaoxian, when I blame myself, I also take my anger out on him. If the Su family takes a further step because she chose Zhang Xiaoxian, then her anxiety will naturally disappear. You mean I despise the poor and love the rich? Su Wei tapped the other person's chest a few times. A little bit indeed. Zhang Xiaoxian turned around and ridiculed Su Wei. Su Wei glared at the man fiercely. It's not that I despise the poor and love the rich, I just feel that it is my choice that has harmed the family. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's just me. Zhang Xiaoxian nodded. Yeah, I can feel it too, otherwise you would have been picking on me a long time ago. Why would you have come to Jiangzhou with me? Su Wei's thoughts on love are relatively simple, but she also has a strong sense of responsibility, which is why she hurt the relationship between the two. After all, she is still a little indecisive, except for her determination on the marriage with Lu Bing. Wait a minute, Ji Chang will be here soon, I need to go change my clothes. Zhang Xiaoxian planned to put on his military uniform and have a formal meeting with Ji Chang, in order to dispel Su Wei's worries and to avoid any trouble in the backyard during this event. After a while, Jiang Shaoxian came out of the house. Dressed in military uniform, Su Wei became like a crazy fan and couldn't take her eyes off him. Jiang Shaoxian, is this your military uniform? Yes, it's genuine, but you are not allowed to tell anyone about this. This is why I have never told you my true identity. It is also for your safety. Su Wei nodded unconsciously, unable to move her eyes away. Maybe Su Wei didn't understand the military rank on her shoulders, but she liked men in military uniforms and men with ambitions. I originally thought that Jiang Shaoxian was just an ordinary person, and definitely not the hero I admired in my mind. I didn't expect that what he did made him a true hero of Daxia. And this hero is much taller than the heroes in her mind. Her heart beat violently when she thought of this. I never expected that my husband is such a one in a million man. Su Wei was still infatuated when the door was knocked. Ji Chang arrived at an absolutely lightning speed, which was consistent with his personality and characteristics. Jiang Shaoxian opened the door for him personally. Two men in military uniforms stood together, both were tall, mighty, and tough guys. Ji Chang looked at Jiang Shaoxian's military uniform and then at the epaulets, and was stunned for a moment. He knew that the legend above Tianjia was very powerful, and he was following in his footsteps. But now, when he saw Jiang Shaoxian, who was about the same age as him but 3 levels higher than him, he was instantly shocked. Chief. Standing at attention is a standard military salute. Jiang Shaoxian also saluted in return. Chapter 32 Su Wei, am I good enough for him? Ji Chang obeys your orders. Exist. Jiang Shaoxian said in a loud and clear voice, you are now officially appointed as the security captain of Camel and Jiangzhou Shipping Group, and you will be responsible for the core security work of this grand event. I also suspect that Liu Bing, one of the 12 young masters of the imperial capital, has some intentions towards my wife, and this is also my selfish desire, to protect her by the way. Jiang Shaoxian said, looking at Su Wei who was sitting on the sofa. Ji Chang also looked at Su Wei and saluted Jiang Shaoxian again. Yes, sir. Okay, it's okay, you can go back. Yes. Ji Chang looked a little confused. He came here just for this? But he still agreed loudly. Brother Ji, I've left the instructions to you. Before leaving, Jiang Shaoxian, as a senior in the special forces, patted Ji Chang on the shoulder twice. Brother Jiang, after this mission is over, can you take me to the Sea Silk Road in the desert? I've always wanted to go there. You know the passion of soldiers, and I have the same passion. It's too comfortable in Daxia. Ji Chang's request this time is also his long-cherished wish as a flesh-and-blood soldier. Jiang Shaoxian couldn't give him an answer, but there would be absolutely no problem taking someone to the maritime Silk Road and the desert. But Ji Chang has a prominent family background after all. If anything goes wrong, Jiang Shaoxian cannot bear the responsibility. But it's not impossible. He just needs to communicate with his family before making a decision. I can only say yes to Ji Chang's matter, but whether it will work in the end depends on you and your family being mentally prepared. The most important thing is, aren't you getting married soon? This is a very serious matter and you may never be able to get it back in this lifetime. Jiang Shaoxian thought about how many of his former companions had passed away one by one, and he didn't want to ask such an outstanding soldier like Ji Chang to go there again, but he would definitely not dampen the enthusiasm of a young man with great ambitions. Okay, then Brother Jiang, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Ji Chang turned and left. But as soon as he went downstairs, he took out his cell phone and tried hard to find Su Wei's contact information. Finally found each other in a group and added each other. Knowing that Su Wei is Jiang Shaoxian's wife, his attention to her will definitely not be as indifferent as before. In the past, what these geniuses looked down upon the most were the 6 young masters of the imperial capital, the 12 young masters of the imperial capital and other such petty people. These people have no achievements of their own and can only rely on their family background to show off in their own small circle. Naturally, Su Wei, one of the 4 beauties, is also classified as this type of people by Ji Chang. But now, she actually married the former legend, the Great Xia Dragon, so her significance is no longer the same. Add her contact information and ask her to say good things to Jiang Shaoxian later. Maybe I will go to the desert earlier to establish my own great achievements. Daxia is too comfortable, and even if you try harder, you won't achieve much. After Ji Chang left, Su Wei looked at Jiang Shaoxian in surprise, especially since he looked even more handsome in his military uniform. In an instant, the man in front of her was the most handsome man in the world in her heart. Shaoxian. What's wrong? Jiang Shaoxian took off his military uniform and put it away carefully and neatly. He could not wear this outfit outside. Only after he officially leaves Heisi and returns to Daxia will this set of clothes truly belong to him. Su Wei pouted, not knowing how to express herself. For a moment, all the ordinary thoughts in her mind had disappeared. And how could she be worthy of this man whom Ji Chang, the leader of the four great geniuses, admired and fawned upon? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wife, some things are not always believed when you say them, and some things cannot be said casually. You know what my job is? Maybe no one can tell you this. Do you know who my immediate boss is? His name is Luo Wanxiang. Mr. Luo? Su Wei was surprised again. What kind of person did she marry? Things took such a sudden turn that Su Wei couldn't recover for a long time. It turned out that the man she married was not ordinary, but far beyond her imagination. In an instant, surprise, joy, and loss flooded my heart at the same time. The disappointment comes from the feeling that she, Su Wei, is worthy of such a man? She once felt that even someone like Ji Chang was not something an ordinary woman from an aristocratic family like her could possess, and now Jiang Shaoxian's status is even more extraordinary. What should she do now? Especially since I would ignore him from time to time. Okay, wife, I've introduced myself. Of course, I don't want to say much about my family yet. You will meet them when the time comes. But don't feel pressured by then. Jiang Shaoxian leaned over and stood only a few centimeters in front of Su Wei. He looked extremely aggressive, but also seemed so ambiguous to the couple. You make me feel more stressed now. She was originally under pressure because her entire family was suppressed due to her own choices, but now she also feels pressured because of her man's background. Actually, my grandfather really wants a great-grandson. Can you? Jiang Shaoxian's mouth was already touching Su Wei's lips. The woman's mind was already in a mess, and after kissing Su Wei for a while, her rationality got the better of her. My leg isn't healed yet. She gently pushed the man away. It wasn't a rejection, but she had too many things on her mind and couldn't focus on this kind of thing. Su Wei's legs have actually recovered a lot except that she can't walk. Jiang Shaoxian grinned and felt much better after revealing his identity. I have been feeling suppressed for the past year and it has been really unpleasant, especially since I cannot reveal my identity and have to pretend to be an ordinary person and make women fall in love with me. This may be possible, but it is definitely not the case for beautiful women like Zhang Wan or Su Wei. Don't tell anyone about my identity, not even your parents, understand? After washing up, the two people lay on the bed, and Jiang Shaoxian suddenly warned. Okay, I promise you. Su Wei nodded. Jiang Shaoxian did this not to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, but his identity was not yet known to everyone in the world. It doesn't matter if Ji Chang knows, and it doesn't matter if Su Wei knows, as long as she doesn't tell anyone. But if other people know more, they will cause him a lot of trouble in the future. Su Wei was lying on the side of the bed and suddenly felt a little nervous, just like a concubine who was called to bed by the emperor for the first time. Now Jiang Shaoxian can make the Su family prosperous or leave them with nothing. Knowing him, Su Wei also knew that this was actually only a part, and a small part at that. What are you thinking about? Suddenly Jiang Shaoxian reached out his hand to Su Wei's lower abdomen. Nothing, it's just that I know too much at once and it's a bit hard to digest, and my mind is a bit confused. Jiang Shaoxian's hand slowly moved upwards from her lower abdomen. Actually, you don't have to feel any burden. You just need to know that I'm your husband. I'll take care of everything. Yeah. Su Wei nodded and held the other person's dishonest hand. How about 2 days? Yeah, okay. Jiang Shaoxian became much more obedient and prepared to take his hand away. However, Su Wei held his hand tightly and refused to let him move away. I said that will take 2 days. You can hold me with your hands. Feeling the man's passion, Su Wei didn't want to discourage him, but her legs were really inconvenient. She was afraid that strenuous exercise would dislocate them again, and she didn't know when they would heal. Is this considered a benefit? You don't like it? Su Wenyanwei asked with her head tilted. I like it, but it's a little uncomfortable. Su Wei thought about it and patted Jiang Shaoxian's chest. The days ahead are long, you won't ignore my health, right? So it's okay for me to just look at you like this. Jiang Shaoxian still pulled his hand back. Maybe it's really unpleasant to be able to touch but not get it. Oh well. After one night, the pressure in Su Wei's heart was relieved. She has regained her confidence. Naturally, he was more gentle towards Jiang Shaoxian, and the main reason was his identity. It's not that Jiang Shaoxian's identity is so powerful, but that he is the ideal hero in my mind. The feeling of this dream coming true is so unreal, sudden, and exciting. Chapter 33 Su Changsheng is here. Early the next morning. There were sounds of firecrackers and gongs and drums outside. The two sleeping people were awakened by the loud noise outside the window. What's going on outside? Su Wei opened her eyes and looked outside, which was blocked by the curtains. I'll go and have a look. Jiang Shaoxian, wearing only a pair of shorts, stuck his head out of the window, looking at what was happening in the neighborhood. Su Wei was watching intently. The muscles are firm and well defined, and I can't help but want to touch them. What happened outside, Shaoxian? It seems like someone is getting married. Get married? Then why don't you take me over to see it too? The weddings she witnessed when she grew up were either held in cathedrals or large hotels. She had never seen a wedding held in a residential area. I am naturally curious, but the only sad thing is that this leg cannot walk yet. Jiang Shaoxian walked to the bed and lifted the quilt. Su Wei was dressed rather conservatively, in pink and purple satin pajamas. She looked noble and elegant, yet sexy. Su Wei had long felt that men were very strong. She released her right hand from the man's neck and unconsciously stroked Jiang Shaoxian's chest and waist. Jiang Shaoxian felt itchy and looked down at the woman. Su Wei's face turned red and she didn't dare to look at him. She pretended to be angry and slapped him. What's wrong? It's not okay to touch me. I didn't touch other people's men. Of course, but it's a little itchy in my heart. You look like a dead person. Su Wei said coquettishly. She withdrew her hand and put it around the man's neck again, then stood on one leg and also stuck her head out to look at the lively scene below. The two did not speak, only envy and admiration. After a long time, the bride was carried out and got into the wedding car. The noise gradually stopped. Why do you want to get married too? Looking at the woman's absorbed eyes, Jiang Shaoxian gently kissed her forehead. One hand held it firmly in his arms. When will you give me a wedding? It doesn't have to be grand, but it has to be memorable. Well, I think our wedding should be in the golden autumn, either this year or next year. I'll wait. Back on the bed, Jiang Shaoxian bent down and put the woman down steadily, but did not leave in time. His hand still maintained the hugging posture just now, leaning over her, and used one hand to lift a strand of Su Wei's hair hanging on her cheek. Looked at lovingly. The woman's face was already red and her eyes were blurry, as if she was waiting for something. Jiang Shaoxian kissed her lips downwards. After being apart for a long time, the woman seemed to be moved and held Jiang Shaoxian tightly, not letting him leave. The man understood immediately. The movements were gentle and continuous, until all the chaos slowly calmed down. The woman buried her head deeply in Jiang Shaoxian's arms like an ostrich trying to escape. This was the second time the two of them got together, and there was more emotional exchange between the two sides. At least after the act, the woman will take the initiative to hug and kiss, instead of feeling angry and forced the first time. The two of them snuggled in bed until almost noon, when Jiang Shaoxian brought the woman to the hotel where Shao Kahn was staying. There is no need for the two of them to worry about meals. Shao Kahn is a complete foodie. In less than a day in Jiangzhou, he had 4 meals, all of which were top-notch and the most famous local delicacies. As soon as the two of them arrived, they smelled the fragrance coming from the presidential suite. Master's wife, you are here. It's a good opportunity for you to sit down and eat. I am almost stuffed to death by myself. Su Wei knew the other party's identity, and now she looked obviously restrained. Hello, Prince Shao Kang. He instinctively gave a polite smile. Master's wife, I'm not happy to be called that. Just call me Shao Kang. Good. Jiang Shaoxian was already used to it. He pushed the woman to her seat and helped her prepare the tableware. Wife, I can't let my disciple down. Su Wei nodded and started to move her chopsticks. Shao Kang, what items are you going to transport from Disya this time? They were eating and chatting about business. As the person in charge of the desert sector, he naturally needed to know some inside stories of this shipping company. Of course, it's for people's livelihood and high tech. Military equipment also needs to be shipped from our company. I feel uncomfortable being watched by the bald eagle these years. You also know that some things in regular military trade are difficult to trade, so you don't have to tell me these things now. I want to know what those high-tech items mainly include, so that when I choose a company, I will have a goal. We need drones, chips, and all kinds of things that play a decisive role in production. Master, as long as the products are good, money is not a problem. You only care about money. Master, you see, you haven't lived in your private manor in Maicheng for a year. The beautiful ladies there miss you. Before Shao Kahn could finish, Zhang Xiaoxian slapped him on the back of his head. What the hell are you talking about? Doesn't this guy see that his wife is still around? He is talking nonsense. Su Wei naturally heard it, put down her chopsticks and looked at Zhang Xiaoxian, wanting him to give an explanation. Don't get me wrong, my wife. She was a servant arranged by them. I didn't do anything wrong. Seeing Su Wei's unfriendly look, Zhang Xiaoxian immediately explained. Real? Of course. Besides, that was in the past. Hearing this, Su Wei nodded. Indeed, no matter what he was like in the past, it had little to do with her present. Just like he has been married and his ex-wife is Zhang Wan, even if they have children, so what? That was their previous experience. It doesn't matter. We didn't know each other then. After Su Wei said this, Zhang Xiaoxian also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that she was so open-minded. A small episode could not interrupt the tender and passionate mood of the two people this morning. Soon the three of them were eating and chatting, and Su Wei also had some preliminary understanding of this camel prince. Although he looks high and mighty, he is like a child in front of Zhang Xiaoxian. With such a capable husband around, why should she be restrained? After a big meal, they had talked about almost everything and Zhang Xiaoxian patted his butt and prepared to leave. Master, why don't you sit for a while? You've been wanting to go out and play for a long time, right? Be careful outside. I've asked someone to protect you in secret. Just don't be too arrogant. Don't worry, Master, hee. Shao Kahn, who was seen through, scratched his head and laughed. Zhang Xiaoxian pushed Su Wei out of the hotel, and when they came out, they saw Ji Cheng's shadow not far away. This guy was quite responsible, but he didn't interrupt and continued to push forward. Just as she reached her car, Su Wei's phone rang. When they saw that it was Su Changxing calling, the two looked at each other and instantly realized that this old Su had come to Jiangzhou. Answer it. Zhang Xiaoxian nodded. Su Wei nodded and pressed the answer button. Dad. I'm already in Jiangzhou. Where are you? I'll come find you. If Su Wei had more mobility, she should have come to pick me up. But Su Changsheng, who had no hope in Zhang Xiaoxian, knew that his daughter was not mobile, so he had to go find her himself. Dad, where are you now? Xiaoxian and I will go pick you up together? After about 10 seconds, Su Changsheng finally said, Okay, I'll wait for you in the airport terminal. There was some reluctance and helplessness in his tone. After hanging up the phone, Su Wei looked at Zhang Xiaoxian apologetically. Xiaoxian, maybe my dad will be in a bad mood later, please don't mind. No. Zhang Xiaoxian smiled and shook his head. The car headed east. The airport was not far from here, about half an hour. After arriving at the airport, Zhang Xiaoxian pushed Su Wei towards the waiting hall where Su Changsheng was. Chapter 34 Moron Xiaoran is here too. Looking at his daughter walking towards him in a wheelchair, Su Changsheng was filled with emotion. Whether he was right or wrong, in order to make up for his mistake to Zhang Yuehong, he made his daughter suffer. Suddenly he realized that he and Zhang Yuehong were already a thing of the past. How could Zhang Xiaoxian be worthy of his daughter? Even if he was not the head of the Su family now, he, Zhang Xiaoxian, was not worthy of her. Dad! Su Wei shouted. Zhang Xiaoxian didn't call him dad, but just smiled and nodded to his father-in-law who was looking at him with a long face. No matter what he calls him, it's wrong. It's better not to call him that since he's already wrong anyway. Hey, Dad is sorry for making you suffer. Su Changshan leaned down and hugged Su Wei with red eyes. He patted his daughter's shoulder gently. Dad, I'm fine. You see, I've gained some weight these days. Indeed, after knowing that Zhang Xiaoxian was the kind of hero she admired, she was completely devoted to him. With the nourishment of love and Zhang Xiaoxian's careful care, how could I not gain weight? But she was only a little bit fat, and looked more sexy and charming than the cold Su Wei before. Su Changxing took a closer look and found that his daughter not only looked better, but her appearance was also more beautiful. But he had made up his mind and there was no way he would take back his intention to come here just because of this. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxian, he also did not say anything, only a look that showed that he was still the superior. But this look was a joke to Zhang Xiaoxian. Now that the three of them were at the airport, Su Changxing naturally wouldn't say much. He pushed Su Wei with his own hands and asked, "Xiao Wei, where do you live now?" "Dad, you just come with me. Even if you ask me, I don't know what the place is called," Su Wei said. As the two walked in front, Su Changqing's small suitcase naturally fell into Jiang Xiaoxian's hands. Jiang Xiaoxian drove the car, ready to take the father and daughter to the house he rented. "Dad, aren't you here with Mom? Where is she?" It would have been better if he hadn't asked. As soon as he asked, distress and anger instantly appeared on Su Changqing's face. "Your mother won't come to Jiangzhou. Alas, ever since I stepped down from the position of head of the family, the villa was given to your uncle's family by your grandfather. These are actually nothing. With the savings I've made over the years, I can buy a big house outside, and your mother and I can live happily for the rest of our lives." But she didn't think so, and we ended up having a fight, and she went back to your grandma's house in a rage. When talking about his wife Lin Wanru, Su Changqing's face was full of regret and annoyance. How could Mom do this? Su Wei was a little angry when she heard this. It is said that couples need to share weal and woe, but how can my mother not even accept this little bit of face? They have been married for nearly 30 years. Although her father is no longer the head of the Su family, she knows that her family has saved at least 1 billion yuan over the years. Isn't this much money enough for the two of them to enjoy life? Actually, it's not your mother's fault. It's mainly because of your uncle and your grandparents. You know how snobbish these people are. It was okay when I was the head of the family. I was better than the Lin family anyway. They didn't have an excuse to pick a fight, but now they all jumped out. Su Wei was also filled with anger when she thought of her grandfather's family. Snobbery is a social phenomenon. This cannot be changed. Mom is actually the least snobbish person in the Lin family because she often says bad things about my uncle's family in my ears. Well, maybe. Su Changqing sighed deeply. What Su Wei said was actually snobbish. It's just that Lin Wanru treats Su Wei very well, and Su Changqing has nothing to say about that. Jiang Xiaoxian said nothing. This was someone else's family affair. In Su Wei's heart, he was considered a husband, but in the eyes of the Su family, he was just an outsider. Come to the rental house. Because I had fought in the morning, I forgot to clean up when I came out and even left the door unclosed. Su Changqing immediately saw the wrinkled quilt and sheets on the bed in the bedroom, as well as 2 pairs of changed underwear. This scene made him frown and even more angry. Su Wei's legs are like this, but she still wants to do that. This man must be asked to leave her daughter. His daughter was injured before because of his lack of care, and now she is doing this before her injury has healed. How can this man be reliable? Apart from other things, this kind of irresponsible man is not what Su Changqing is interested in. He didn't say it directly, but his desire to persuade them to separate became stronger, even at the cost of breaking up the couple. Jiang Xiaoxian, you rented this house, right? Right. How much is it per month? I'll give you 10 times the money, and you can go find a better one, and you can just live out for the rest of your life. Why? Jiang Xiaoxian asked. We are already married. Even if you are Su Wei's father, you have no right to ask us to separate. It's nothing, I just don't agree with you continuing to harm my daughter, okay? Ha, that's ridiculous. Su Wei and I are husband and wife in the legal sense. You can't change that just because you say so. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally would not easily agree to Su Changqing's request. Do you think that I, Su Changsheng, can no longer do anything to you after I leave the position of patriarch of the Su family? So what even if you are the head of the Su family? Jiang Xiaoxian sneered. Su Wei was naturally unhappy when she heard her father finding fault with her right away. I thought that my mother had returned to her parents' home now, which would be a big blow to Lao Su, so I didn't want to talk back to her. But in the current situation, it was clearly Su Changsheng who was being unreasonable. Dad, Xiaoxian, can you two say less? He didn't want to single one out, as it would hurt anyone. She wanted to be a peacemaker, but these two men were both strong and no one would listen to her. What's more, if old Su finds out about Jiang Xiaoxian's identity in the future, with his current attitude, he will inevitably use Jiang Xiaoxian as an excuse. In that case, how can he save face in front of his son-in-law? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian looked at Su Wei, who was looking at him pleadingly, and shut his mouth, not wanting to argue with Su Changsheng any further. Su Changsheng snorted coldly and sat down on the sofa. Honey, I'm going to go out first. Call me if you have anything. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to make things difficult for Su Wei, so he had to leave first so that Su Changsheng could calm down. Give Su Wei a home where she is not embarrassed to be caught between two people. It was just right that with Su Changxing here to take care of Su Wei, Zhang Xiaoxian could go talk to Shao Kang about some serious matters. In fact, today not only Su Changxing came to Jiangzhou, but the head of a large trading company in Camel Country also came to Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaoxian naturally knew this wealthy businessman, and was very familiar with him. Zhang Xiaoxian and Shao Kang had already been waiting for the young man named Abu at the booked hotel. Young is relative. In fact, he is several years older than Zhang Xiaoxian. The meeting of the three was like an appointment between old friends to play landlord together, watch the game in the hotel, eat delicious food and drink famous wine. It was not until the evening that Shao Kang suggested going to Jiangzhou's most upscale nightclub. Okay, I agree. Since Lord Long has said so, of course I can only follow. In front of these two big men, Abu can only be considered to have some money and power, but it is still not equal. Zhang Xiaoxian picked up his phone and called Ji Chang, asking him to be fully prepared. Of course, the apprentice cannot stay in the hotel the whole time. After all, as a master, he should fulfill his duties as a good host. But not only they knew that Abu had come to Jiangzhou, many upper-class people in the imperial capital had also received the news. They are also looking for opportunities to establish good relations with Abu, the son of an oil tycoon and the boss of the Camel Kingdom chain trade. Among them naturally was Morong Xiaoran, who quietly came to Jiangzhou. Chapter 35. Give me a perfect exit. Morong Xiaoran came to Jiangzhou first for the prosperity of her Morong family. Second, she had heard that Ji Chang had also come here. Although she already knew that the other party was going to get married, she still refused to give up. She thought that as long as the other party was not married, she still had a chance. The Morong family is a declining family, but as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Maybe they would have had no chance before the 1980s, but now it's a matter of capital and strength. With the money that the Morong family has overseas and the ability of Morong Xiaoran, there have been some signs of recovery in recent years. Jutian Pavilion is a luxurious nightclub opened with the support of the Morong family. Naturally, the Daxia bureaucrats were also involved, otherwise many things would be extremely difficult to handle relying solely on the Morong family. Morong Xiaoran likes Ji Chang because of her true feelings in her heart, and also because of the mission assigned to her by her family. At a young age, Ji Chang is not only hailed as the leader of the four great geniuses in the imperial capital, but he has also made outstanding achievements in many events. Naturally, the Morong family wants to keep such a young and talented person on their side. Unfortunately, fate is against them. Although they were a match made in heaven, Ji Chang did not have the slightest sexual interest in the beautiful Morong Xiaoran. What's even more tragic is that he has already found someone and is about to get married. I heard that Ji Chang's fiancée is also a woman from a famous family in the imperial capital. A red Lamborghini whizzed past on the dusk-shrouded streets of Jiangzhou. Recently, luxury cars with Emperor license plates often appear on the streets of Jiangzhou. Luoxian City is a top nightclub in Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaoxian and others have already walked in. At the same time, Morong Xiaoran also parked the car in front of the door of the nightclub. The status of Luoxian City in Jiangzhou is the same as that of Jutian Pavilion in the imperial capital. Not everyone can enter. Zhang Xiaoxian and his friends naturally found someone to get the top membership cards in advance. Daxia is great. Master, I also want to open a nightclub like this. Do you think it's okay? Shao Kang changed into a suit and the bodyguards around him hid in other places. You're nothing. Zhang Xiaoxian came up and slapped the other person on the head. If you don't want to open it, then don't open it. Why are you hitting me? Abu was no longer surprised by the fights between the two. Although the prince was noble, he was nothing in Zhang Xiaoxian's eyes. Others may not know, but Abu, a man who has connections in both the black and white worlds in Camel Country, naturally knows how powerful Zhang Xiaoxian is. He has 8 mercenary groups under his command, and security departments of several countries are also at his disposal. Although it is impossible to directly mobilize the army to start a war, it is still easy to eliminate an important figure. The most important thing is that even if they knew that he did it, the governments of various countries dared not do anything to him, because he has the support of Daxia and holds great power. It was natural for Shao Kang to go out and have fun. The three of them called a dozen fairies to the most upscale box to accompany them with drinks, singing and dancing. Zhang Xiaoxian neither flirted with nor rejected these women, and always kept a certain distance from the women who were covered with veils but looked beautiful and charming from their eyes. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhang Xiaoxian came out to relieve himself. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw 3 sneaky men doing something bad to a woman at the bar in the lobby on the 3rd floor. The woman had her back to him and he couldn't tell who it was, but when she turned her head to look to the side, the bribed bartender secretly put some drug powder into the glass. Jiang Shaoxian saw it but didn't interfere. The woman turned her head for a moment. Why did he look so familiar? She was wearing a black gauze dress and a high ponytail. Although he only saw her profile, the well-defined face reminded him of someone. Morong Xiaoran. How could she come to Zhengzhou and appear here? Have questions. From her face, one could tell that she seemed to be worried about something. It didn't seem like she was targeting Shao Kang specifically. Could it be because of Ji Chang? Jiang Shaoxian had clearly seen her admiration for Ji Chang on the top floor of Jutian Pavilion that day. Back in the box, Jiang Shaoxian kept thinking about what happened in the lobby downstairs. He took out his phone and wanted to call Ji Chang, telling him what he had just seen and asking him to protect Morong Xiaoran. But the other party's phone was always turned off, perhaps because he was not allowed to turn it on when performing the task. Shao Kang, I have something to do so I'll leave first. You can enjoy yourself. He was naturally relieved about Shao Kang's security. Not only was he protected by Ji Chang's people, but he also had the world's top bodyguards he brought with him. But why Morong Xiaoran came here was what he wanted to know after he sat down and thought about it. Moreover, he didn't need to guess what the medicine powder was used for. She is so beautiful yet she dares to come to a place like this alone. She thinks Luoxian City is Jutian Pavilion and she has the final say. When they came downstairs, Morong Xiaoran was no longer at the bar, and the men were also nowhere to be seen. He cursed inwardly, stupid woman. Then he ran out of Luoxian City. Fortunately, when he came out, he saw Morong Xiaoran being helped out of the nightclub by several men not far away. Jiang Shaoxian knew some of the rules here. A drunk woman cannot be carried out of Luoxian City, she can only be supported. It seems that these people are habitual offenders who come here specifically to hunt for corpses. After helping the woman walk a long way, they carried her into a black business car. Jiang Shaoxian drove along and followed. We arrived at a hotel, and it seemed that this was the place where they sold the stolen goods. He chased after them closely until they checked into a room, and then he appeared behind the three men. He didn't waste any time and knocked them all down with one palm. What else can a bunch of good-for-nothings do besides doing this? When Jiang Shaoxian came up, he naturally booked a room adjacent to the others. I have to say that this hotel has very few cameras, so even if something bad happened, few people would know who did it. In the end, nothing was found. Jiang Shaoxian held the woman and took a closer look. It was indeed Morong Xiaoran. This woman is so stupid. What is she doing here alone? The woman was staggering and somewhat unconscious, and it was obvious that the drugs were taking effect. Ms. Morong? Jiang Shaoxian called out a few times, but the other party just opened her blurry eyes and looked at him. In her eyes, the man in front of her had already become the Ji Chang she missed. Ji Chang, is that you? Damn, it's already this time, and you're still thinking about your lover. He helped the woman to the room he had prepared and gently placed her on the bed. Then he went out again and dragged the three men who had been knocked unconscious into another room, tied them up with belts, curtains and anything else he could, and finally blocked their mouths with something. After locking the door, he went to his room. On the bed, Morong Xiaoran was tearing off her clothes, and several of them were already thrown on the floor and on the bed, in tatters. Hi, Miss Morong. It seems that this wine contains not only drugs but also aphrodisiacs. Thinking of this, Jiang Shaoxian felt a little troubled. This is a man and a woman alone, and the woman is so beautiful, what should they do? Never mind for now. Seeing Morong Xiaoran who had only a few pieces of clothes on, Jiang Shaoxian carried her into the bathroom, turned on the shower and sprayed the woman with semen. Maybe she would feel better after she sobered up. It seemed to be useless. The drug was very strong. Although the woman regained some consciousness, when she saw Jiang Shaoxian, she thought she was Ji Chang and stood up and hugged him. Ji Chang, do you know how much I like you? Even if the family wants me to use your Ji family, I have never done that. I know you already have a fiancé, but I don't mind. Can you take me today and give me a perfect exit? Chapter 36 Jiang Shaoxian is reversed. Jiang Shaoxian also felt his scalp tingling. The best woman is at his fingertips, but unfortunately he still thinks in his heart that he cannot let Sui down. Morong Xiaoran, I'm not Ji Chang. It's Jiang Shaoxian who you hate and doesn't let me go to Jutian Pavilion again. He knew that doing so would not help, so he decided to take the woman to the hospital first. But Morong Xiaoran could no longer listen to what he said. In her eyes, only Ji Chang was looking at her affectionately, smiling and waving at her. Finally, she forced herself to throw herself towards Ji Chang Jiang Shaoxian and kissed him with her delicate red lips. Even if Jiang Shaoxian was a saint, he couldn't resist such naked temptation at this moment. And the other party is the most beautiful and charming woman ever seen in the world. The strong will that had been holding on collapsed with Morong Xiaoran's fierce attack. Begin to respond to each other's intimacy. From the bathroom to the bed, the two kept fighting until they were both exhausted and refused to give up. The two of them cuddled together that night until the next day. Jiang Shaoxian was sleeping comfortably when he suddenly felt a chill. The woman wakes up? What is she going to do? He opened his eyes and jumped under the bed. What are you going to do, crazy woman? Morong Xiaoran wrapped her important parts with a white quilt, stared at Jiang Shaoxian with tears in her eyes and bit her pale lips. Why did you do this to me? She cried out loudly. What have I done to you? Don't be ungrateful, woman. You were drugged last night. Fortunately, I discovered it and rescued you from 3 men. If it weren't for me, you would have been harmed by 3 men. Jiang Shaoxian was also angry and was talking nonsense without knowing the situation. Morong Xiaoran tried hard to recall what happened yesterday. He came to Jiangzhou and found Ji Chang, but was ignored by him. Ji Chang's face became even colder as he boldly spoke his true feelings. Ms. Morong, we are just ordinary friends. Please respect yourself if things go beyond friendship. The voice was so ruthless, like a sharp knife stabbing into the heart. When I was sad, I thought of the Luoxian city in Jiangzhou. What is Luoxian city? It means that the women and men in it are like gods who have descended to earth and do not belong to this world. She wanted to get drunk here. Although she was prepared, when someone touched her and she turned her head, she found that the wine glass was drugged. When she realized she had drunk something she shouldn't have, it was too late. Her entire body felt numb and weak, and she allowed several men to help her out of the nightclub. She had no memory of what happened afterwards. It was not until I woke up in the morning that I found myself sleeping in Jiang Shaoxian's arms. Then you are a bastard too. My virginity is gone just like that. She was already sobbing as she spoke. The bloodstains on the bedsheet were proof that she was a woman. So what? I didn't force myself on you. You're really being unreasonable. Jiang Shaoxian didn't bother to talk nonsense. He put on his clothes and looked for any hidden cameras in the room. He absolutely didn't believe that there was no such thing in this place. Those who brought Morong Xiaoran here are habitual offenders, but wouldn't this black hotel take advantage of these people's actions and make illegal profits for them? He actually found a pinhole camera in a hidden socket. Morong Xiaoran stared at the man fiercely, not caring what he was doing. Finally, she wiped away her tears, and had already thought of asking the man to disappear from the world. Jiang Shaoxian? What are you doing? Jiang Shaoxian felt a chill in his heart when he heard the woman's voice return to normal. This woman was murderous. Bring me my clothes. The tone was frighteningly calm. Do you have no hands or what? Jiang Shaoxian snorted in his heart. Although they had sex, they were definitely enemies now. Why should you serve a woman who hates you? Isn't that asking for trouble? Jiang Shaoxian pulled out the pinhole camera and walked out of the room. He was going to take it to the hotel owner to ask for the video of what the two of them did yesterday. If this news gets out, it will be a disaster. Inside the boss's room, 100,000 yuan was placed in front of the other party. Give me all the videos of room 366 yesterday, and the money is yours, otherwise there is no need to open this hotel. The boss will naturally understand the situation when threatened with money. After all, 100,000 yuan is definitely more profitable than uploading to those shady websites. He readily agreed and took out all the videos of room 366 from last night and gave them to Jiang Shaoxian. Having money makes things go smoothly and without much effort. When Morong Xiaoran returned to the room again, he was still sitting on the bed. Why are you still in bed? Are you planning to live here permanently? I have no clothes and you want me to go out naked? Her clothes had already been torn to pieces by herself last night. I looked around but couldn't find anything to cover my body. Oh, what a hassle, as if I owe you something. Wait here while I buy it for you. What size? To get the size, Jiang Shaoxian walked out of the hotel and found a clothing store nearby. He bought a set of clothes worth a few $100s according to the size and returned to the hotel. As soon as he arrived at the hotel and opened the door, a pair of scissors stabbed at him. Unfortunately, Jiang Shaoxian was no pushover. He grabbed the opponent's arm and used force to knock the scissors to the ground. The woman felt pain but gritted her teeth and didn't cry out. "If you want to kill me, it would be more effective if you tire me to death in bed." Jiang Shaoxian was not joking. No matter how powerful Morong Xiaoran's family was, it was nothing to him, Jiang Shaoxian. There is nothing in this world that can scare him. "Jiang Shaoxian, I will definitely kill you. Just wait." Morong Xiaoran's eyes were full of resentment towards him. Jiang Shaoxian was also helpless. Hadn't he explained it very clearly just now? Why wouldn't the man listen? It's a really bad feeling to be stared at by a woman. Then use evidence to prove that it was not him who did anything to her last night, but he was the one who was pushed back by her. Grabbing her wrist, he exerted force with his backhand to control the woman and pushed her onto the bed. Morong Xiaoran, who was only wearing underwear, did not resist her scream, but let the man press her on the bed, just staring at his eyes full of resentment. Anyway, her virginity was gone, so resistance was pointless. He could do whatever he wanted. However, the more she did this, the more hatred she felt towards Jiang Shaoxian. But the man didn't seem to take the next step. I saw him take out his mobile phone, insert the memory card he had just bought from his boss into the phone, and open the playback software. The environment in the video is exactly the room the two are in now. Look carefully. What happened last night? The first scene shows Morong Xiaoran being supported by 3 men as she walks into the hotel. Soon afterwards, Jiang Shaoxian also appears at the front desk. The second scene was in this room. Jiang Shaoxian put her on the bed and watched himself tear off his clothes. "You saw that you tore the clothes yourself." Morong Xiaoran gnashed his teeth in hatred. Next, Jiang Shaoxian walked out of the room for a while, and naturally explained to the woman what he did when he went out. In the video, Jiang Shaoxian entered the room again, but she said the same words as last night, mistaking Jiang Shaoxian for Ji Chang. "You see, you are confused now." Morong Xiaoran still didn't say anything. She also wanted to see what she had done next. The video reenacts what happened between the two yesterday. In the bathroom, she forcefully kissed him and pushed him onto the bed. Everything happened on her own initiative. It was not until he saw the 2 men fighting that Morong Xiaoran started to shout, "No more releases." Chapter 37. Morong Xiaoran loses control of her emotions. The phone screen was still flashing with those unbearable and filthy images, like ugly scars, mercilessly displayed in front of Morong Xiaoran's eyes. "What? Now you should believe that it was not me who did anything to you." Jiang Shaoxian's voice was filled with a hint of indifference and sarcasm. Morong Xiaoran's eyes had already been soaked with tears. She turned her head away in pain and closed her eyes tightly, as if she wanted to erase all of this from her mind. However, those images lingered like a nightmare, making her feel heartbroken. She knew very well that her body was no longer pure and flawless, so how could she be qualified to stay by Ji Chang's side in the future? Endless regret surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but ask herself, why did I insist on coming to Luoxian City? Looking at the woman in front of him with tearful eyes, tightly closed lips and not saying a word, Jiang Shaoxian couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He gently released the hand that was tightly grasping Morong Xiaoran, and said softly, "I'm sorry, actually I was going to take you to the hospital yesterday, but..." Jiang Shaoxian hesitated to speak. His heart was full of confusion. After all, he had never expected that this woman, who was nearly 30 years old but as beautiful as an angel, would be experiencing sex for the first time. However, he knew that he was unable to bear this responsibility because Su Wei was already his legitimate wife. Did he have to abandon Su Wei and choose Morong Xiaoran? "Get away. Get out of my sight right now. Go far away and never let me see you again. Otherwise I will kill you." Morong Xiaoran finally couldn't suppress his inner anger and shouted at the top of his lungs. After hearing these words, Jiang Shaoxian realized that the woman had already suffered a mental breakdown and that it was not appropriate for him to stay any longer at this moment. He stood up and left, his steps seeming particularly heavy. As the door slowly closed, he looked back at the woman whose emotions were almost out of control for the last time, shook his head, and left the hotel silently. The man turned and left, and Morong Xiaoran's emotions finally got out of control, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She could no longer suppress the surging sadness in her heart, as if the whole world was collapsing. This was not only because she had lost the thing she cherished most, but also because Ji Chang's cold, ruthless, and resolute words yesterday had deeply hurt her heart like a sharp blade. If she could turn back time, she would rather choose to remain silent and bury that passionate emotion deep in her heart. In this way, at least on the rooftop of her house, she still has the chance to meet the man she has been dreaming about. However, the reality is so cruel and heartbreaking that nothing can be undone. Morong Xiaoran slowly put on the clothes that Jiang Xiaoxian bought for her. Every movement seemed so heavy and weak. She dragged her extremely tired body and staggered out of the hotel door. At this moment, the hotel owner happened to see the woman and was stunned by her appearance. As the woman walked away, he hurried to the front desk and anxiously asked her which room she had stayed in last night. He found out that it was room 366. The boss couldn't help but curse in his heart, damn it. Such a beautiful woman was sold for only 100,000 yuan. If I keep it, even if I can't sell it at a higher price, it would be great just to indulge myself in it. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in the world. This rule also applies to Morong Xiaoran. If she had known that she would be so destitute and helpless today, she would never have rashly come to Jiangzhou. Today, Morong Xiaoran is like a soul-lost body, wandering aimlessly in the bustling and noisy streets of Jiangzhou. She looked around in confusion, not knowing where to go, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Her former pride and confidence were long gone. She took a deep breath and took out her cell phone from her pocket with trembling fingers, as if the small screen was carrying a huge burden. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made up her mind and dialed the number, a number she was reluctant to touch. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Hearing this voice, Morong Xiaoran felt a sharp pain in her heart, but she suppressed her emotions and said in a cold and firm tone, "Help me kill a few people." The other party obviously understood that something must have happened. After a moment's silence, he asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" His tone was heavy, as if he had noticed the great pain and anger hidden behind Morong Xiaoran's words. Morong Xiaoran bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, and tried to keep her voice calm. They defiled me." "What?" There was a roar from the other end of the phone. "Who is so bold as to lay hands on my daughter? Tell me who did this. If you tell me the truth, within 3 days, there will be no one left in this world." Morong Xiaoran calmed down a little and recounted what had happened in general. When she mentioned the name of one of them, Jiang Xiaoxian, her teeth were almost broken, and she wished she could eat him alive immediately. Because compared to the other perpetrators, Jiang Xiaoxian took away her innocence. "Okay, I understand. Oh, by the way, Xiaoran, I will arrive in Jiangzhou tomorrow. Please find a suitable place for me to live." Morong Changfeng said calmly. Morong Xiaoran replied softly, but she couldn't help but feel doubtful and uneasy. Morong Changfeng was also coming to Jiangzhou? Morong Changfeng is the most ruthless and cruel member of the Morong family. He actually became interested in this grand gathering in Jiangzhou. However, Morong Xiaoran and he did not have a harmonious relationship, and the reasons were complicated. Because of this, deep down in her heart, Morong Xiaoran did not actually expect to see her father come to Jiangzhou. However, once Morong Changfeng makes up his mind, it is often difficult for others to influence his thoughts. Jiang Xiaoxian hurriedly left the hotel and headed for his home. When he stepped into the house, he was surprised to find the house was empty and there was no sign of Su Wei and Su Changsheng. An ominous premonition came to his mind, and Jiang Xiaoxian hurriedly dialed Su Wei's number, but what he got was a cold prompt tone: "The user you dialed is powered off, please call again later." This made him more uneasy. What did Su Changsheng do to Su Wei? Did he really intend to put her under house arrest just to prevent the two of us from being together? Jiang Xiaoxian thought to himself, maybe Lu Bing found this place and kidnapped them? But he quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. After all, I had specially arranged for Ji Cheng to be in charge of guarding Su Wei, so this possibility should not occur. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoxian took out his cell phone again and dialed Ji Cheng's number. This time, the call finally got through. "Hey, Ji Cheng. Do you know where my wife is now?" Jiang Xiaoxian asked anxiously. "Room 316 of Tianhu Hotel. Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry. At that time, I saw the madam being taken away by her father, and due to my status, it was not convenient for me to step forward to stop them. So I had to let someone follow them quietly and did not take any other actions. But please rest assured, they are all safe now, and I have sent someone to protect them in secret." Ji Cheng answered sincerely. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart finally settled down a little. "Okay, I got it. Thank you, Ji Cheng." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Now that he knew Su Wei was safe and sound, Jiang Xiaoxian felt much more at ease. Although he knew where the other party lived, he was not in a hurry to look for him. Because he understood that at this moment Su Changsheng had obviously made up his mind to separate the two of them. but it doesn't matter. Let's wait until the bidding meeting of the shipping group is over and see what kind of reaction Su Changsheng will have. By then, perhaps everything will change. Chapter 38, First Time with My Ex-Wife's Car. As for Morong Xiaoran, Zhang Xiaoxian had already made up his mind to avoid this woman who gave him a headache. If he could, he would pretend that they did not know each other if they unfortunately met. Because he knew very well that the woman was full of hatred for him. Who told me to take away her most precious thing? Time flies, and there is only a week left before the Camel Country delegation arrives in Jiangzhou. During this period, many wealthy and prominent families in Daxia rushed to Jiangzhou in advance. All parties are ready to make a move, hoping to get a piece of the pie in this upcoming event. The Jiangzhou government naturally did not dare to neglect it and began to prepare for related matters early on, including carefully arranging the reception ceremony and setting up a suitable venue. However, this series of busy scenes does not seem to have caused much impact on ordinary people. Apart from the occasional luxury car appearing on the streets more frequently than before, other aspects of life have remained almost unchanged. People were busy with their own affairs as usual, unaware of the big event that was about to happen. Even the news reports were cautious and did not reveal too many details. At this moment, facing the empty room, Zhang Xiaoxian felt an indescribable loneliness in his heart. When Su Wei was here, the rental house was simple but cozy. But now everything is different. Now that she was suddenly gone, Zhang Xiaoxian didn't even want to stay here for a moment longer. He closed the door silently and left. Walking aimlessly on the street, he now looked just like Morong Xiaoran, who was rejected by Ji Chang yesterday. The difference is that Ji Chang will be the love that Morong Xiaoran will never get, while Su Wei is his wife who was isolated by his father-in-law. As I was walking, I suddenly found that the building next to me looked familiar. Looking up, isn't the Zhang family's company? He had come several times but was always turned away by Zhang, who said that their relationship must not be known to people in the company. Gradually, he stopped coming. Thinking about it now, it's quite funny. The security guard and Zhang Xiaoxian were also old acquaintances. I don't know how many times he had given cigarettes to this old man. The old man saw the young man passing by and felt that he looked familiar. He quickly put on his glasses, opened the window and called out, "Is that Xiao Jian?" "Hey, uncle, long time no see." Zhang Xiaoxian walked to the window with a smile on his face and took out a cigarette out of habit. "I'm sorry to have smoked your cigarette." The old man took the cigarette handed over by Zhang Xiaoxian with a smile. The two of them were the same as usual, one in the guard room and the other leaning on the window chatting. "Uncle, is the company very busy recently?" "That's right. I heard that the people there are going to start a big project in Jiangzhou. Not only our company, but also many well-known companies in Daxia are coming." "Oh, and where's your boss? Are you talking about Mr. Zhang, the elder, or Mr. Zhang, the younger?" The old man asked even though he knew the answer. "Zhang Wan." The uncle pouted and said, "Ms. Zhang has been coming in early and leaving late recently. Sometimes when I come in late, she is already standing at the door waiting for me. She got angry with me several times. I don't know what happened. I heard that Ms. Zhang got married secretly and got divorced recently." "Oh, there is such a thing?" Zhang Xiaoxian looked curious. It seemed that others definitely didn't know that he was the protagonist. "You do not say." The two were chatting enthusiastically when a white car slowly drove in from the company. Zhang Xiaoxian frowned slightly, because the car was Zhang Wan's white BMW 7 Series. "Uncle, I have something to do and I'm leaving first." Zhang Xiaoxian found an excuse to say goodbye to the old man and threw the freshly opened box of cigarettes in his pocket to him. "Uncle, these cigarettes are good. I'll give them to you." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't want Zhang Wan to see him standing in front of her company. After walking for more than 10 meters, Zhang Wan's car also arrived at the door. The uncle was also a talkative person. Seeing Zhang Wan flattering him, he said, "Boss Zhang, are you out doing something?" "Yeah." Zhang Wan nodded and smiled back. Watching the landing boom rise, she lightly stepped on the accelerator and prepared to go out. "Mr. Zhang, the man who had been asking about you just came here." Hearing this, Zhang Wan was startled and stopped the car. In her mind, the man who had been asking the security guard about her was Zhang Xiaoxian. "I looked at the surveillance footage several times and found that it was always him. I used to hate him, but now I want him to come again. How can I not be surprised if he really comes?" Zhang Wan roughly described the man's appearance. "Is that the man?" The uncle nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. Where did he go? He stuffed a pack of cigarettes into my hand and seemed to be heading that way. The old man said, pointing in a direction. Thank you, Lao Wei. I'll double your salary this month. After Zhang Wan knew that the person who came was Jiang Xiaoxian, her depressed mood instantly improved. She drove in the direction Lao Wei pointed, not even thinking about meeting any clients. Jiang Xiaoxian had not expected that the security guard would say these things to Zhang Wan. He thought she would drive fast and not see him at all. But things are unpredictable. A car drove up behind him and neither moved forward nor stopped, but just followed slowly. Jiang Xiaoxian turned around and found that it was Zhang Wan. How did she know I was here? Did she see it from the camera at the door? Xiaoxian. Jiang Xiaoxian knew that he couldn't hide if he was caught, so he stopped and looked at the woman who rolled down the window and showed her wearing sunglasses. What's up? Can we get in the car and talk? Jiang Xiaoxian let out a long breath and nodded. Sitting in the passenger seat, he sneered, you never seem to ask me to sit in this seat. What's wrong today? Xiaoxian, please stop thinking about the past, okay? I did something wrong back then, so why can't I get your forgiveness? Jiang Xiaoxian shrugged and looked at Zhang Wan, who had taken off her sunglasses. Her skin no longer had the brightness and moisture it had when she was with him. He looked tired and thin, and it seemed that everything had changed. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled slightly. He had let go of this woman, or it could be said that he had never picked her up again. Just like what you think when you are getting divorced, if you can't be friends, you don't have to hide from each other when you meet. Otherwise he wouldn't have chatted with that uncle for so long. I don't blame you, it's just ridiculous that the first time I rode in your car was a month after our divorce. It has been a month since the two divorced, which is neither a long time nor a short time. In Jiang Xiaoxian's opinion, too many things happened in this month, but in Zhang Wan's opinion, the separation from Jiang Xiaoxian happened only a few days ago. When they met again, Zhang Wan wanted to say a lot, but she didn't know what to say. How to start? This man already has a wife, and his wife is better than me. What can I use to fight for her? Is it because of the fact that she has been ignoring men for the past year and is afraid that others will know that this man is her husband? She didn't have the face to say that. She dared to say such words not long ago, perhaps because she felt that Jiang Xiaoxian would be very tired without her and there would be no other woman around him, so she had the capital to get him back. When I saw Su Wei take out the marriage certificate, I knew that hope became slim. But she is just that kind of woman. She only knows how to cherish what she has lost. Just like Han Changfeng in the past, when she lost Han Changfeng, she was still thinking about getting back together with him. But when we were really together, I felt that everything had changed. When I had Jiang Xiaoxian, I felt that he was just an indispensable tool, but when he really disappeared from my world, I felt that only half of the world was left, and there was nothing exciting left. Xiaoxian. This name is much more intimate than the one before the divorce. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoxian didn't care how the other party called him. If I go home early to spend dinner with you on the eve of the divorce, and I refuse the divorce, will we really be together? Chapter 39 Zhang Wan's Plan. Maybe. It's a shame it's all over, isn't it? Zhang Wan held the steering wheel with her hands and her lips trembled slightly. At this moment, it seemed as if all her strength had been drained away. Her eyes were fixed ahead, as if she wanted to see the past through the endless road. Is it really true that everything cannot go back to the way it was? This question was like a heavy burden pressing on Zhang Wan's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Crystal clear tears slid down her cheeks uncontrollably, like pearls that had broken off the string. Jiang Xiaoxian sat quietly by the side, watching the whole scene, but he was at a loss as to how to comfort the woman in front of him. If time could go back to the past, if she could have been so focused on herself at that time, then the sadness now could be avoided. However, reality is always cruel, and the past has become history. Xiaoxian, do you think there is a pill for regret in the world? Zhang Wan wiped the tears from her face with her hands, turned her head and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian with a face full of grievance, her eyes full of hope and desire. What exactly is the regret medicine? For Zhang Wan, perhaps as long as the man in front of her is willing to turn around and accept her again, that would be the regret medicine she has always dreamed of. It's a pity that she was the one who threw this relationship away with her own hands. Even if she regrets it now, the other party's heart has probably been broken already. Perhaps. Jiang Xiaoxian had good intentions and wanted to give Zhang Wan some comfort, so he said this casually. However, he never expected that this unintentional remark would cause Zhang Wan to have more fantasies. Xiaoxian. The tears that had finally stopped burst out again like a flood after hearing Jiang Shaoxian's answer. Zhang Wan could no longer suppress her inner excitement, and she threw herself into Jiang Shaoxian's arms and hugged him tightly. Zhang Wan, that's not what I meant. Please don't let your imagination run wild, okay? You should know clearly that Su Wei and I are already married. We have transformed from a contractual couple to ordinary friends. What I want to say is, learn to let go of the past and cherish everything you have now. If you could think about the problem this way, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation now. Zhang Wan had already stopped crying, her eyes blurred with tears. She was worried in her heart, is all this really irreversible? Maybe because of Jiang Shaoxian's words, hope will be rekindled. The words that followed were still hard to hear, and I just felt that she still had a chance. It was like they had been married for a whole year, but he had never experienced being hugged tightly by Jiang Shaoxian. At this moment, I have finally fulfilled the wish that has been buried deep in my heart for these days. Zhang Wan hugged the other person extremely tightly, while Jiang Shaoxian didn't know where to put his hands, and he didn't even dare to touch her with his fingers. Shaoxian, I know there is no possibility between us anymore, but I beg you to let me slowly forget everything about you. This is my only wish now, can you please promise me? At that moment, Jiang Shaoxian's heart softened involuntarily. After all, no matter how you judge it, Zhang Wan doesn't seem to have committed any fault. She married him only because Zhang Guoqing forced her to do so for the sake of his so-called face. Since the marriage, she had already made it clear that she would never have anything to do with him. As long as your request is not too excessive, I will agree to it. Perhaps this is what is meant by even a hero cannot resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. Hearing this, Zhang Wan pursed her lips, her eyes turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and she stared at Jiang Shaoxian pitifully like a pear blossom in the rain. She suppressed the surging excitement in her heart, slowly loosened her arms that were hugging him, and then without hesitation, she pressed her body against him, like a nimble sloth, and climbed up the man's broad neck with her hands. The sudden and extremely passionate kiss made Jiang Shaoxian panic and seem a little at a loss. He never expected that Zhang Wan, who had always been reserved and shy, would have such a bold and straightforward side. However, in the face of this passionate kiss, he neither responded nor showed any resistance. After a long time, Zhang Wan reluctantly separated their lips. My first wish has been fulfilled. My second wish is that you can add me as a friend. Otherwise, when I want to fulfill my third wish, I don't know where you are. Jiang Shaoxian sighed helplessly, okay. After the two added each other as friends, Zhang Wan took advantage of the opportunity and once again snuggled into the man's warm and generous arms. Shaoxian, you are so kind. I really wish time could go back to half a year ago, when we were still husband and wife. Jiang Shaoxian stood there like a silent sculpture, his lips tightly closed and his eyes full of confusion. Zhang Wan pouted her lips slightly, her eyes fixed on the hesitant man, and continued to speak softly, actually, that was my first kiss. Looking back, although I have been with Han Changfeng for 3 years, perhaps because we were young and ignorant at the time, or perhaps because I was too reserved and conservative, we only held hands and hugged each other. Apart from that, there was no more intimate behavior. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian made a low response in his throat, oh. However, whether what the other party said was true or not, it no longer mattered to him at this moment. After all, what was the point of talking about it now? Then, Zhang Wan took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to make a final request. My only wish is to give you every first time in my life without reservation, is that okay? Before he finished speaking, the air around him seemed to become solemn. After all, it is human nature to push for more. Zhang Wan, having already tasted the sweetness, will not give up easily. How could Jiang Shaoxian not know what was going on deep in her heart? Trying to win him back in this way. Finally, Jiang Shaoxian broke the silence and said firmly, Zhang Wan, I can try my best to satisfy your wish. But please remember that it is limited to the scope of behavior between friends. As for things that go beyond the boundaries of friendship, it is really difficult for me to do it. Okay. Hearing the other party's consent, Zhang Wan nodded slightly. Then I'll treat you to a meal, right? Jiang Shaoxian didn't think there was anything wrong with having lunch together. In an instant, Zhang Wan, who was originally in a depressed mood, seemed to be injected with new vitality, and the whole person became full of energy. She stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the car sped towards the coffee shop where they first met like an arrow. After a while, the car stopped steadily in front of the cafe. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Jiang Shaoxian couldn't help but wonder, aren't we going to have lunch? Why are we in a cafe? I think every step before was a fresh start. How could he not know that this was the place where they first met? all the memories instantly flooded into his mind. After entering the store, Zhang Wan had a faint smile on her face and whispered to the waiter, "Please give us 2 cups of American coffee." After saying that, she turned to look at Jiang Shaoxian, with a glimmer of expectation and tenderness in her eyes. Jiang Shaoxian sat quietly aside, waiting for the coffee to be served. At this moment, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. In his heart, neither Su Wei nor Zhang Wan could be compared with Dai Lin. It's a pity that Dai Lin has passed away long ago, and this deep affection can only be buried deep in my heart. But if the woman in front of him can really treat him wholeheartedly, then it seems not a bad idea to give her a special status. After all, with his current abilities, he could have embraced women on both sides. Otherwise, how could he have fallen step by step into her crude trap? Now the key is to see how much Zhang Wan is willing to pay for him. Time passed minute by minute, and when the fragrant coffee was brought to them, the two remained silent. Perhaps for Zhang Wan, being able to quietly accompany the person she loves so much at this moment is a kind of happiness. Chapter 40, Using the Trick to Scheme Zhang Wan. Half of the coffee had been drunk, and Zhang Wan seemed to have finally made up her mind and slowly opened her mouth. At this time, her eyes were somewhat complicated, with a hint of indescribable emotion. "Shaoxian, do you remember the first time we met? To be honest, I didn't have a very good impression of you at that time. Perhaps it was because the situation at the time was so helpless that a feeling of disgust and resistance arose deep in my heart. However, today, it is still you and I sitting here again, but our state of mind has changed dramatically." Zhang Wan paused for a moment, then repeated word for word exactly what she had said a year ago. "Do you still remember what I said to you when we met a year ago? I have no problem marrying you, but you must understand that this is a decision I made out of helplessness. After marriage, we will each live our own lives, and you only need to help me deal with my family. It will be for 1 year. When the time is up, I will give you 1 million as a reward, and then we will end this ridiculous marriage completely. During this period, I hope you will not do anything that crosses the line." Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian just gently stirred the dark liquid in the coffee cup with a spoon. His face did not show the eager desire to complete the task as in the past. Instead, there was only helplessness and a wry smile. Listening to these words again at this moment, my heart is filled with emotion. "Shaoxian, I want to tell you again at this moment. Marrying you is my lifelong dream. This is not forced by anyone, but a choice I made from the bottom of my heart. After we get married, we will walk side by side and support each other. As long as you love me, I will never have any other thoughts in this life. Life is a long journey, no matter how time flies, no matter when and where, you can do whatever you want, because everything that belongs to me can also belong to you." Although Jiang Shaoxian was slightly touched by these words, he still felt that they lacked some sincerity. A whole year was wasted on her. Perhaps at this moment, it might be easy to control this woman. If your identities were switched once, would you have the courage to experience it? You have ignored me and treated me with indifference for the past year. Don't you want to try to take care of my daily life wholeheartedly and meticulously? Jiang Shaoxian, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Zhang Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. Her originally dull eyes suddenly brightened up, as dazzling as the twinkling stars in the night sky. It turns out that deep in his heart, he still has a place for himself. Maybe women who are in love are always prone to wild thoughts. "Do you mean that you want me to personally experience what it's like to have me take care of you wholeheartedly at home and wait for you silently at night for the past year?" Zhang Wan's voice sounded a little doubtful. "That's right, but the crueler reality is that such efforts will not be recognized. Not only that, you also need to resign from this enviable position as the president of the Zhang family, and wait quietly for me to come home for the next year." "Excuse me, can you really do this?" The other party's words were like a sharp sword, ruthlessly piercing the fire of hope that had just ignited in Zhang Wan's heart. After hearing this, Zhang Wan did not respond immediately. Her eyes became uncertain and she bit her lips lightly, as if she was caught in a fierce ideological struggle. At this moment, Jiang Shaoxian's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining an arc that seemed like a smile but not a smile. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the cup of coffee that had already cooled on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to leave. "Shaoxian, where are you going?" Zhang Wan asked hurriedly upon seeing this, her voice full of anxiety and uneasiness. I thought my hesitation caused the man to misunderstand me. Jiang Shaoxian stopped, looked back at Zhang Wan, and said calmly, "I have left my contact information for you. Contact me when you have figured it out. Remember, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." After saying this, he walked out of the cafe without looking back, leaving Zhang Wan sitting there alone. Perhaps, for Jiang Shaoxian, this is just a game about love and power, desire and sacrifice. However, for Zhang Wan, this game could mean losing everything, even her dignity. But if she is not doing this out of true love, then all this is probably just a conspiracy she carefully planned. After leaving the coffee shop filled with the rich aroma of coffee, Jiang Shaoxian's stomach unexpectedly made a rumbling sound. He muttered to himself, he said he was treating me to a meal, but in the end he only let me drink a cup of coffee. This is too stingy. While muttering to himself, Jiang Shaoxian strolled along the busy street, his eyes searching the roadside signs like radars, looking for a restaurant he liked. Before he had taken a few steps, a familiar figure appeared behind him. It turned out to be Zhang Wan, who had caught up with him. She walked quickly to Jiang Shaoxian and said, "Okay, I promise you." Before she finished speaking, she stretched out her arms and tightly held Jiang Shaoxian's arm. Seeing Zhang Wan making such a quick decision, Jiang Shaoxian was obviously a little surprised and couldn't help asking, "Have you made up your mind so quickly?" Zhang Wan smiled slightly and answered firmly, "Of course. After all, the Zhang family has my father in charge, so it can operate normally even without my participation. And this one-year agreement is not difficult for me. It's just that I need to wait until the Camel Country bidding event is successfully completed before I can officially fulfill our agreement. Also, didn't I agree to treat you to a meal before? Now is the perfect time, and I, your ex-wife, will be the host, so you can choose whatever you want to eat." Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian gently broke free from Zhang Wan's hands, then slowly shook his head. "Let's start from tomorrow, because our relationship officially started when we walked out of that cafe. If you can't accept it, then just pretend that I never said anything I just said." Zhang Wan did not give an affirmative answer immediately. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and responded softly, "Let's eat first, and talk slowly while enjoying the food." "Okay." Jiang Shaoxian agreed happily. There is still a week left before the camel bidding deadline, and Su Wei is not around during this period, which means he has enough time to play with her. After some searching, Jiang Shaoxian finally found a small restaurant. Although the hygiene conditions of this small shop are acceptable, the environment inside is obviously more suitable for the lifestyle of the lower class. Perhaps Jiang Shaoxian did it on purpose, wanting to test whether this rich young lady could bear it. After all, for him, both high-end restaurants and simple restaurants are commonplace. When I was on a mission in the desert, I had eaten raw or dirty food, so I no longer cared about the environment. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Wan did not seem to notice anything unusual. She just picked up the napkin on the table and carefully wiped the stool and the tabletop. "Give me a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, and a serving of sausage." After ordering, Jiang Shaoxian turned his gaze to Zhang Wan, who was sitting opposite him, and asked with concern, "What do you want to eat?" "Let me see." Zhang Wan's gaze slowly moved towards the sign hanging on the wall, displaying the names of various dishes. "Then I'll order the same as you, a small bowl of tomato and egg noodles." In the end, I chose the same as Jiang Shaoxian. While waiting for the noodles to be served, Jiang Shaoxian looked at the other party firmly and said in a serious tone, "It's better to make a decision now." Zhang Wan paused and frowned before answering, "Shaoxian, it's not that I don't want to agree to you, but the problem is that there are many important projects that I have been personally responsible for following up. If I choose to resign in a hurry, I'm afraid the entire group will suffer huge losses." Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Shaoxian nodded thoughtfully. He could understand Zhang Wan's concerns and worries. "I understand this, but choices require sacrifices and gains. If you want the best of both worlds, what choice do you need to make?" Jiang Shaoxian was waiting for Zhang Wan's final decision. Chapter 41. I'm itching. How to choose. Zhang Wan was extremely conflicted at the moment, and she was in a dilemma. Is it really necessary for the entire Zhang family to be in trouble because of Jiang Shaoxian? However, Jiang Shaoxian seemed calm and composed, not in a hurry at all. At this time, the waiter had brought the steaming noodles to the table. He began to enjoy the food leisurely and contentedly, making slurp sounds from his mouth. Perhaps the time left for Zhang Wan to think was just a brief moment over this bowl of noodles. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Zhang Wan's mind. Even if she agreed to Jiang Shaoxian's conditions, the worst that could happen was that she would no longer go to work in the company, but it would always be possible to handle official business at home. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to satisfy Jiang Shaoxian's requirements without being completely separated from work? It's simply perfect. So Zhang Wan took a deep breath and said firmly, "I agree to your request to leave the group." Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian couldn't help but feel very surprised. Why would he readily agree to this seemingly ridiculous request? But no matter what, since the other party is willing to give up the position of president for me, he must have made many compromises and sacrifices for this. Considering that they were once husband and wife and treated each other with respect during their marriage, Zhang Xiaoxian decided to give her this chance. Are you really sure? Finally, Zhang Xiaoxian broke the silence and asked again. At this moment, the two of them were like two opponents at a fierce business negotiation table. Faced with Zhang Xiaoxian's questioning, Zhang Wan nodded resolutely without any hesitation. She was already deeply saddened by the mistakes she had made in the past, and now God had given her an opportunity to make up for her regrets. If she couldn't seize it, she would probably regret it in the future. However, Zhang Wan's decisive decision put Zhang Xiaoxian in a dilemma. He knew very well that it was not easy to properly handle the complicated relationship between him and the two women, Zhang Wan and Su Wei. It's like walking forward on a suffocatingly narrow single-plank bridge while taking into account the safety of both ends. The slightest mistake could result in the loss of one of them. And this person is most likely Su Wei. Even if she decided to leave after finding out, as his woman, how could she tolerate other men having any contact with him? This approach may seem a bit overbearing and domineering, but Zhang Xiaoxian is confident that he has enough strength. Because only the strong can own the world of their own, and he happens to be a strong man. A lot has happened in this past year and it seems like everything has become a blur. Perhaps it was because of Dai Lin's departure that he lost his direction in the emotional world and became timid, or perhaps it was because he wanted to successfully complete his mission and return to the maritime Silk Road that made him hesitant during the year he was with Zhang Wan. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized and finally understood the deep meaning of Luo Wanxiang's calling him back. Perhaps it was to make him stronger, more decisive, calm and restrained than before. The corners of Zhang Xiaoxian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then he slowly put down the chopsticks he was holding tightly in his hand, staring at Zhang Wan in front of him. It must be said that this woman is indeed beautiful and charming, and her appearance is on par with Su Wei. What's more worth mentioning is that compared to Su Wei's image of a lonely and proud princess in the ice and snow, Zhang Wan has a more confident and calm temperament. Su Wei is like an extremely insecure ice beauty, making it difficult for people to get a glimpse of her true thoughts deep in her heart. Every time I try to get closer to her, I feel more and more confused. Xiao Wan. Zhang Xiaoxian gently called out this long-lost nickname, his voice gentle and low. Hearing this call, Zhang Wan's heart suddenly started pounding and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She opened her eyes wide, staring blankly at the man who was once extremely familiar but now seemed a little strange. She was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long wait, Zhang Wan finally came to her senses, but still couldn't find the right words to express her complicated feelings at the moment. Xiaoxian. Along with this soft call. They all came out of the coffee shop, but time flies and they have changed dramatically compared to a year ago. Sitting in the noodle shop, the aroma of noodles wafted into Zhang Wan's nose, and the slurping sound seemed to have magic and penetrated into Zhang Wan's ears. For her, who had never tried this kind of local delicacy, the bowl of noodles in front of her was simply the most delicious thing in the world. After eating the noodles, are you going back to Su Wei? At this moment, Zhang Wan was like a concubine who had not been favored in the deep palace for a long time, her heart full of eager anticipation for the emperor's visit. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxian paused for a moment, and then answered, "No, I plan to go to your place." Really? Zhang Wan's eyes lit up instantly and she asked in disbelief. Yeah. Zhang Xiaoxian nodded, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. He found that giving this woman a little bit of expectation was not a bad thing. After receiving a positive answer, Zhang Wan seemed to be energized. She quickly finished the few remaining noodles in the bowl, and then sat quietly aside waiting for the man. The villa that was once so cozy now looks extremely deserted. This is also one of the important reasons why she goes out early and returns home late every day. Because she really didn't want to go back to the place where Zhang Xiaoxian's scent permeated every corner. Those memories followed her like a shadow, making her suffer. Even when parents come to live with us, the familiar family atmosphere is still gone, and there is no sense of the warmth that home should have. Perhaps it was because my longing for Zhang Xiaoxian was too strong in my heart, as if without him, the whole world would be dim, as if half of it was missing. At this moment, the woman gripped the steering wheel tightly and drove away without hesitation, her destination being the villa where they had spent a whole year together. Zhang Guoqing and his wife own their own villa. This villa was exactly one of the conditions Zhang Wan proposed when they got married, in order to facilitate the agreement between the two. The old couple would occasionally come to stay for a while, but such opportunities were few and far between. For Himufei's mother-in-law, she looks down on Jiang Shaoxian from the bottom of her heart. However, Jiang Shaoxian was happy to be free and relaxed. In contrast, Zhang Guoqing was relatively tolerant. Although he failed to marry his daughter to a decent husband, he did approve of this son-in-law after all. Even if there is a little dissatisfaction in the heart, the face is always smiling. What's more, Jiang Shaoxian was introduced by Zhang Guoqing's former comrade in arms, who is now a high-ranking official in the imperial capital. In the past year, he had tried to find out Jiang Shaoxian's identity, but Jiang Shaoxian always gave perfunctory answers, and even that comrade knew nothing about it. Over time, he had to give up the idea of continuing to explore. In the days after returning from their trip, the couple, like Zhang Wan, were willing to risk their reputation to seek connections everywhere in order to give their company even the slightest chance at this event. Unfortunately, despite their great efforts, they did not achieve any results. After all, those industry giants located in Zhengzhou area have already been fighting each other to the point of bloodshed, let alone an existence like the Zhang Group, which is only ranked outside the top 10 companies in Zhengzhou. Faced with such fierce competition, how easy is it to stand out? When Jiang Shaoxian stepped into the villa where he used to live for the first time after his divorce, he looked around and found that everything was no different from when he left. I touched the dining table and it was covered with dust. It has only been a month and the house is relatively clean except for the place where I often sit on the sofa. Other places showed that the entire villa had not been cleaned for a long time. When I arrived at the house where I used to live and was about to open the door, I found that it was locked. Why is it locked? Zhang Wan hugged Jiang Shaoxian from behind. It's filled with your scent. I'm afraid that once I go in, your scent will dissipate and become fainter and fainter, until not even a trace will remain. If you want to come in, I'll open it now. Forget it. Jiang Shaoxian shook his head gently. His former residence was like a cage where he locked himself up. To escape the grief that Dai Lin brought him, to escape Luo Wanxian's distrust of him? Yes, he had felt this way in his heart for a while. Was it because after his grandfather retired from his high position, Luo Wanxian no longer cared about their Zheng family? But after walking out of the noodle shop just now and regaining his confidence, he realized that the real maritime Silk Road has changed since last year. The whole world is undergoing tremendous changes, and if he doesn't make changes, he really won't be able to do this task. After untying the knot in his heart, Jiang Shaoxian looked at the cage again and decided that it would be better not to open it. Going in would only bring back memories and nothing else useful. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Zhang Wan is now like an obedient cat. She will do whatever Jiang Shaoxian says. Where should I stay today? Jiang Shaoxian turned to look at the woman and asked. Since I have decided to stay here with her, I naturally want to know what Zhang Wan has in mind. If you don't mind. Zhang Wan had just said half of her words when her face turned as red as a peach, and water would come out if you pinched it. Any adult can understand what this means. Jiang Shaoxian didn't say anything, waiting for the other party to give a positive answer. Because he just said not long ago that he would not do anything beyond friendship. Now I feel a little regretful. Why did I say that? Such a beautiful woman came to my door, why should I pretend to be a saint? Don't mind living in the same room with me. Zhang Wan also knew that he had just said that they should not cross the line between friends, but she wanted to take a chance. I lowered my head and dared not look the other person in the eye, for fear of getting a different answer. Jiang Shaoxian's words just now have become the boundary that Zhang Wan can't wait to break through. Because Jiang Shaoxian now is a little different from before, Zhang Wan can't tell why. It was as if there was an overbearing aura emanating from him. The previous words turned into the current tone of being reluctant but also willing, which made Zhang Wan even more itchy. Chapter 42, The Grievance of Zhang Wan. Xiaowan, since you have agreed to my conditions, I will now take back what I said before. Jiang Shaoxian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but he did not clearly say what he said. Zhang Wan wondered in her heart, could it be that what he meant was, things that go beyond friendship cannot be done? If he really took back that sentence, wouldn't it mean that he wanted it today? But I still feel uncertain. He was unwilling to ask directly. If he asked rashly, wouldn't it make him look too stupid? It seemed better to test it through action. Lunch just ended not long ago, it's still early. Jiang Shaoxian strolled around the villa leisurely. You know, there were some places here that were listed as forbidden areas for him before, but now he doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. He couldn't help but come to the door of Zhang Wan's boudoir out of curiosity, wondering if the man named Han Changfeng had ever stepped in. Just as Jiang Shaoxian was lost in thought, Zhang Wan walked up to him, gently pushed open the door, and held his hand tightly, and walked into the room together. As soon as she entered the door, Zhang Wan said in a soft voice, "Shaoxian, you are the second man to enter this room besides my father." There seemed to be some complacency and pride in her words. However, facing such a situation, Jiang Shaoxian did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he responded coldly, "What is there to brag about?" This sudden question made Zhang Wan stunned and she had no idea how to respond. She wondered, what happened to this guy? He was fine just a moment ago. But soon, she forced herself to cheer up, as if trying to hide her inner anxiety and confusion. "It's okay." Seeing the woman's panic, Jiang Shaoxian smiled slightly and looked at this house that he should have moved into a year ago. What was there to be happy about moving in now? This room was not unfamiliar to him. But he only glanced at the woman at the door when he called her to eat, and he rarely went to the second floor. Being in the middle of it at this moment, an inexplicable emotion surged in my heart. "Shaoxian, do you feel that you came in too late?" Zhang Wan's voice was slightly nervous, as if she was afraid of touching the sensitive string deep in the other person's heart. Jiang Shaoxian turned his gaze to the woman in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that she is so smart. However, when he stared into Zhang Wan's eyes full of doubt, he chose to smile and did not say anything. Zhang Wan used to be taciturn towards herself, and the situation now is quite similar. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Wan became more and more confused. Jiang Shaoxian still smiled without answering, and his mind flashed back to the moments of his past interactions with Zhang Wan. At that time, she was like an iceberg, cold as ice. Now, although he was passionate, he didn't know how long this passion would last. Thinking of this, Jiang Shaoxian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhang Wan somewhat understood what the man meant. "Actually, Shaoxian, don't you think that even if I asked you to come into my room, what would have happened? I didn't have you in my heart at that time. Would you be happy facing a walking corpse? And now that I personally pulled you in, it means that I am already your woman in my heart." Your woman? In Jiang Shaoxian's opinion, this sentence has a profound meaning. "You know clearly that I will never divorce Su Wei, so if you have any thoughts related to this in your mind, please dispel them as soon as possible," Jiang Shaoxian said in a firm tone. "I understand." Zhang Wan nodded slightly, indicating that she agreed with what Jiang Shaoxian said. But in reality, she had something completely different in mind. In Zhang Wan's eyes, Jiang Shaoxian is just an ordinary person with some special charm. The fact that he could get along with him like this now might mean that Su Wei did not make him feel safe enough. She boldly imagined that the relationship between the two of them should be almost the same as the relationship between herself and Jiang Shaoxian in the past year. It was nothing more than mutual exploitation. However, what does Jiang Shaoxian want to get from this relationship? Is it money or Su Wei herself? For others, the biggest possibility is money. But if it was really for money, why didn't Jiang Shaoxian take away the 1 million that I gave him after divorcing him? Apart from this, there seems to be only one other possibility: he covets Su Wei's stunning beauty. But if Su Wei really gave him hope, then how could he abandon her and come to her at this moment? Obviously, this is impossible. After careful consideration and various speculations, Zhang Wan finally came to a conclusion. There was no true love between Jiang Shaoxian and Su Wei, but there was some special connection between them. There is definitely still a possibility for her. When the man falls in love with her, Su Wei will naturally become a thing of the past. She thinks Su Wei will be happy to see this then. But now the two of them are still in a certain contractual relationship, so Su Wei will protect him everywhere. I have to say that Zhang Wan is very smart, but it's a pity that she guessed wrong about one thing: Jiang Shaoxian is by no means ordinary. Jiang Shaoxian naturally didn't know that she was acting like a professional analyst, overthinking things. After leaving the villa, Jiang Shaoxian prepared to take a walk around. "Where are you going?" Zhang Wan shouted at the door. "Don't bother me." Jiang Shaoxian waved his hand and continued walking forward. How similar. Once Zhang Wan went out for a social event at night, Jiang Shaoxian asked the same question: "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there?" Zhang Wan replied coldly, "It's none of your business where you go." Now Jiang Shaoxian is already being polite. Zhang Wan had no choice but to give up. She went back into the house, looked at the dusty villa, changed her clothes and started cleaning it herself. Today the man is finally back, so the house naturally has to feel like home. After Jiang Shaoxian left the villa, he naturally went to find Abu and Shao Kong to discuss business. The three of them had a few drinks at the end. As for Su Wei, he felt relieved that Ji Chang was secretly looking after her. When we returned to the villa, it was already past 7 in the evening. Zhang Wan cleaned the house for the entire afternoon and made a few dishes, the only one she knew how to make: scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fried potato chips. I don't know how to cut the potato slices and shredded meat, so I can only chop them into large pieces and stew them together. Xiaoxian, you're back? I cooked something, come and try it. I've eaten. Zhang Xiaoxian had a blank expression on his face. He sat down on the sofa, with a slight smell of alcohol wafting towards him. Zhang Wan worked hard all day but got such an answer, and tears of grievance began to well up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaoxian saw it and said, "Haven't you always been like this before? Even on the eve of your divorce?" "I was wrong, Xiaoxian, woo-woo." Zhang Wan finally couldn't help it and ran to Zhang Xiaoxian and threw herself into his arms. "If I had been wronged in the past, would I have been able to throw myself into your arms?" Zhang Wan finally broke down and pounded on Zhang Xiaoxian's chest. From childhood to adulthood, she has never had to do so much housework as she did this afternoon. I had hoped to get praise from the man when he came back, but the answer I got was a cold attitude. Zhang Wan sobbed and said, "Zhang Xiaoxian, you bad guy. I cleaned the whole villa in the afternoon, bought vegetables from the supermarket, and cooked for you personally, and you came back and said something like this? Woo woo woo." Zhang Xiaoxian also knew when to stop and stopped making sarcastic remarks. Then he threw the woman down on the sofa, and Zhang Wan's hands were tightly restrained. Zhang Wan closed her eyes and thought to herself, has this moment finally arrived? Chapter 43: Zhang Wan's attitude towards Bai Yue Guang. The woman closed her eyes and quietly felt Zhang Xiaoxian gradually approaching her. As his body got closer, the woman's tense nerves gradually relaxed. The man carefully stretched out a hand and slowly began to unbutton Zhang Wan's exquisitely tailored business suit one by one. With each button that was unbuttoned, more of the snow-white skin was revealed. However, just as this alluring beauty was about to be fully presented, a sudden knock on the door broke the original atmosphere in the house. Zhang Xiaoxian couldn't help but frown slightly, wondering secretly in his heart, it's already night, who would come to see Zhang Wan? He slowly let go of the woman lying on the sofa, then stood up and walked towards the door with steady steps. The moment he reached out to open the door, the scene before him seemed familiar. But what was unexpected was that the person standing outside the door this time was not him, but Zhang Wan's former white moonlight Han Changfeng. When Han Changfeng saw that the person who opened the door was Zhang Xiaoxian, he also frowned and looked displeased. He opened his mouth and demanded, "Why are you at Zhang Wan's house?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction and anger in his words. Facing Han Changfeng's questioning, Zhang Xiaoxian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint mocking smile. It seems that you don't need to worry about this, right? Besides, with your current status, what qualifications do you have to ask me?" After all, he knew very well that Han Changfeng had already been cruelly rejected by Zhang Wan. At this moment, the two of them could not be considered close lovers, let alone ordinary friends. Han Changfeng snorted coldly when he heard this, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoxian's answer. Without saying a word, he walked straight into the house. However, before he took 2 steps, Zhang Xiaoxian reached out his hand without hesitation to block his way. "Who asked you to come in?" Zhang Xiaoxian asked in a firm tone. "Get out of my way." Han Changfeng's eyes were wide open, showing no sign of weakness. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two became extremely tense. At this critical moment, Han Changfeng's eyes swept across the room as quickly as lightning, and suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Wan, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly standing up. I saw her buttoning up her clothes one by one gracefully, while walking towards me slowly and gracefully. Based on this scene, how could Han Changfeng not know what was going to happen between the two of them? A man and a woman were alone in a room, with their buttons already undone. What else could it be except that? His face turned pale and he wished he could chop the two men to pieces with a knife. When Zhang Wan approached, her beautiful and deep eyes revealed a hint of resentment and viciousness as she stared straight at Han Changfeng. Then, a cold and hostile remark came out from that cherry mouth. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here." This sentence was like a sharp sword, piercing Han Changfeng's heart. The resentment contained in it was self-evident. It was obviously because he arrived at an inopportune time and ruined the good things between the two of them. Faced with this situation, Han Changfeng felt extremely helpless, but his face revealed a bitter smile of resentment, and he nodded with gritted teeth and responded, "Okay, so you two are a pair of shameless dogs and bitches. Very good. Remember this, we'll see." Before he finished his words, a crisp pop sound was heard, echoing throughout the spacious living room. Jiang Shaoxian mercilessly slapped Han Changfeng hard on his disgusting face. The slap was so powerful that Han Changfeng was caught off guard and saw stars, and his mouth and nose were bleeding. His body seemed to have lost its balance and he fell to the ground. Jiang Shaoxian stared at Han Changfeng, who was lying on the ground in a state of disgrace, and said angrily, "Shut your dog mouth. Stop biting people here." After saying that, he raised his leg and kicked hard. In fact, Jiang Shaoxian is not the kind of person who likes to use violence, but at this moment and in this situation, with such a godsend opportunity in front of him, how can he let it go easily? After all, he couldn't hold back his inner impulse and wanted to see with his own eyes how Zhang Wan would react at this time. If there is any compassion towards the people on earth, what will follow is that Jiang Shaoxian will revoke all his previous promises, and the price will be the destruction of the entire Zhang family. Once he made up his mind, he would not hesitate to abandon Zhang Wan's family, who had enjoyed wealth and glory for half their lives. But Zhang Wan did not feel any sympathy for Han Changfeng when she saw his miserable condition. On the contrary, she stared at the man lying on the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth with a gloomy and cold expression. "Han Changfeng, it was also in the same place that I was heartbroken after you forced me that day. Let alone being lovers, even an ordinary friendship is no longer possible from now on." Zhang Wan's words completely severed all the emotions of the past 5 years. In just half a month, she had completely let go of this relationship, without any attachment, and even became extremely resolute. Seeing this, Jiang Shaoxian, who was standing by, was full of admiration. He finally heard the answer he had been waiting for a long time. Looking down at Han Changfeng lying on the ground, he said loudly, "Listen carefully, I will start counting now. If you don't disappear by the time I count to 3, don't blame me for being ruthless." Facing Jiang Shaoxian's threat, Han Changfeng knew that he was no match for him, but he still refused to show weakness. He endured the severe pain in his body and laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha. After all, you are nothing more than a dog that depends on the Zhang family for survival. Let's wait and see. Mr. Jiang." At this moment, it was obvious that Han Changfeng had no place to stand here. As he turned to leave, he looked back at the two people behind him for the last time, his eyes filled with strong murderous intent, as if he was secretly vowing to make them pay a huge price. After Han Changfeng left, the two looked at each other, and they both understood that the previous atmosphere could no longer be continued at this moment. Thinking about what just happened, it does seem familiar. Not too long ago, the situation was completely reversed. At that time, Jiang Shaoxian appeared at an inopportune time and disturbed Han Changfeng's good deeds. But Zhang Wan at that time was completely different from now. It was obvious from her expression just now that she actually had some expectations in her heart. Time is long, and there is still plenty of time in the future. Jiang Shaoxian secretly thought that this woman would eventually become his possession. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. "I'm going out for a while and will be back soon." After saying that, Jiang Shaoxian opened the door without hesitation and was about to leave. Zhang Wan wanted to ask him what he was going to do, but in the end she chose to remain silent, appearing to be understanding and reasonable. She smiled and said softly, "Be careful on the road. No matter how late it is, I will wait for you to come back." These words really helped Jiang Shaoxian. He stopped, turned around, and nodded with soft eyes. Then, he walked farther and farther away, and his figure gradually disappeared into the night. After walking a distance, Jiang Shaoxian stopped, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and dialed a number skillfully. A familiar voice soon came from the other end of the phone, "Boss." Jiang Shaoxian lowered his voice and said, "Xiaovu, help me investigate everything that Han Changfeng has done abroad in the past 2 years. Don't worry, just give it to me before noon tomorrow." "No problem, leave it to me." Xiaovu agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shaoxian took a deep breath and looked into the distance with a determined look. In order to prevent any trouble from happening, he wanted Han Changfeng to disappear and never come out to disturb his and Zhang Wan's good times, otherwise something bad would happen sooner or later with such a person around. Chapter 44. Tell Dad, who took you away? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shaoxian's brows relaxed, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Thinking of Su Wei, he took a deep breath, and after not getting in touch with her for a day, he dialed the other party's number again. But the result was still disappointing. The phone was still turned off. At this moment, Jiang Shaoxian's heart was in a mess, with all kinds of speculations and worries flooding his mind. What exactly does Su Changsheng want to do? The more Jiang Shaoxian thought about it, the more uneasy he became. A strong sense of uneasiness enveloped him. In desperation, Jiang Shaoxian decided to contact Ji Cheng again. Ji Cheng, what's Su Wei's situation now? Ji Cheng's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Madam is currently fine. My people have been using advanced instruments such as optics, night vision, and infrared to closely monitor Madam's every move in her room and the building opposite. The waiter has also been replaced by our people, and there are monitoring devices in the room, but the cell phone was taken away by Su Changsheng, so you can't be contacted. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked, why did Su Changsheng take her phone? Was it just to cut off contact with me? Is Su Wei in a good mood now? Ji Cheng explained, maybe. From what I have seen, the lady did not seem to show too much worry or anxiety. Perhaps it is because she knows your identity that Su Changsheng will realize his mistake in a few days, so the lady can be so calm. However, Jiang Shaoxian was obviously not satisfied with Ji Cheng's explanation to Su Wei. He snorted coldly and said, Humph, she seems quite relieved, but has she ever thought about how worried I, her husband, would be if I couldn't contact her? If you have time, please help me talk to her and tell her that this attitude towards her husband really makes me angry. As he spoke, Jiang Shaoxian's eyes revealed a hint of anger. He paused for a moment and continued, if you go, Su Changsheng will definitely not dare to stop you. After all, no matter what, the identity of the number one genius in the imperial capital is not something he can easily refuse. Well, I'll go take a look. Although Ji Cheng agreed verbally, he felt a little troubled in his heart. He is not afraid of Su Changsheng. The Su family is indeed nothing in his eyes. But Su Wei is your wife, Jiang Shaoxian. Have you forgotten this? The reason why Jiang Shaoxian asked Ji Cheng to go in person was that he hoped Ji Cheng could witness with his own eyes that Su Wei was safe and sound, so that he could truly feel relieved. As for letting Su Wei stay with Su Changsheng for a while, he actually hoped so. Jiang Shaoxian also needs some time to properly handle his relationship with Zhang Wan. After everything is settled, he can turn around and deal with Su Wei and the Su family. Putting the phone in his pocket, Jiang Shaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Shaoxian slowly swept his eyes across the luxurious villa area behind him, and had no plans to return immediately. Because Zhang Wan just said that she would wait for him to come back no matter how late it was. So, Jiang Shaoxian decided to do as she wished and see how long she could hold on. It was at this time that Morong Changfeng quietly arrived in Jiangzhou. Morong Xiaoran had already arrived at the bus station. Looking at her father whom she had not seen for 2 years, she felt extremely complicated. Dad. It became increasingly difficult to call him that. Morong Changfeng nodded slightly, then asked, well, have you arranged a place to live? Morong Xiaoran nodded expressionlessly, well, I found it. Morong Xiaoran knew her father's character very well. When he was in China, he was not only addicted to gambling, but also greedy for women. Morong Changfeng looked at his daughter and recalled the past. Morong Xiaoran's mother was a well-known lady from a prominent family in southern Jiangsu. When she met Morong Changfeng, it was as if the red thread of fate tied them together and they quickly fell in love. However, this beautiful relationship was strongly opposed by both families. Despite this, they still firmly chose to stick with each other. After the woman became pregnant, she was given the child by the current Morong Xiaoran. Morong Changfeng hoped to use this opportunity to force his father to accept her as his daughter-in-law. But even though the woman was pregnant, Morong Changfeng's father still refused to give in. Faced with such a ruthless situation, the couple decided to move away from their family home and get married privately. During that time, they fully enjoyed the sweetness and happiness brought by love, as if everything in the world could be forgotten. However, the good times did not last long. Just 2 years after Morong Xiaoran was born, an unexpected change occurred. Her young and beautiful mother unfortunately died in an accident. Heartbroken Morong Changfeng had no choice but to return to the Morong family with his 2-year-old daughter Morong Xiaoran. After all, no matter what, Morong Xiaoran has the blood of the Morong family flowing in her body. How can her grandfather, as the head of the family, have the heart to turn her away? But since then, Morong Changfeng seemed like a different person, and his personality changed drastically. He became addicted to gambling and spent all day hanging out in casinos. Not only that, he also frequently had affairs with other women and indulged himself. You know, back then Morong Changfeng was the second son of the Morong family. In terms of intelligence, he was even smarter than his brother Morong Chanan. It is really sad to see it end up like this. Here are 30 million. Take it. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Morong family. In the end, Morong Changfeng was driven out by the old man. In this way, he traveled to Africa with the huge wealth bestowed by his family, and successfully formed a mercenary corps there with his intelligence and ruthlessness. According to rumors, the size of this legion has grown to hundreds of people, but they are engaged in murder and robbery. Back to reality, Morong Changfeng, who had been carefully disguised, was now sitting in a car driven by Morong Xiaoran, speeding towards a not-so-big hotel. Perhaps those luxurious and high-end hotels would be more comfortable and pleasant, but for Morong Changfeng today, they are obviously not ideal places. After all, he needs to keep a low profile at this moment to avoid causing unnecessary trouble and attention. After arriving at the destination, Morong Changfeng slowly got out of the car and scanned the surrounding environment with sharp eyes. He strolled around the area leisurely, as if he knew everything about the place. Then, he said softly, "Well, it feels good. This card is for you. It contains $100 million. This event is very important. You must go all out and strive to play a key role in it. And this is exactly the primary purpose of my coming here this time." After saying that, Morong Changfeng handed the mysterious black card to Morong Xiaoran. Morong Xiaoran took the card and nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand." After settling his father, Morong Xiaoran really didn't want to stay here any longer. She took a deep breath and asked softly, "Dad, if there is nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Morong Changfeng's brows were tightly furrowed under his ferocious face, and his eyes were fixed on the daughter in front of him, who was extremely beautiful and even more outstanding than her mother. His voice was low and majestic. "Tell me, who is so bold as to take away my daughter's body?" "Don't worry, girl. Dad will definitely bring that guy to you and let you finish him off with your own hands." In fact, Morong Changfeng knew very well how deeply he felt for his only beloved daughter. While carrying out a difficult mission in Africa, an accident caused him to lose the ability to have children again. Now facing his only child, the fatherly love in his heart became stronger. As for the reputation of lust in the outside world, he no longer had anything to do with it. The days when he was addicted to gambling were just a way for him to rebel and resist the respected old man of the Morong family. At that time, he only wanted to vent his dissatisfaction and resentment through such extreme behavior, trying to find some kind of psychological balance. However, today, the years have made Morong Changfeng more calm and reserved. Behind the fierce appearance revealed at this moment, there are actually endless hardships and helplessness hidden. Chapter 45. What does it matter if I have a title or not? Dad, this is China after all. It's completely different from where you are. If things get out of hand, it will be hard to deal with. Morong Xiaoran really didn't want him to get too involved or interfere in her affairs. However, the hatred for Jiang Shaoxian was like a thorn in her side, lingering in her heart and could not be shaken off. Thinking back to the scene when she opened her eyes this morning, she was so angry that her fingers turned white. "Well, a few of my people are here too. Since they are still in Jiangzhou, I will capture them first and you can decide for yourself." Morong Changfeng did not insist anymore, and waved his hand after saying that, "Then you can go back first. If there is anything, call me." After his daughter left, Morong Changfeng suddenly thought of Ji Chang. Morong Changfeng knew very well about her and Ji Chang's affairs. He had seen that boy before and he was indeed a rare talent. If the two of them could really get together, it would be the best choice for him and Morong Xiaoran. However, it is hard to say whether the Ji family will accept Morong Xiaoran into the family. Thinking of this, one can't help but sigh how similar the mother and daughter are. If a wealthy family like the Ji family disagrees with the relationship between the two, even he would have no way to do anything. Morong Xiaoran turned and left, returning to the hotel where she was staying. Morong Changfeng took out his cell phone and called his men. "The man called Jiang Shaoxian is in Jiangzhou. You must find him alive within 2 days." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, a cold light flashed in Morong Changfeng's eyes, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Jiang Shaoxian, who was at the other end of Jiangzhou, strolled to the side of a shopping mall as if taking a leisurely walk in a garden. He looked up and saw that the hands of the huge clock above were steadily pointing to 10:30. He decided to relax and go in for a walk. He would never go back to Zhangwan before 12 o'clock. The third floor of the mall is like a dreamland for children. Jiang Shaoxian spent 100 yuan to exchange for a bunch of game coins, and kept trying to grab something from one of the claw machines. If he didn't catch anything, he would continue to put in coins. The two children nearby were surprised and thought, "Such an adult also likes to catch dolls?" After spending the 100 yuan, he paid another 100 yuan. It was not until the store said it was closing that he woke up from his dream and looked at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock. "Okay. He packed up his spoils and prepared to go home. Suddenly he realized that the two children next to him, a girl and a little boy about 10 years old, had left. He didn't expect that they were still looking at him at this time. "Do you want it?" Zhang Xiaoxian pointed at the doll he had caught. The boy nodded. "Then it's all yours." "Thank you, big brother." Watching the boy happily leave with a big bag of dolls, he walked home contentedly. In the Zhang family's luxurious villa, the lights were still as bright as day, as if silently waiting for his return. Zhang Xiaoxian gently pushed open the door and saw Zhang Wan's petite body curl up on the spacious sofa, like a sleeping cat. The air conditioning in the room was set to a very low temperature. As soon as Zhang Xiaoxian stepped in, he could feel a cool breeze blowing towards him. Zhang Wan was only wearing a thin piece of clothing. Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold wearing such thin clothes? Zhang Xiaoxian walked slowly towards Zhang Wan with light steps, afraid of waking up the sleeping beauty. When he came to the sofa, he sat down carefully, staring with complicated eyes at the woman in front of him, with whom he had once decided to spend his life. At this moment, 1,000 thoughts surged in my mind. Maybe it's not too late to start loving him now, but maybe it's too late. At this moment, Zhang Wan seemed to be aware of the movement around her. She slightly opened her sleepy eyes, then slowly sat up straight and subconsciously rubbed her exposed arms. "When did you come back?" Zhang Wan's voice was a little lazy and hazy. "Just arrived." Zhang Xiaoxian replied softly. "Well, you see, I have always abided by the agreement between us and waited for you here." Zhang Wan's lips curled up into a faint smile, and her eyes revealed a hint of expectation, as if she was asking for credit. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxian's heart couldn't help but move, but soon returned to calm. He took a deep breath and said, "Well, you have indeed changed. You are no longer the Zhang Wan I knew before." Zhang Wan heard this, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and then she asked, "So do you like me more now or in the past?" Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaoxian, as if trying to find the answer from his expression. However, faced with this question, Zhang Xiaoxian chose to remain silent. Because no matter how you answer, you will be caught in a dilemma: either you hurt the other person's feelings, or you bring trouble to yourself. This is undoubtedly a difficult problem that makes people feel caught in a dilemma. Zhang Xiaoxian smiled and avoided the topic and said, "It's getting late, let's go upstairs first. Your skin has become paler because of the cold." "Okay." Zhang Wan nodded with a smile and walked in front. After going up to the second floor, she saw the man still downstairs and asked in confusion, "Aren't you coming up to sleep?" "I'll be there in a minute." "Good." Zhang Wan returned to the bedroom and went straight into the bathroom, carefully scrubbing every inch of her skin. After washing, she did not forget to dress up a little. After finishing all these, she went to the closet and looked for her sexiest pajamas. It is said to be sexy, but in fact it is quite thin, and it looks a bit suggestive. She sprayed some more perfume on herself, turned the bedside lamp to a dim warm tone, and lay on the bed waiting for Zhang Xiaoxian to come up. Not long after, the man really opened the door and came in. "Xiaoxian, you're tired after a day, go take a shower first." "That's fine, but I don't have any change of clothes." "It's okay, I'll buy it for you tomorrow morning." Zhang Xiaoxian nodded, looked at the environment in the room, smelled the light fragrance, and knew what the woman wanted to do. When she walked into the bathroom, she saw some clean underwear prepared for him on the countertop. They were unopened, but they seemed to be prepared by the Zhang family when he got married. It was hard for her to find them now. He simply washed up, dried his hair and walked out. The woman on the bed had already given up half of her position, and looking at Zhang Xiaoxian's perfect figure, she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Zhang Xiaoxian sat on the bed and looked at the woman in front of him, who he was destined to be inseparable from the moment they met. In fact, there is no such thing as inseparable in the world. Maybe he just became too greedy. Over a year has passed, and what should have been the most romantic thing on the wedding night has now become like an affair. "Xiaoxian, I'm ready." Zhang Xiaoxian was somewhat touched by the woman's words, but only for a moment. "Are you willing to be this nameless woman?" Zhang Xiaoxian's words were like a bucket of cold water, which completely wiped out Zhang Wan's originally passionate heart. She felt a little aggrieved and pouted as she looked at this man who had become ingrained in her heart without her knowing when. She didn't say anything, took away the pillow behind her, and lay down with her back to Zhang Xiaoxian. "Go to bed early, it's getting late." I turned around and couldn't hold back my tears anymore, they quietly flowed down. Zhang Xiaoxian felt the other party's dissatisfaction with him saying this at this time. This woman will still be angry. Zhang Xiaoxian lifted his legs and got on the bed, turning off the bedside light. The distance between the two of them on the huge bed was far. Feeling Zhang Wan's grievance, Zhang Xiaoxian finally couldn't hold back anymore and moved closer to her and pressed on her. No matter what the future holds, as long as I can get her, it doesn't matter whether we have a name or not, or whether I love her or not. Chapter 46. The number you dialed is turned off. From the moment Zhang Xiaoxian first met Zhang Wan in order to complete the task assigned by Luo Wanxiang, until now. If all the things they experienced during this period had never happened, they would probably have already had the fruit of their love. It is a pity that they had never had any interaction before, let alone an emotional entanglement as complex and subtle as it is now. Maybe it's just like the old saying goes, meeting the right person at the wrong time. However, fate is always full of drama, and the two are undoubtedly lucky. It was precisely because of the greed in Zhang Xiaoxian's heart that Zhang Wan was able to occupy a place beside him. But in the future, when she has to confront Su Wei head-on, what will Zhang Xiaoxian do? However, it seemed that he didn't care at all. Maybe you didn't love him her deeply, but even if you lose him her in the end, it doesn't matter, because you once had him her. It was as if Silang always had his beloved Queen Chunyuan deep in his heart. In the early morning, the warm sunlight shines through the windows on the second floor of the villa, appearing particularly bright and dazzling. Zhang Wan had already woken up, staring at the man beside her who seemed to be still immersed in a dream. Her slender fingers gently moved over his smooth skin. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxian was not really asleep, but pretending to be asleep, trying to figure out her next move. Not long after, Zhang Wan slowly approached him, then spread out his arms and snuggled into Zhang Xiaoxian's arms like a little bird. It would definitely feel hot if the two of them hugged each other, so Zhang Xiaoxian closed his eyes and pulled away the thin blanket covering his body. The two naked people were suddenly exposed. The two of them did it after turning off the lights last night, but it was broad daylight now, and even though the curtains were a bit thick, everything could be seen clearly. How could Zhang Wan, who was experiencing sex for the first time, not feel shy? He wanted to retrieve the quilt and cover himself with it again, but unfortunately Zhang Xiaoxian had pinned it down so tightly that he couldn't pull it out. She didn't dare to use force, for fear of waking the man and letting him see her ugly appearance, which would be very embarrassing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoxian showed no sign of waking up, she thought that he was probably too tired last night. I wanted to get out of bed and find clothes to put on, but as soon as I sat up, I felt a tearing sensation. My body was not very comfortable, but I still had to go down. Enduring the strange feeling, I moved gently. Just then Zhang Xiaoxian suddenly opened his eyes. After their eyes met, he pulled Zhang Wan back into his arms. "Where are we going?" "I'll go put on some clothes." Zhang Wan covered her important parts of her body and her whole body became stiff, as if all this happened by surprise. "That won't do," Zhang Xiaoxian said domineeringly. "What are you up to?" Seeing the man holding her and putting her down again, Zhang Wan was shocked. Did he want more? Can. Before she could finish her thought, Zhang Xiaoxian had already started the next action. Zhang Wan did not push him away, but just knocked on Zhang Xiaoxian's chest and shoulders reluctantly, and occasionally bit a row of marks with her teeth to vent her dissatisfaction in her heart and physical discomfort. After waiting for everything to settle, Zhang Xiaoxian went to the bathroom refreshed. When he came out again, he saw a hint of resentment in the woman's eyes. "It's all your fault. I was originally planning to go out and buy you a suitable set of clothes, but now it turned out like this, you big bad guy?" said the woman with a little anger. Zhang Xiaoxian responded softly, "It's okay, I actually still have 2 sets of clothes in the room downstairs. One set is what we wore when we took our wedding photos, and the other set was bought for me by your father." After saying that, Zhang Xiaoxian turned around and walked out of the room. After getting dressed, he walked out of the villa carrying a basket of vegetables and headed straight towards the familiar old place. He planned to carefully select various ingredients that Zhang Wan had loved before. He started cooking the same dish he had made for Zhang Wan the night before their divorce. Maybe he did it on purpose. In addition, there was another reason to prepare this meal because after lunch, he would temporarily leave Dasha for a while. After all, he hadn't been back to that land for more than a year, and everything seemed to be slowly fading away from him. If he wants to stay in Heisi again, he must go back and show up to see his little treasures. Otherwise, those old friends might mistakenly think that he is no longer in this world. However, this time it will only take 5 or 6 days to go back, and I must return in time before the grand opening of the shipping group. Zhang Wan was in a good mood in the villa room, and she was dressing slowly. At this moment, her beautiful face was obviously more radiant and energetic than when she first met Zhang Xiaoxian yesterday. He was secretly delighted in his heart, and was confident that he would be able to firmly control Jiang Shaoxian's heart. Just at this moment, there was a slight sound of a door opening and closing downstairs. Zhang Wan became curious and quickly walked to the window to look out, only to see Jiang Shaoxian walking out of the villa. She wanted to shout out and ask him what he was going to do. But her eyes were attracted by the basket in the man's hand. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smug look that was hard to conceal, and she whispered softly, "Ha, little brat, can't I cure you? Look, you've returned to your old ways." Time passed quietly, and after a long time, Jiang Shaoxian finally returned. As expected, he had indeed gone out to buy groceries. This time, Zhang Wan changed her previous indifferent attitude towards his hard work and took the initiative to walk into the kitchen to help. Before long, a table full of delicious food was ready. When Zhang Wan tasted the delicious food cooked by Jiang Shaoxian again, especially those dishes that just suited her taste, she felt very happy and couldn't help but sigh that all her efforts and hard work over the past few days were worth it. "Don't you notice what's so special about this dish?" Jiang Shaoxian pointed at the dishes in front of him with his fingers and asked. Zhang Wan chewed the food in her mouth and fell into deep thought, but she finally shook her head gently. "Didn't you make these dishes before?" Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian did not stop asking questions. He stared at Zhang Wan and asked, "Think about it carefully?" Facing Jiang Shaoxian's questioning, Zhang Wan shook her head without hesitation and replied, "I really can't think of it. Is it because I like to eat?" Then, Jiang Shaoxian changed the subject and his tone became a little low. "Do you still remember the dinner I carefully prepared for you a month ago? It was also these dishes, but you chose to go out with." At this point, Jiang Shaoxian was about to blurt out the name Han Changfeng, but Zhang Wan suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. Zhang Wan's face changed slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. She lowered her voice and warned, "Don't mention that person again. If you dare to say that name, then tonight, then." Seeing this, Jiang Shaoxian pretended to be curious and asked, "So what about tonight?" Zhang Wan hesitated for a moment, then she responded softly, "Let me think about it carefully first." She originally wanted to use that incident as a threat, but it seemed that this was all she had, and she absolutely could not use it before she had captured the man. The two of them talked and laughed, fought and made noises like a newlywed couple. After lunch, Jiang Shaoxian was cleaning up the dishes. Zhang Wan wanted to help but was stopped by him. "Go inside and play with your phone for a while. By the way, you see, after I come back, you have to cook and wash dishes like me, okay?" "Okay, I understand." Zhang Wan was already very happy when she walked back to her room. At the same time, Jiang Shaoxian took off his apron, took his things, and walked out of the villa quietly without leaving any message for Zhang Wan. "Is the plane ready?" "Already ready, destination is Desert City." "Okay, I'll be there in about an hour." It had been a long time since the man entered the villa, and Zhang Wan was curious about what he was doing downstairs. But after calling several times, there was no response from the other party. "I had no choice but to take out my phone and make a call. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off." Chapter 47. Jiang Shaoxian left, and the two girls were anxious. "I continued to make the calls, but the responses I received were always the same, with no change." Zhang Wan seemed to have all her strength drained away. She collapsed dejectedly on the sofa, her eyes empty and dull, staring straight ahead. In just one lunchtime, she experienced a huge fall from a happy and fulfilling paradise to a desperate hell. "Jiang Shaoxian, are you really taking revenge on me? Please show up soon." Zhang Wan was alone in the house, shouting at the top of her lungs, her voice almost insane. However, no matter how hard she begged, she could not get even the slightest response. At this moment, she finally realized why Jiang Shaoxian chose to cook the same meals as before the divorce. It was clearly a carefully planned act of revenge. "I gave everything to this man, but in the end this is what happened." At this time, Jiang Shaoxian had already boarded a flight to a distant place. He had no time to care about what would happen when he faced Zhang Wan after returning, nor did he want to think about it. Perhaps, in this emotional game, they have all become scarred and can no longer find any trace of their past. In a hotel in Zhangzhou. At this time, Su Wei was sitting leisurely in the hotel room, staring at the TV screen, enjoying a moment of tranquility and relaxation. However, a sudden knock on the door broke the peace, making her feel puzzled. Su Changxing on the side frowned slightly, secretly wondering who would come to visit at this time. With a hint of caution, Su Changxing tiptoed to the door and slowly opened a narrow crack. When he saw the person standing outside the door, he was even more surprised. It was Ji Chang. He was really surprised that this famous and well-connected person would appear here. "Mr. Ji, are you looking for me?" Su Changxing tried his best to remain calm, but there was still some doubt in his voice. He really couldn't figure out how Ji Chang knew they were staying here? After all, not many people knew they had come to this city. Ji Chang smiled slightly, with an unquestionable confidence in his tone. Uncle Su, are you going to let me stand at the door and talk like this? Won't you invite me in and sit down? Obviously, when facing a powerful person like the 12 young masters of the imperial capital, Ji Chang has a strong sense of superiority. He was used to others' respect and obedience to him, so he felt a little dissatisfied with Su Changxing's hesitation. After hearing this, Su Changxing felt unwilling but couldn't refuse. With no other options, he had to open the door wider and move sideways to let Ji Chang enter the room. However, deep down in his heart, he became more and more curious, wondering why Ji Chang came here. Could it be that there is some special relationship between him and his daughter Su Wei? Could it be that Ji Chang has taken a fancy to his own daughter? But that wasn't right. As far as he knew, Ji Chang had already been engaged to another girl, and the wedding date was approaching, either at the end of this year or early next year. Although he was full of doubts, Su Changxing still said politely, "Mr. Ji, please come in." At the same time, Su Wei, who had been paying attention to the movement here, also turned around when she heard the sound. Since no one had visited her for a long time, she was also full of curiosity about the visitor. When her eyes fell on Ji Chang, she immediately understood everything in her heart. It must be Jiang Shaoxian who called Ji Chang here. Thinking of this, Su Wei's expression became complicated, with gratitude towards Jiang Shaoxian and worry about what was about to happen. Ji Chang strode into the house, his eyes fixed directly on Su Wei, who was sitting on the sofa, and then walked in that direction without hesitation. When he came closer, he immediately saw the faint smile on the woman's face, and she nodded slightly in response. "Hello, madam," Ji Chang said softly, with a hint of respect and humility in his tone. However, Su Wei did not seem to express much special feeling towards this greeting. After all, she now has such a strong and outstanding man by her side. Those favored people who she once had to look up to have now become ordinary in her eyes. At this moment, a strong sense of pride surged into her heart like a tide, causing her to raise her chin slightly. But Su Changxing on the side was full of doubts and completely confused. He really couldn't understand why Ji Chang called his daughter madam. Who gave her this title? Without a doubt, the answer can only be Jiang Shaoxian. But in Su Changxing's understanding, the title of madam usually only belongs to women who marry into wealthy families and become the wives of noble men. But how could Jiang Shaoxian be considered a noble person? Was it just because his mother held a management position in a state-owned enterprise? That's not right. According to Su Wei, Jiang Yuehong is not actually Jiang Shaoxian's mother. So, what kind of mystery is hidden in this? A series of question marks lingered in Su Changxing's mind, leaving him puzzled. Although he was full of curiosity, he chose to remain silent and just focused all his attention on the young genius in front of him. At the same time, Su Changxing carefully observed the changes in his daughter's expression and found that when she heard the word madam, she did not show too much surprise or other obvious emotional fluctuations. What on earth was going on? This mystery troubled Su Changxing more and more, and it lingered for a long time. "Ji Chang, what do you want to talk to me about?" Su Wei asked softly, with a hint of confusion and curiosity in her eyes. Ji Chang was seen sitting steadily opposite Su Wei. His eyes stayed on her for a moment, then slowly turned to Su Changxing beside him. With a firm tone and a power that was hard to refuse, he said, "Uncle Su, could you please let us, the younger generations, talk alone?" Su Changxing quickly forced out a flattering smile and quickly responded, "Okay, then you guys chat slowly, I just happened to be out for something." After saying that, he hurriedly got up and left the room, as if he was afraid that if he stayed for another second he would offend this genius. After Su Changxing left the room, Ji Chang and Su Wei were the only ones left in the huge room. Ji Chang looked at Su Wei seriously and said softly, "Madam, Mr. Jiang specifically asked me to come and check on your current condition." Hearing this, Su Wei's eyes flashed with doubt, and then she asked, "Then, did he say he missed me?" Perhaps, this is the issue that she is most concerned about and worried about deep in her heart. Ji Chang shook his head solemnly, and then continued, "No, but he asked me to tell you something." "Oh? What is it?" Su Wei straightened up instantly and listened attentively, afraid to miss any word. Ji Chang took a deep breath and said slowly, "He said he was a little disappointed in you. If he didn't have the power he has now, and was just an ordinary man, and you disappeared without a trace, he would definitely be very anxious. All he wants is to know whether you are safe and sound. And you could just find a chance to tell him, or leave a note when Uncle Su takes you away." Ji Chang's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Su Wei's sensitive heart. In fact, at the beginning, she also had the idea of saying hello to Jiang Shaoxian. However, on second thought, with Jiang Shaoxian's ability, he must have a way to know everything. What she didn't expect was that the man was still angry. She could tell everything from the fact that he asked Ji Cheng to deliver the message instead of coming in person. Did he really say that? Su Wei asked worriedly. Ji Cheng nodded slightly, and his expression did not seem fake. Seeing this, Su Wei's heart instantly became anxious. Obviously, Jiang Shaoxian was really angry with her. Ji Cheng, please lend me your phone. I need to explain things to him. Su Wei asked earnestly. Ji Cheng didn't hesitate at all. He quickly took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen, then looked up Jiang Shaoxian's phone number and handed it to Su Wei. Su Wei was extremely anxious. She almost snatched the phone away and pressed the dial button without hesitation. However, the result was exactly the same as what Zhang Wan encountered on the other side. A cold tone came from the receiver. The number you dialed is turned off. Chapter 48. He wants Su Changxing to send the person over personally. How could this happen? Su Wei murmured to herself, her eyes became empty and lifeless, as if they had lost all their luster. She held the phone tightly in her hand, staring at the screen in disbelief, as the message indicating that the phone was turned off continued to ring. Deep down, countless questions came to her mind. She began to wonder, could it be that he just disappeared like that? Or does it mean that their relationship has ended? This sudden change made Su Wei feel painful. Thinking back to the past, Su Wei couldn't help but blame herself. Perhaps it was because of her own willfulness that she didn't report her safety to Jiang Shaoxian. However, is he so determined just because of such a small matter? At the same time, Zhang Wan, who was far away on the other side, was anxiously dialing the same number. Like Su Wei, she was feeling nervous and looking forward to hearing Jiang Shaoxian's familiar voice. But every time I dialed the phone, I received the cold and heartless reply, "The user you dialed is powered off." This made Zhang Wan feel like she was going crazy. But at this time, Jiang Shaoxian was completely unaware of all this. His cell phone lay quietly in the Audi car. He had turned it off on purpose when he left. As he is about to go to a foreign country, he cannot take this phone with him. After all, he knew very well that there were many enemies abroad who were eyeing him covetously. If they discovered his whereabouts in Daxia and the people and things related to it, the consequences would be disastrous. Even Su Wei and Zhang Wan might be in great crisis because of this. This trip to the desert is full of risks, so naturally the fewer people who know about it, the better. Jiang Shaoxian has already arranged a full schedule. Not only does he want to visit the Desert Maritime Silk Road headquarters, he also wants to visit the African continent. Several of his mercenary legions showed signs of rebellion. The reason is that he has been away for more than a year, and it seems like no one can control them anymore. Especially one of the mercenaries named Lao Kei. The scale has grown to hundreds of people. When Long Changfeng first arrived in the African continent, he wanted to start his own business. Unfortunately, there was a military mutiny in that country, but fortunately, Jiang Shaoxian and his men rescued him. It was also with Jiang Shaoxian's encouragement that he had the current mercenary corps on the African continent. The members of the legion were all recruited by Jiang Shaoxian. Long Changfeng, who had gradually gotten used to the bloodthirsty livelihood of fighting on swords and spears, became more and more like the leaders of a legion. Later, Old K's army grew bigger and bigger until Jiang Shaoxian left the desert. In his heart, his benefactor had left this world forever. The unruly Long Changfeng doesn't take anyone seriously except his benefactor Jiang Shaoxian. Now that my benefactor is gone, I naturally want to start my own business. One of the important purposes of this trip is to personally show up to appease these troops who are under tremendous pressure and thoughts. A few days passed in a flash. The two girls tried their best to contact Jiang Shaoxian every day, but unfortunately, all they got in the end was that cold machine voice. Morong Changfeng was also puzzled. This person named Jiang Shaoxian seemed to have disappeared out of thin air and he could not be found no matter how hard he tried. As the opening ceremony was getting closer, Morong Changfeng and Morong Shaoran gave up their plan to look for Jiang Shaoxian. I'm thinking of making a decision after this event is over. Things were almost done, and Jiang Shaoxian also boarded the plane back to Daxia. Zhangzhou was already extremely bustling, with many more dignitaries coming than when he left. After more than 10 hours of flying, the plane landed smoothly. Jiang Shaoxian was still sleeping soundly in a chair with a mask on. Commander, we have arrived at Zhangzhou Airport. The pilot of the plane came up to Jiang Shaoxian, pushed him gently, and called out in a low voice. Huh, so fast? Zhang Xiaoxian took off his blindfold and looked out the window. They had indeed arrived. The captain was speechless. "You are sleeping soundly, but I am exhausted after driving for more than 10 hours, and you still say it's fast? How about we switch, and you drive while I fall asleep?" He could only think about it but didn't dare say it out loud. He remembered that he had said it as a joke last time, but Zhang Xiaoxian took it seriously and insisted on trying how to fly a plane. But he was scared to death. If he operated the plane improperly, the whole plane would become a pile of wreckage. From then on, he didn't dare to say such things. Who told this guy in front of him to be so curious? "Yes, we have arrived." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Zhang Xiaoxian patted the pilot's shoulder, stretched, and walked out of the cabin. "I have been away for 6 days, and I don't know whether Shao Kahn will come to pick me up. I specifically informed him before leaving." "Master." Shao Kahn, who looked like a camel, was shouting at him from the window of the special waiting room in the distance. "Why?" "Master, the honeydew melons here are really sweet, come and try some." "Go to hell." Zhang Xiaoxian rolled his eyes at him unhappily. The two sat in the special waiting room for a while, and then Zhang Xiaoxian stood up and prepared to leave. Shao Kahn has never asked his master what he is going to do. It is a habit. "Okay, goodbye, master." And Zhang Xiaoxian never rides in their car. Shao Kahn once asked why, and Zhang Xiaoxian just said don't ask nonsense questions, and he never said the same thing again since then. After being away for nearly a week, Zhang Xiaoxian ran to where he parked his Audi. It was already dark. He looked around, took out his car keys from a crack in the wall, and pressed them twice. He hid this when he left. Beep beep. A black Audi in front flashed its lights twice. "Get in the car and turn on your phone." I checked and found that there was still 15% battery left. The message phone shows 99 unread messages. When I opened my phone, I saw that most of the calls were from Ji Cheng and Zhang Wan. He could imagine that the most likely reason Ji Cheng called him was that his phone was borrowed by Su Wei. Ignore the two women for now and continue searching. Another one of them turned out to be Xiaohu's. He never calls me unless there is something important, and this is also what Zhang Xiaoxian specifically told me. I just pressed it back and the call was connected after a while. "Xiaohu, I saw you called me? Is there something wrong?" This time when he returned to Maritime Silk Road, he really didn't have time to see Xiaohu. "Boss, didn't you tell me to find out what happened to Han Chanfeng after he went abroad?" After Xiaohu said this, Zhang Xiaoxian slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered, otherwise he would have really forgotten it. "Well, what did you find out?" Xiaohu told Zhang Xiaoxian everything he could find out. Zhang Xiaoxian snorted with a serious and disdainful expression. "Humph, what is this kind of person doing back in Dasha? Help me cut off all his foreign connections. I don't think the Smith family will have any objections. Then find a way to get him to the desert and make him work as a laborer for a few years. Don't leave him with some psychological trauma. Then see how I deal with you." "I see, boss, just watch it, this is our specialty." After hanging up the phone and preparing to start, Su Wei decided not to meet him for the time being. After the shipping group opens for business, he wants Su Changxing to send the person over personally. As for Zhang Wan, he wanted to know what the other party's reaction would be if they met since he had not heard from her for several days. "I don't have anything to worry about, instead I feel a sense of anticipation." He did what he thought and drove towards Zhang Wan's house. The road from the airport to Zhang Wan's villa just passed by Luoxianqing nightclub. Zhang Xiaoxian just subconsciously turned his head to take a look. A luxury car suddenly came into view. That seems to be Morong Xiaoran's car? I still remember the woman with a strong aura in the underground parking lot of Jutian Pavilion not long ago. She was driving this car. What was this stupid woman doing in Luoxian City again? Wasn't it enough that she had been cheated? Zhang Xiaoxian, who had been driving for quite a while, couldn't help but think about everything that happened that night and the next day. After letting out a long sigh, he turned around and came to the gate of Luoxian City. It was still the same location, and the familiar figure was still sitting at the bar, but the bartender had been replaced. "Are you alone, pretty lady? Can you sit down and have a drink with me? It's my treat." At this time, a handsome young man holding a wineglass walked up to Morong Xiaoran and asked, "Go away." "Humph, boring." Seeing that the woman was fierce, the man should not disturb her. After a while, a voice sounded behind Morong Xiaoran. "Beauty, you are not suitable to be here." Morong Xiaoran frowned when he heard the voice. because she was too familiar with this voice. Isn't it that bastard Jiang Shaoxian who took away my virginity? Chapter 49. I am allergic to drinking. Snort. Morong Xiaoran snorted disdainfully, with an evil smile on his face. I thought to myself, I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times, and when I turned around, he was standing in the dimly lit place. Bah, you got it wrong. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. Beauty, can you sit down and have a drink with me? Jiang Shaoxian didn't care when he heard her cold snort, and shamelessly sat on the swivel chair next to her. Okay. Morong Xiaoran smiled slightly and actually agreed. The few men who had approached her earlier were all dumbfounded in an instant. How can I survive in this world? Yes, we approached her and were ruthlessly rejected, but this country bumpkin succeeded right from the start. Is there any law? Oh, just wait and see. This man will definitely be chased away by the beauty in less than 3 minutes. I think so. A few handsome guys, looking at the situation here, reluctantly started making bets. The gossips of several people did not attract the attention of the two main owners. Morong Xiaoran raised his eyebrows and took a sip of the wine in the glass, and said without turning his head, "Why am I not suitable to come here?" Jiang Shaoxian did not answer directly, but waved to the bartender, "Give me a non-alcoholic drink." "Sir, you come to the bar not to drink?" For customers who only order drinks, the bartender will usually persuade them that they come to the bar to have fun, especially with such a stunning beauty around. "I'm allergic to drinking," Jiang Shaoxian said with a smile. "Well, okay." Seeing the other party's firm attitude, the bartender did not try to persuade him any further. A glass of orange juice was brought over, and Jiang Shaoxian raised the glass. "Cheers, beautiful lady." Morong Xiaoran glanced at him with disdain and did not raise his glass to clink with him. The flashy men nearby laughed at him. He wants to pick up girls just for drinking. Look, the pretty girls don't even want to talk to him, right? Ha ha. Jiang Shaoxian, you shouldn't appear in front of me, don't you know? It was exactly the same as what Jiang Shaoxian said just now. Why? Jiang Shaoxian was somewhat confused about what the woman said. Because you will die a miserable death. The originally disgusted expression on Morong Xiaoran's face was quickly filled with hatred. I don't believe it. Jiang Shaoxian shrugged and replied with the same disdain. If you don't believe it, do you dare to follow me? Okay, why not? Jiang Shaoxian was just about to see what kind of power was behind Morong Xiaoran. A woman of incomparable beauty who can control the huge Jutian pavilion in the imperial capital alone must have an extraordinary force behind her. Jiang Shaoxian had no intention of getting into a conflict with him, but curiosity can sometimes really kill the cat. Morong Xiaoran stood up and looked at the young and handsome bartender, deliberately raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Young handsome boy, I will come again tomorrow." After saying that, he put down a few large bills and said, "No need to change, this is a tip for you." "Thank you, beautiful sister." The bartender nodded and said excitedly. Watching Morong Xiaoran leave, the bartender was reluctant to blink. Her expression just now, whether intentional or unintentional, was already deeply buried in the bartender's heart. Morong Xiaoran, do you like to cause trouble everywhere? Why, what did I do that you say I've brought disaster to the world? That bartender is still a young adult. He will become stupid if you do this. I am willing to do so. Is this a crime? If you say so, then I really have nothing to say. Jiang Shaoxian didn't want to argue anymore and followed the other party to her luxury sports car. Are you really not afraid? Morong Xiaoran asked finally. You talk too much nonsense, woman. What is there to be afraid of? Do you want to tire me to death tonight? I hope you can laugh later. The car drove forward towards the hotel where Morong Changfeng was staying. Dad, Jiang Shaoxian is in my car. I'll bring him to see you now. He sent a voice message to his father while driving. Jiang Shaoxian fastened his seatbelt and looked at the woman who had just sent a voice message. Isn't this a bit too fast? We've only met 3 times, and you're so impatient to drag me to meet your parents? Morong Xiaoran ignored his teasing and continued driving slowly. Ms. Morong, wait a minute. Pull over the car so I can get off to buy something. Passing by a fruit shop, Jiang Shaoxian signaled the other party to stop the car. What? Are you scared? Morong Xiaoran thought Jiang Shaoxian was scared and wanted to run away, so she said sarcastically. TSK, how can I go to meet my parents empty-handed? I'm going to buy some fruit. Ha ha. Morong Xiaoran was amused by Zhang Xiaoxian's innocence. Does he really think that his father is just an ordinary elder? Well, it's good to give him some ideas at the end. At least he will be in a good mood for a while before he dies. Zhang Xiaoxian got out of the car, bought some fruit, and then got back into the car. You can go now. The car started again and sped towards the hotel where Morong Changfeng was staying. On the other side, Zhang Wan picked up her phone and told her father about what happened between her and Zhang Xiaoxian. It's okay. Since you've become his woman, he will definitely not ignore you. Zhang Wan has both true and false love for Zhang Xiaoxian. True love is when she thinks back on the care she received over the past year. I remember one time at 3 o'clock in the morning, she suddenly had a severe stomachache. Zhang Xiaoxian woke up from his deep sleep, carried her to the car and went to the hospital. In the hospital, she saw the man running around anxiously, asking about her health, and her heart was really touched at that time. But after being discharged from the hospital the next day, Zhang Wan once again forgot everything that happened the night before. This kind of thing has happened a lot in the past year. For example, he was almost bullied by a client because of socializing, and it was Zhang Xiaoxian who stepped in to resolve the situation. Unfortunately, Zhang Wan's heart was occupied by Yue Guang at that time, and there was no room for any other man. It was not until Han Changfeng came back that she realized that the only thing missing from her first love was the ending. When this action was completed and her mind was empty, she recalled every little detail of the year she had been with Zhang Xiaoxian. This is her true feeling. The pretense was, when Zhang Guoqing and his wife came back, her father secretly told her something. Zhang Xiaoxian's identity is not simple. If you want to take the entire Zhang group to a higher level, you must control him well. If they can get back together, the Zhang family's prosperity is definitely just around the corner. This was the vague guess Zhang Guoqing made from his comrades. Zhang Xiaoxian has an amazing background and strength. This blind date is just to complete some tasks, and his identity cannot be revealed. Zhang Guoqing understood immediately, and as the shipping group took route in Jiangzhou, the comrade told him some secrets. At this point, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Wan had a long talk. Zhang Wan, who had originally felt a little regretful after the divorce, now felt as if she had lost the whole world. If it were a man she didn't like from the bottom of her heart, no matter how stunningly handsome he was, it would have nothing to do with her, and she would not want to gamble with herself. But the most important point is that she really fell in love with Zhang Xiaoxian. Although a year is not a very long time, during this year there really was a man who treated her so well that no one had ever seen or heard of. She originally thought that Zhang Xiaoxian really liked her, but his sudden departure this time made her unable to see the reality clearly. So I called my father to ask him what to do? After hanging up the phone with his father, Morong Xiaoran drove to the destination. Chapter 50. I saved you 6 years ago, and now you want to kill me? With a sharp brake sound, Morong Xiaoran pulled the handbrake and got out of the car lightly. Get off! Watching the man getting out of the car carrying the fruit, Morong Xiaoran's heart suddenly softened. You still have time to leave now. Why do you want to leave? You haven't even met the parents yet? Zhang Xiaoxian didn't care. He secretly guessed in his heart that even if it was a dangerous place, he would still go and take a look. What else more, he is Morong Xiaoran's father. Could he be a man-eating demon? The woman's high heels were ticking in front. Zhang Xiaoxian followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the hotel, Zhang Xiaoxian noticed that a black car had rolled down its window not far away, and 2 pairs of wolf-like eyes were staring at them from inside the car. It seems that this is still a hongmen banquet. Arriving at the door of Morong Changfeng's room, Morong Xiaoran knocked gently. Come in. A voice that made people tremble physically and mentally came from inside. Morong Changfeng was sitting on the sofa in the room with the lights on dimly. As the door opened, Morong Xiaoran walked in, followed by Zhang Xiaoxian carrying some fruit. Hello, uncle. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I brought you some fruits. Zhang Xiaoxian still looked calm and composed, as if he was not at all panicked in the face of such a scene and atmosphere. Ha, you were the one who defiled my daughter not long ago? Morong Changfeng had a scar on his face and a pair of deep eyes under his shiny slicked back hair. He was staring at Zhang Xiaoxian, who was putting the fruits on the cabinet. Perhaps the lights were indeed dimmed deliberately by Morong Changfeng. Neither of them looked at each other squarely, but they were thinking about the consequences that would follow for each other in their hearts. Morong Xiaoran didn't want to see a head-on confrontation between the two men, and even more so, she didn't want to see the brutal and bloody scenes. Dad, I'm going to go downstairs for a walk first. Well, just wait for me downstairs. I'll be down in 10 minutes at most. Okay. Murong Xiaoran nodded, turned around, opened the door and walked out. The air inside made her feel extremely oppressive and she felt like she was having difficulty breathing. Walking out of the hotel, she closed her eyes, raised her head slightly, and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. She felt that the depression in her heart was relieved. Inside the room, Jiang Shaoxian stopped pretending and came and sat on the sofa opposite Murong Changfeng. Murong Changfeng slowly picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of the still steaming tea. Your name is Jiang Shaoxian? After saying that, he looked up at the other person. But once he saw it, he couldn't move his eyes away. Brother Long? Don't call me brother. I think you are the real boss now, Long Changfeng? Brother Long, I really didn't know that the person Xiaoran was talking about was you. There was no trace of arrogance on Murong Changfeng's face now. Who is the person in front of you? That person was Murong Changfeng's savior. He took his father's money to do business in Africa that year and didn't want to have anything to do with the land of Daxia anymore. It was a good time for me, and I spent a few quiet years there peacefully. Unfortunately, there was a rebellion and all the savings and everything were destroyed. Fortunately, Jiang Shaoxian came here with 2 mercenary groups to mediate and rescue him. I saved you 6 years ago. Are you trying to kill me today? No, Brother Long, as long as you are willing, my life will always be yours. Everything I have now is given by you. How dare I be disrespectful to you? Murong Changfeng's tone was full of respect. Then I heard that you want to be free from control and become your own king? Jiang Shaoxian continued to ask. This time he went back to the desert to appease these mercenaries, and naturally there were tangible benefits to give them, and he also appeared in person to let them know that their all-powerful Brother Long was not dead. I, Brother Long, am not like that. Murong Changfeng wanted to explain, thinking he was gone. I had been looking for Jiang Shaoxian in the desert but hadn't seen him. Now that I suddenly met him, how could I not be angry? Without waiting for the other party to continue speaking, he picked up the teacup in front of him and smashed it hard to the ground. The sound of shattering was heard and spread downstairs. Murong Xiaoran frowned slightly and looked at the window of the room with dim lights. She kept replaying in her mind what happened inside. Was it because Jiang Shaoxian was knocked down by his father and the cup fell to the ground, or was it because the 2 of them were fighting and the sound of the cup falling was heard? No matter what, in her heart Jiang Shaoxian would definitely die today. When Murong Changfeng's 2 men in the car heard the noise, they quickly opened the door and ran inside. Inside the house, Jiang Shaoxian looked at Murong Changfeng with great anger. Do you know what I represent? What you are doing is a very bad negative example for the forces I have worked so hard to build up. This could destroy the Maritime Silk Road exterior wall project that I have worked hard to build over the past decade. This is not only a loss to me, but also brings unimaginable consequences to the future stable life of our entire country and our people. The consequences could be catastrophic, you know? When Murong Changfeng heard this, his heart started beating fast. In the past, he only knew how to work for Brother Long, who was the key figure placed by Daxia in the desert. But I never thought that what he did would be so serious, and my momentary selfishness almost led to such huge consequences. Brother Long, I know I was wrong. You can punish me however you want. As he said this, he picked up the short blade that he had hidden long ago and prepared to stab himself. If you think death is useful, then the person I saved 6 years ago was a waste. Jiang Shaoxian did not try to stop him, but his gloomy face and angry tone in his words made Murong Changfeng feel ashamed and embarrassed in an instant. His hand went limp and the knife fell to the ground. At this time, his 2 men also ran in. Get out! When Murong Changfeng saw the 2 men open the door, he quickly told them to get out and stop causing trouble for him. Boss, are you okay? Get out, don't you understand? Yes. Seeing the boss getting angry, the 2 men didn't dare to ask any more questions. They just closed the door and walked away obediently. Long Changfeng, I didn't expect your name to be Murong Changfeng, and I didn't expect you to be Murong Xiaoran's father. Although you made a huge mistake in your official business, I did do something wrong to your daughter in my private life. Murong Changfeng said nothing when he heard this. If he could give his daughter a status, that would be great. If not, he could only accept it silently. He couldn't muster the slightest bit of hostility in front of Jiang Shaoxian. Jiang Shaoxian also felt a little guilty towards him and Murong Xiaoran regarding personal matters. It would be difficult to calm his resentment without giving him an explanation. Seeing that the other party was silent, Jiang Shaoxian continued, if Xiaoran is willing, I will give her a place by my side. If she is not willing, I will make the Morong family stronger again, let your family accept you again, and let you be the head of the family. Although he had never met Morong Changfeng, he had heard of his deeds. When he first saw Morong Xiaoran, he thought that she might be the descendant of the fallen Morong family, but he did not dare to jump to conclusion without evidence. Now it seems to be true. Morong Changfeng shook his head. Brother Long, my ambition is not to serve the Morong family, but to make my own contribution to the country and the people in the desert as you said. Okay, your words are enough. Jiang Shaoxian walked up to Morong Changfeng and patted his shoulder gently.